Because one of the best comedy, self-aware vampire movies, Lost Boys, bro. Lost Boys is legend. Lost
I
Boys.
got that on the list of Halloween movies. If you want to go over the list of Halloween movies, that would be cool. Honestly, I feel like you would love a lot of the movies that I got.
You ever seen the '80s version of Fright Night?
Yes, that's on the list too. Dude, I'm telling you, we should do the Halloween movies right now. That should be it.
So okay, you know what? This actually might be a good conversation. My guys got some movies that we're all in a.
Let's table the Fright Night real quick. I also threw in The Abyss specifically for you, man, from Kentucky. I threw that into
fire.
the list.
You know
Yep.
what's funny is, you know me well. I've been trying to watch The Abyss over and over again, and every time I watch it, I'm hungover and I pass out. So, because I'm delayed.
All right. All right. So let's get started on the Halloween movies then. Do you want to do so it seemed you probably would want to do the well-known ones because that's more of what you're talking about right now, like Fright Night and shit like that. And The Abyss. Yeah. So let's get on it. Let's do it. You down, Antiost?
Yes. The disclaimer should be that a lot of these movies are just going to be horror movies that we enjoy around Halloween time.
Not necessarily Halloween movies.
I mean, we should try to make it about movies that are more...
I think most of them are Halloween movies, but a lot of these are movies that I enjoy around Halloween specifically. And if I don't mention any, you can mention some too.
Like it totally makes sense if there's like classic horror movies that you enjoy around Halloween. Like any vampire movie, like that makes sense. A lot of monster movies.
So I did a thing. This is what we're going to be doing. We're going to have the plot summary, the basic plot summary, and then a few trivia facts about the movie. Maybe 2, maybe 3 tops. I think the most I did was 4 for one movie, but that was because it was a batshit movie. But all right, that's what the rules of this whole thing are. Number 1, the most famous Halloween movie of all time from its namesake is Halloween, I would say.
You think that's the most famous Halloween movie?
I would say the namesake matches how famous of a Halloween movie it is. It takes place on Halloween. It takes place over the course of Halloween night and the next day, or Hallows Eve and the next day, which is Halloween. What is it? We're not going to dive too deep into these first few ones because everybody knows them. But John Carpenter and Deborah Hill were planning to release a yearly self-contained horror film centered around Halloween, but without Michael Myers. That was the original plan. But the plan changed after the success of the first film and the subsequent decision to make Halloween 2 and continue the story of Michael Myers. But this is why Halloween 3, the one that you like, Halloween Season of the Witch, is about a completely different story and has Tom Atkins. I mean, that's not why it has Tom Atkins. That's for other reasons, but it's why it's a completely different movie separate from like Michael Myers and all that other like stuff with the Halloween movies.
It's like way different.
It is, because originally it was supposed to be an anthology, which honestly, that would have been cool if it was, because they kind of went crazy afterwards, but...
What was an anthology?
It was Halloween, yeah, originally. It was going to be an anthology series. Yeah.
Nope. Have you ever seen the third one?
Season of the Witch.
It's not about Michael Myers at all.
No, not at all.
There was a time I watched all of them. It's just been a long time. So I can't really speak on it too clearly.
That's all right. We don't have to dive too deep into these. Like I said, everybody knows Halloween.
So just know that the first 2 movies are about Michael Myers and him just murdering people on Halloween, and he's a crazy person in a scary mask. That's a famous Halloween costume now. The third one is like, all right, let's actually try to pull off this anthology, and it's just another horror story centered around Halloween and masks. But it's completely different, and it's about these masks that are like being made that are like, are they like, they're like killing people?
Season of the.
I thought they were like haunted, but maybe
they were like I'm pretty sure they like, maybe it's a spoiler, but they like, I think at one point they go to a factory.
So they stole
these masks.
They stole the idea from Goosebumps.
Well, I think this is before.
I think Goosebumps may have been inspired by this.
Yeah.
Let's look that up. That's a good question.
When did the first episode of The Haunted Mask of Goosebumps come out, opposed to Season of the Witch? I need to know.
This is a great question. I think I remember seeing Season of the Witch, and it looks really old.
Yeah, we need to know these things though, because I'm gonna shit. I'm gonna shit right
All
out
right,
this.
after that, though, we're going to move to the next one. All right, 1982 was Season of the Witch, and 95 was Goosebumps. So it was definitely Goosebumps taking the thing. All right, next movie, though.
Can I also say that, like,
Yep.
once you make the decision to make the second one about the same character from the first one, making the third one a completely different story with just, like, similar themes,
Yeah.
they should have just called that movie Season of the Witch.
Yeah, they should have. There was already, I think, a movie called Season of the Witch, though, which we will get
That's
into in our
probably why.
lesser known Halloween movies. But
That makes
yeah.
sense then, why they would
Yep.
not do that.
Next movie though, Friday the 13th. I mean, obviously, I think one of the most famous Halloween movies or Halloween type movies of all time. All four of the first movies are slashers because I think these movies are technically the most famous movies to watch around Halloween time of all time. That's what I would say. We all know the story of Friday the 13th, a machete wielding dude who may or may not be some like undead dude from the lake that was a tortured kid at a campground, comes back and murders a bunch of teenagers. Classic story. I did find an interesting little tidbit, though, about the filming. Because the camp was closed during filming and situated in the deep New Jersey woods, the cast and crew didn't see much outside interference, but it turned out they had a very famous neighbor. Rock star Lou Reed, famous for being the frontman of the band The Velvet Underground,
That's cool.
as well as having a very successful solo career. Yep. Who owned a farm nearby. We got to watch Lou Reed play for free right in front of us while we were making the film. Soundman Richard Murphy said he came by the set and we hung around with each other, and he just was really a great guy.
Cool.
I thought that was a cool little tidbit. Nightmare on Elm Street, again, hugely famous movie. We all know it. All of the boiler room footage in this film was shot in the basement of the Lincoln Heights jail in Los Angeles, which was condemned shortly after the production wrapped due to high levels of asbestos, which is kind of funny because it was after.
Does anything in that movie take place on Halloween?
I don't know.
I'd say
I know
like that's one of the few. What's up?
the first Halloween movie 100% takes place on Halloween, and I'm pretty sure the spirit of him comes back every Halloween, and that's the whole.
Well, we're
that's the
talking
whole-
about. He was talking about Nightmare on Elm Street.
Okay, my bad. Robert Englund.
Robert Englund. You know what I mean? Like I think that's one of the few like monster slasher movies that it's just a horror movie. It's a popular Halloween costume now. So maybe
you're
that's why
right.
it's a Halloween movie, but it's just a horror movie.
Yeah. All right.
It's also the first movie to ever touch upon like dream travel and entering people's dreams.
Spooky shit.
Yeah.
Spooky ass shit. I feel like a lot of the cool concepts in the idea of Freddy Krueger are lost in the idea of him being the mascot. Like it's just all I think about is Freddy Krueger as a character. I forget that he's like a dream demon.
I mean, yeah.
A demon. Like you could put him in the same universe as Hellraiser. Like I feel like it's just,
that's the other thing. Hellraiser too. Like I only saw Hellraiser like a couple of years ago, maybe like 3 years ago. I've never seen
Hellraiser's my favorite. It's one of my favorites.
That's on the list. I gotta say that's on the list. It's coming up.
Its ideas are like really overshadowed by just the idea of Pinhead and just the idea of like the gore. It's just like every scene's like torturous.
First,
but it's like it's insane.
The first movie, every actor is immaculate. The writing.
Oh yeah.
The first Hellraiser is just the first and the second, because the second still really holds true to the first, because it really just follows up with everything you want to know. And they do such a good job with it, dude. Like I've never seen a sequel. I don't want to say that. One of the best sequels I've ever seen made is Hellraiser 2, actually, because they just really hone in on the fact that like you want to know all of these specific things that happen at the end of Hellraiser 1. They leave you hanging, and they just get the whole movie is giving you every single thing you want to know in the end. It's one of the best sequels that I've ever seen in my life, and anybody can argue with me on it. It's a perfect sequel. Hellraiser 2 is a perfect fucking sequel, bro.
All right.
That's
Well,
awesome.
this is good because I do have a Hellraiser segment in here, and I can read off, I guess, like the thing
We'll
real
get to
quick
we'll get to
about it.
Hellraiser and we'll touch on it.
Okay, yeah, no,
I was gonna say let's just do Hellraiser right now since
we should. It's up to you.
well the trivia kind of relates to the previous ones we were just mentioning, but let's just say this is a little out of order. But yeah, wasn't even in any particular order, but the first few were supposed to be the most famous. All right, so according to Clive Barker, as the writing of the Hellraiser script took place during the height of the Nightmare on Elm Street, the Friday the 13th, and the Halloween film series, his intended portrayal of Pinhead as an articulate and intelligent character was initially not well received by the producers. Some suggested that Pinhead should act more like Freddy Krueger and crack jokes, while others suggested that he be a silent character like Jason Voorhees and Michael Myers. Barker insisted that Pinhead's personality be more evocative of Christopher Lee's portrayal of Count Dracula. Part of the chill of Dracula surely lies in the fact that he's very clearly and articulately aware of what he's doing. You feel that there is a penetrating intelligence, and I don't find dumb things terribly scary. I find intelligence scary,
Because you have
particularly
like
twisted
vampires.
intelligence.
Vampires can live to like 1,000 years, if not more, and that you just gain knowledge. And then imagine you're like a timeless demon.
All right, Child's Play. Do you guys love Child's Play? The movie?
Yeah,
Not really.
No.
I love it. Yeah.
I used to love it a lot, honestly. Like it was one of my favorite, I think, horror movies as a kid. Like it's super fucking terrifying, and to this day, I still love the idea of toys attacking people.
I think a great movie that was inspired by some shit like that was actually Small Soldiers. If you've ever seen that shit.
Oh, that movie's amazing. I don't have that on the list, but that should be on the list, and I agree. Highly recommend it.
It's like a good family horror. Like where like it's like Gremlins.
Yes.
Yeah. It's really
That's also not on the list, but that's a good mention because Gremlins is a fantastic Christmas horror movie.
yes.
We will probably talk about that at Christmas time too, because that is a good one. And great director Joe Dante, who did Piranha and Small Soldiers. I just want to throw out the Child's Play, what do you call it? Fact real quick, because we all know that it's about a killer toy. That is the the spirit of a serial killer gets like put into this toy and starts murdering people and shit. The My Buddy doll line has never recovered from the first Child's Play movie, and the director Tom Holland, which is funny because he shares the name of the Spider-Man guy, was influenced by the Hillside Stranglers to make Charles Lee Ray have a partner. So there you go.
I like this.
I have a question about Chucky because I'm sorry if I checked out at any point.
I'm sorry if I checked out. Yeah, what's the Chucky question?
Were any of the movies Christmas movies?
I don't know.
No.
Were they?
Oh wait.
Bride of Chucky?
Wait. The first one might have been Christmas related. Hold on.
Because like, I think they should have leaned into Christmas, and if it was like a Christmas horror movie, it probably would be the most famous by now. It doesn't. It's just a movie that doesn't scream Christmas to me. But I think that like they really would have been much more. Not that I wasn't successful, but I think it could have been like the Christmas horror movie.
So it was initially considered for a Christmas setting and contains holiday-themed imagery like snow, presents, and Christmas lights.
That would have been perfect.
Though its primary event is Andy's birthday. So it is snowy during that time. So, I still want to keep it in here, but keep that in mind. Not a full Halloween movie.
To make it simple, though, it's a getting ready for Christmas movie because that's the way. I asked AI, and that's what that was the best thing they said.
That's a good answer. That's like a late November movie.
It's like it's like a getting ready for Christmas movie. It's like end of the
I like that.
Yeah, me too. So the next movie, it's not one that I'm a huge fan of, but I would say it's a pretty Halloween type movie. Pumpkinhead. It's about
yes.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen this.
So I watched it as a kid. It's pretty wild.
Pumpkinhead is amazing, dude. I'm gonna have a beer to Pumpkinhead. Yo.
Hell yeah. Toast to Pumpkinhead.
I gotta have I gotta eat.
I'm gonna roll a blunt to Pumpkinhead, but yeah, Pumpkinhead was a pretty good movie. How would you describe the story, Man from Kentucky, of Pumpkinhead? Because I'm not really good with this one.
Oh man, it's fucking weird. I think it's like this. Man, I haven't seen it in a while. So some like older couple people that know how to like bring this pumpkin demon back, know how to do it to like come after these teenagers that did something bad. I forget if it's like they killed somebody or it's like a revenge thing, and they bring this
That's cool.
pumpkin demon.
I thought they killed the kid of somebody.
Yeah, right. Okay, so if you remember, it's somebody killed somebody or something, and so it's some type of revenge thing, and they like summon this.
Yeah, they
pumpkin.
use like witchcraft.
Yep, and this pumpkin demon comes back and they start just fucking murdering everybody, and it's awesome, fucking awesome, bro.
Yeah,
It's pretty simple,
I gotta watch it again.
but it's good. I love that shit.
By the time people hear this episode, I'll have probably rewatched that movie, and I probably would say that I recommend it wholeheartedly for Halloween. I mean, it is at the top of the list. So, quick thing about Pumpkinhead: Stan Winston and the filmmakers strongly clarified that they did not indeed want a creature with a literal pumpkin on its head,
Nope.
and the origin
An
of the
alien.
story was well, he seems like a demon.
Wait, explain what Pumpkinhead is to me. I'm not familiar with what this monster is.
I'm comparing it to like a early alien-esque type. I don't know.
He does look like an early alien type.
So like the host said, it's more of a demon than it is like anything.
Maybe those things are kind of like blended more than we realize, and it's like an alien demon.
That could be it. That's true too.
That's what it kind of seems like. The design seems super alien, like gray alien.
Like, it could be from like a different dimension. It could come from the Halloween dimension.
It almost has the same energy, that movie, that Psycho Clown movie, that Psycho Clowns from Space.
Killer Clowns from Space.
Killer
That's
Clowns
going to
from
be in
Space.
our lesser known one, but that's a good one.
That's not lesser known.
I put it in there as more of an honorable mention than anything else. That and Attack of the Killer Tomatoes.
You know what though? A lot of people would get mad at that. But what I would argue with you that you're right, because there's so many better movies than that Psycho Clowns from Space movie. I've tried it like 6 times, dude. And
yeah, it's
not,
all right. It's not like a
It's rough. It's a rough run through, man. It hasn't held up well.
Yeah, I've never seen it. It just doesn't look good to me.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be that great.
I heard it's amazing. I've heard it's amazing.
No, it's not that great. It's amazing to people that love horrible movies.
You want to know my favorite Stephen King, dude? The original It for TV. It's got to be that one.
Yeah, dude. So that movie was my favorite movie when I was like 1 to 2 years old.
It?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. Like, actually, it went to like 3 years old. Because I have memories of watching it.
You have memories?
Can we do it real quick?
Can we just make a note that the anti-host has made a note that himself has had a core memory of being 1 year old?
No, the memory's probably from when I was like 3.
You said 1 year old, so let's.
No, but I know. My parents told me that was from when I was like as early as 1 year old.
I was 1 year old.
1 year old.
All right. So Killer Clown movie from outer space, basically, even though it's not the same as the Killer Clowns from outer space, it's a demonic entity from another dimension, basically.
It's like, I don't know what it is.
I think that's a good good description. Right? Isn't it like a demonic, like all of the cast have fond memories of working on this miniseries, saying it was one of the best experiences of their lives on the DVD commentary. Wow. Harry Anderson improvised a lot of Richie's one-liners. This is from the one that you like, from the 90s. Alice Cooper was considered for the role of Pennywise. There we go.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's pretty dope.
Oh, that's cool.
See, Stephen King stated in a 2013 interview that he came up with the idea for Pennywise after asking himself what scared children more than anything else in the world. He felt that the answer was clowns. King also thought of a troll like one in the children's tale, Three Billy Goats Gruff, but a troll who inhabited a sewer system. That's a pretty funny like mix that he just threw in there.
Yeah.
It makes total sense.
The fact that it is inspired by the Billy Goat's Gruff makes me love it 100 times more.
Yeah, that is pretty funny.
The Billy Goat's Gruff was actually one of my favorite stories as a little kid. So that's gnarly.
Maybe that's why I loved it.
I love it, bro.
I love it.
Yo, you guys ever watched The Green Mile?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The Green Mile is one of the few Stephen King movies that I've actually read the whole book to.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
And the book
Michael
is
Clark Duncan is great too.
crazy, dude.
How is the book crazier than the movie? Like way crazier?
It's better. There's some really cool stuff. I actually have it if you want to borrow it, bro.
Sure.
It's just fire. It's one of the cooler things.
I'll have to come out to Kentucky soon.
I'll
Yeah,
have to
dude,
come to Kentucky soon.
Man, I got like 10 bags of mushrooms that I got dug in my backyard from Kentucky.
Let's go to the next one. I have a lot of movies, guys. Just keep that in mind. A lot of movies.
Oh no, beer just came out my right nostril. Yeah.
All right. So next movie is Trick or Treat. Let's
Meh.
talk about it. Anti-host, give us your best Trick or Treat summary.
Trick or Treat is like it's kind of like an anthology, but it's not. But
I
it's
like
like
it.
it's like a perfect like Ouroboros of Halloween.
God, but it's awful.
It's not. It's just a bunch of different things happening on Halloween that are horrifying with underlying connectivity, and then like it just kind of wraps up perfectly at the end. It's like how all those reels and shorts are always like resetting and the person saying exactly what they're going to say at the beginning of the video. It's like that.
Yeah. All right. So without spoiling anything, just in case anyone hasn't seen it, because it's a great movie. The stories are about a creepy dad who's a little too creepy. It's about a coven in the woods, basically, of what seems like some real weird cultists, and one of them is Vanessa Hudgens. And then there was, I think, a third story, right? What was the third story about?
A
little kid going door to door trick or treating.
The first story, it's I wouldn't even call them stories. I would just call them like little scenes that happen. But the first scene that happens, the first story, is not the creepy dad.
It's the little kid that goes door to door, right? And that like attacks people for candy or whatever.
I don't think you see.
That shit sucks.
Wow.
Yeah, he hates Trick or Treat a lot. I think it's a good movie, but I didn't watch it until like later on in life, like just a year or two ago.
Yeah, I watched it like around the time it came out.
People love it.
It's just like pure Halloween, and it's nothing crazy. It doesn't have like really cool horror movie depth, but it's a very beautiful, very entertaining, very interesting kind of movie. And
yeah,
like I said, it's got like an iconic mascot for a horror movie that's like the ultimate Halloween horror mascot.
Oh yeah.
And it like actually blew up again like long after it came out because people went back and realized like, holy shit, this movie's amazing.
Yeah. All right, let's go over the trivia real quick. Most of the jack-o'-lanterns were made out of either foam or ceramic, and an on-set joke was that no pumpkins were harmed during the making of this movie. And they couldn't, I thought this next one was pretty funny, is they couldn't use any recognizable candy wrappers because all of our candy in this film is either poisoned or filled with razor blades, and had to create their own instead, which was kind of fun because we came up with stuff like Big Fudge Log, Michael Dougherty revealed.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So let's
isn't that cool? And from Kentucky.
Yeah, I like that fact. Let's go over the next movie that was supposed to be in the list, though. And this movie, I think we can all agree is a pretty good movie. I don't even know if it's considered a Halloween movie, but I would say it's Halloween time, maybe post-Halloween. Again, Ghostbusters. What do we think? Halloween movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that works.
Yeah. I love Ghostbusters. OG.
It's also kind of like grandfathered into Halloween just by it being ultra famous Halloween costume. Like people have been dressing up for that for Halloween since it came out.
Yeah, 100%. And the TV show is more Halloween-ish, the cartoon. It was a very Halloween oriented series, but it's a good one. We all know it. They go after ghosts. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters, obviously.
Obviously.
Obviously. Bill Murray's the cocky one. Dan Aykroyd's
You're not gonna
the
call
smart one.
Ed and Lorraine.
You're not gonna call.
Who's
Ed
gonna
and
call
Lorraine.
them?
You want to call them if you need to watch somebody or go after Slimer, right?
You go after them if you want somebody to make you feel bad.
You want somebody to make you feel bad. All right. But here's a couple of facts about Ghostbusters. Almost none of the scenes were filmed as scripted. Most had at least one ad-lib, and most of Bill Murray's lines are ad-libs. In the middle of the film's initial release, to keep interest going, Ivan Reitman ran a trailer that was basically the commercial the Ghostbusters used in the movie. But the 555 number was replaced with a 1-800 number, allowing people to actually call in. Callers got a recorded message of Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd saying something to the effect of, "Hi, we're out catching ghosts right now." They got 1,000 calls per hour, 24 hours a day for several weeks. That was crazy.
What the
Damn.
fuck?
Yeah.
It's
next
kind of
movie-
a thing where like everybody at least once is gonna go like, let me check that out, and then they're like, all right, never do that again. I now know, but everybody has to do it, or at least at the time, like
Exactly.
1 million people
Like
are like,
now.
I want to do that.
It was like buying a ringtone back in the day. You had to do it once. All right. The next movie series that we're going to talk about, which I am positive is a Halloween series, and it spawned so much, so many like Halloween costumes, so much shit in the industry. They made a Mortal Kombat character after this one, which they did the previous ones, but I think this one is pretty funny. It's Scream. In my opinion, I used to not like this movie as a kid, but this has become one of my favorite Halloween / horror movies of all time. Like I love this movie a lot.
Have any of the Scream movies taken place on Halloween?
I mean, they're all about like Halloween. Like I don't know. That's a good question.
It's another one where like it came out and it's been a Halloween costume ever since. But did it take place on Halloween, or did it ever? I'm not saying it has to. I'm just wondering. And maybe
I was
maybe
Ghostface as a kid.
I bet.
I was actually Ghostface because of Scary Movie. Funny enough, instead of
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
No
Did you have the
Scream
funny
movie has
face?
taken place on Halloween. Although the original film features characters watching the movie Halloween during the film's final act. So there's the Halloween connection.
That's cool.
But
I mean,
you were
that's
right
enough
about
for
the
me.
grandfathered in thing. Like so many of that's definitely a movie that, even though it doesn't take place on Halloween, it definitely is like grandfathered in.
You know what else though? Kind of like Chucky
Yep.
in Child's Play, it would have benefited from being a Halloween movie.
I think, 100%. I think at least one of them would have benefited from being a Halloween movie. I feel like there's always Halloween vibes though when you watch them, or at least fall vibes.
Yeah, I think it has. It's definitely spooky time, good for Halloween, for sure.
Here are the two facts. They're a little bit long, so I'll just read them 1, 2. So, number 1, Matthew Lillard was cast as Stu Macher by chance after accompanying his then girlfriend to an unrelated audition taking place elsewhere in the same building. Casting director Lisa Beach saw Lillard in the hallway and asked him to audition in the part. He got into the role with incredible ferocity. That's awesome. And then the next one, Drew Barrymore and Neve Campbell did not meet Roger Jackson, the actor who played the voice, before shooting commenced. Whenever they are talking on the phone to the killer, they are actually talking to him. In fact, none of the cast met him. Wes Craven thought that would be better to bring out the shock reactions he needed from everyone when they heard that voice. That's pretty cool. All right, next movie. I mean, I think this is this doesn't take place on Halloween, but I think this is a pretty Halloween movie. I would argue that every single movie by Tobe Hooper, whether it does or doesn't take place on Halloween, is a Halloween movie. or most of his movies, I would say. This movie though, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. What do we think of that one?
Another one I only saw recently, but yeah, it's a pretty great horror movie. Just a great horror movie. I wouldn't even say it's a popular costume because it's kind of like, I don't know. I think that
you know what it is popular though? It's a popular like hayride costume or like a haunted hayride.
Yeah. I think it is a good costume, but it's not like the every person's costume like Freddy and Jason and Michael Myers are.
Yeah, but he is like almost just as iconic, I feel like, as those characters.
Absolutely.
I would say he's about just as iconic as maybe Ghostface.
Yeah. Wasn't he also in Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, he was also.
A lot of these guys were in Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, they were. I think there's a connection right there. This next one after this is not in Mortal Kombat though, as far as I'm aware of.
The next movie, Mortal Kombat.
The next movie, Mortal Kombat.
It's got a lot of black and orange. So
it's a Halloween movie.
Hey, what happened to the man from Kentucky? Did he keel over?
Are you there, Kentucky?
He's not even muted. He's just like gone.
Are you there? Are you passed out?
Well, his mic flashed for a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
We know you're there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. What happened?
What happened? All right, so what's up?
Well, I guess we just talk about the next one.
All right. Well, let me do the trivia real quick for it. Director Tobe Hooper claims to have gotten the idea for the film while standing in the hardware section of a crowded store while Christmas shopping. While thinking of a way to get out through the crowd, he spotted the chainsaws. And also, Gunnar Hansen said that during filming, he didn't get along very well with Paul A. Partain, who played Franklin. A few years later, he met Partain again and realized that Partain, a method actor, had simply chosen to stay in character, even when not filming. The two remained good friends up to Partain's death. All right. The next one, I just kind of roped them all in as one. The Universal movie monsters. So, the Mummy, Dracula, the Creature from the Black Lagoon, the Wolfman, Frankenstein. This is where I was hoping we'd get Mad from Kentucky on this one right here.
Yeah.
Especially the trivia fact.
Everyone pray for the man from Kentucky. Everyone just pray for a moment.
Everyone pray that he's okay. One like equals one prayer for the man from Kentucky.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think that's good because once he sees that, he's gonna feel a lot better.
Once he sees that, yeah. Everyone that likes this video, it's for the man from Kentucky. But anyways, classics in the horror genre. We all know about like the Universal movie monsters, the Mummy and all that. Van Helsing, I'm pretty sure was in there. Really good movies, classics. Perfect to watch around Halloween, right?
Yeah. Almost any vampire movie would be good for Halloween.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a whole lot of Draculas out there.
Yeah.
But what movie I really like of all those movies, like a lot, that I think is kind of like an unsung one, but I think the ambiance and like not that it's really unsung, but like it's not like the first one you think of when you think of all those like Universal movie monster movies, but
what's that?
I really like The Bride of Frankenstein a lot.
You saw the new one coming out, right?
Who's gonna play the bride?
I don't know.
No, I didn't see that coming out. That's gonna be good though. The Bride of Frankenstein.
Oh wait, hold on. I got my TV on.
Oh, it's gonna be Christian Bale's gonna be the Frankenstein's monster, so that's cool.
That's amazing. What? That's an amazing thing.
Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal's gonna play somebody.
Making noises right now?
Yeah, it is.
He's snoring.
I don't know.
Hold on. Is he fake sleeping right now?
I don't know.
A few minutes later.
You can kick him.
I would feel really bad about that.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Only because I think it wouldn't be funny to keep doing this over and over again. I'm pretty sure he is sleeping, and you should just kick him from the channel.
Are you sure?
Later.
I think I just muted him.
Yeah.
Is he muted on your end?
Yeah, I can't hear him anymore.
All right. Well, the man from Kentucky is here, but he's asleep, so everyone knows. All right. So the next movie, you're not really that into it, but it's Saw. It's
Yeah.
I'm really I'm not that
Well,
into
you know
it
why?
either,
It's
but
because I never saw Saw.
you never saw it.
I never saw it.
That's
I
funny.
mean, no, I've seen it. I just never saw Saw.
Yeah, I gotcha. You never saw Saw, but you've seen it. According to the BBC, this is one of the most profitable horror films of all time, and Danny Glover completed all of his scenes in 2 days, which I think is kind of funny, actually. If for anyone that doesn't know, Saw is pretty much it's a lot of like torture porn, but it's pretty good. It's all right. We don't really got to dive too deep into that one. The next one is The Fly, which I think that's a pretty Halloween type movie, no? I feel like that only plays on Halloween. That
Sorry,
movie.
I was muted. Hold on. So about Saw.
Yeah.
The thing about Saw is that it never really crossed over into popular costume because it's really only a costume that works for a kid or like a baby.
And the ones that would watch Saw are not kids.
Yeah. So you'd have to like get a kid who's like seen Saw. Bam, he's fucked up for life. And then like there's not many of those.
Yeah. All right. Next movie, The Fly. According to yeah.
Not very Halloween-y to me, if you ask me.
Wouldn't you say that this movie plays around Halloween time all the time, and I wouldn't
I'm just
say
not very familiar.
Well, it's about Jeff Goldblum, the actor
It's about Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah,
The actor
Jeff Goldblum gets into what's supposed to be like a like some kind of like teleporter or something like that. At least that's what I think it is. I haven't seen this movie in like 20 years. I'm more familiar with the Treehouse of Horror segment about The Fly. But he gets into this like machine that basically scrambles his DNA at the same time that he's in it with a fly, and he slowly starts to like transform into like this fly monster, and it's crazy. It's basically like Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis, but if it was told from the perspective of a scientist that gets his DNA spliced with a fly. I think it's a pretty good. What is it?
What would you do in his scenario?
I mean, I wouldn't be too happy. I probably wouldn't attack people,
though. Is that what he does? He starts attacking people. He starts killing people because he has fly instincts.
Something like that. I think the deal is that I think the deal is that he like starts like he starts losing his humanity, and he slowly starts just becoming like a monster. And I think what I would have done is try to figure out a cure, but maybe they mentioned that maybe there's no way to make a cure in the movie.
He was a scientist himself, right?
Yeah.
At any point does he try to make a cure?
I don't know.
Does he try
That's
to
what I'm
figure out
saying.
how to fix himself? Like, why wouldn't he think like, all right, let me get in? Because especially if he's already turning into a monster and committing horrific acts, why wouldn't he like get a human and put him in where the fly was and put himself in the other chamber and be like, let me split myself with more human DNA so that at least I'm more human than I'm going to end up.
That's fucked up because then he'll probably splice fly DNA into somebody else, unless you're saying that he should
Well, what
just rip a
happened?
piece off of somebody.
Well, hold on. What happened to the fly that he did that to?
I don't know. Well, in the Trios of Horror segment, the Bart fly, it ends up being like more of like you know, like it's Bart on the fly, and then the fly, like Bart, like the actual Bart guy, is like the fly head. So like they do switch in that, but who knows? Who knows what happens in the
Well,
actual
all I
movie?
mean to say is that, like, hey, look it up. Look it up real quick. Actually, I want to know to make this point before I make this point.
What's the point? I'm gonna look it up on ChatGPT because I can't get a straight answer.
It's just the idea of him splitting himself with another human after doing that to like make himself more human again. He, like, we're talking about what would happen to that other human. Would that kill them? Would that make them part fly? But at the same time, like, it probably that person would be just as much fly as him. No, if you're gonna like meld like that, or are they gonna become one?
So it was a teleportation thing. After the teleportation accident, Brundle slowly discovers his body and DNA have fused with that of a housefly. At first, he thinks he's evolving into a better being, stronger, faster, more agile. Then his condition worsens and his body starts deteriorating. He becomes desperate to reverse or purify the mutation. He designs a plan to use the telepods again to dilute the fly genes by merging himself with a normal human, Veronica, his
So he does do
girlfriend.
that. He does do that.
believes that blending their DNA might restore his humanity. In the climax, the attempt fails catastrophically. Instead of curing himself, he becomes a horrific hybrid creature known as the Brundlefly, a tragic result of his desperation and obsession.
How did it
So,
make him more of a fly? I don't
I
understand.
don't know. Maybe it just made him a bigger creature, and it accelerated the fly gene process across, like,
Maybe
a
like
bigger creature.
did it explain what happened to her,
Not
or
really.
did she just fuse with him? And
I
that's
don't
what
know.
happened to the fly too. The fly just straight up fused with him.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
If you guys know the answer, drop it down in the chats. Every comment goes out. Every comment is a prayer for the man from Kentucky.
It is. Every like and every comment is a prayer for the man from Kentucky. Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
All right. The next movie is another Stephen King movie. I tried not to put too many Stephen King movies, but they're going to be more of honorable mentions. I mean, we all know Pet Sematary, amazing. Carrie, great movie. All these other movies, but the one that I wanted to put in because I'm a huge fan of his work. I'm a fan of a lot of these directors' works. You'll notice. But Christine is the one that I chose. John Carpenter, and I think this movie's fantastic. I've watched this movie since I was a kid on Halloween.
Is it a Halloween movie? Really?
I don't know, but it's
It doesn't
definitely
have to be like
feels.
about Halloween, but like it feels like a Halloween movie to you.
100% feels like a Halloween movie.
Cool.
Is Christine a Halloween movie?
That's so subjective. Like, you can't ask AI that and just take that answer. You got to think about it yourself, dude.
Christine, a Halloween time movie? No, I'm asking Google, not AI.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, the supernatural horror film Christine is considered a perfect Halloween time movie.
What?
I don't know if it takes place during Halloween, but yeah, it's a perfect Halloween time movie. I think it's a great movie though.
Is it going to say that for every horror
Killer
movie?
Car.
Yes,
I don't
this
know.
is a great Halloween time movie. Yeah, that would be great.
The like Krampus, of course, that's a fantastic Halloween time
Yeah,
movie.
it gets you ready for the Christmas season while also giving you the spook factor.
Gremlins, you should definitely watch that on Halloween. All right. Christine is a great movie. It's about a killer car, a demon haunted car that can repair itself and do crazy shit. It's got one of the best special effects transformations I think of any movie ever when the car is like repairing
Cannibal
itself.
Holocaust? That's probably the best Halloween movie there is.
I actually put that in the lesser known movies.
Why?
I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep it, but I don't know. It was on a list of movies. I was like, let's go for this. But
It's just a list of horror movies.
I mean, they're good movies to watch around
I think we
Halloween.
should also be judging whether or not these are horror movies, and we should give our opinion on that.
Yeah, I mean that's yeah. You can go ahead. I mean, I guess consider most of the movies in here Halloween movies, but you be the judge of which ones are and aren't.
Can
All
I give
right.
a quick honorable mention?
Yes.
It's to a lot
Unless
of people this is like a no-brainer. I don't think so, but I think it does work. What are you trying to say?
I was gonna say unless it's gonna be one of the ones that I already have in here, but go ahead.
Well, you can tell me.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's a bit of a no-brainer for some people, but for some it's not exactly that. Some would say it's more of a Christmas movie. I would say it's perfectly both, and that's the Harry Potter series.
I was thinking about that, and I lean more towards November and Christmassy time.
Dude,
that
it's
one,
about
but
witches and
I know,
wizards
but
and
I
monsters.
think it could be considered
ghosts.
both. I think it's generally a fall to winter movie, so it could be
definitely.
considered a Halloween movie.
Definitely.
But
It doesn't feature Halloween, but it definitely features Christmas and Yule time.
Well, I think you know what's interesting is I think earlier on it's more Christmassy vibes, and then later on they're more of Halloween
Really?
kind of vibes.
I get the
think they're-
opposite effect. I think midway
You
in
get
the
the
movie
opposite?
is usually when it gets around the middle of the movies when it's Christmas, and like the beginning and ends are very Halloween.
I guess so. I was just thinking about how like as the stories progressed, like from like Goblet of Fire, I feel like on they just got like really dark and darker
Oh,
and
that's
darker.
definitely true too. Like they
And-
became more and more more and more Halloween movies. But
That's what I
still think
mean.
I still
Exactly.
think they try to maintain like a warm moment in the middle that's got that Christmas feel.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
not
would
the
say
last
you're right.
two. Maybe not the
Yeah.
last 2 or 3.
Yeah, no, I would say you're right about that. All right, that is a good honorable mention. The next one, you be the judge of if this is a Halloween movie. The Candyman, movie about
It sounds like it should be.
It does. It's a movie about if you like say like his name like what 3 times, it'll cause him to appear, like kind of like a fucked up Beetlejuice, and he kills you. Is that what it is? I forgot.
I don't know. Gotta be honest. I bet the man from Kentucky would know, but
I bet he would know.
he lost his battle.
He did. Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers.
Helen Lyle is a student who decides to write a thesis about local legends and myths. She visits a part of town where she learns about the legend of the Candyman, a one-armed man who appears when you say his name 5 times. Not 3 times, that's Beetlejuice. Also, another really good honorable mention is Beetlejuice. Of course, Helen doesn't believe all this stuff, but the people of the area are really afraid. When she ignores their warnings and begins her investigation in places he is rumored to appear, a series of horrible murders begins. Could the legend be true? I mean, obviously the legend is probably true, because they made a movie about it. Candyman. Who can? The Candyman can. All right, that was a really good one. An American Werewolf in London.
Well, hold on.
Well, hold on. Yeah, I actually didn't do the trivia for it, but go ahead.
Well, is it a Halloween movie?
I don't know.
Is it?
Is Candyman?
Because I feel like neither of us are attached to this movie. I don't watch it at Halloween time.
I put this one more in as an honorable mention because I know a lot of people like this movie, but no, it is not considered a Halloween movie. But I think this is still a pretty good movie in general. But I don't know. I feel like I've seen people wear it as a costume, so I included it as a Halloween one.
What's it look like? What's the costume? A guy with one arm?
A guy with a hook for a hand and a big like fur jacket, like coat. But
Okay.
yeah.
That's an easy one.
Yeah, it's more of like a creepy pasta, I guess. It's like an old school creepy pasta movie. All right.
It's an urban legend movie.
Yeah, exactly. An American. Oh wait, the Candyman. The bees were bred specifically for this movie. They needed to make sure the bees were only 12 hours old so that they looked like mature bees, but their stinger wouldn't be powerful enough to do any real damage. So that's cool.
This is back when we weren't worried about the bees.
Back when we weren't worried.
Just like let's just get a whole new batch of them. Like let's just make 1 million bees just for this movie. And then we'll kill all of them when we're done because we don't need them. That'll be too many bees. We don't need that many bees.
Just get rid of them, boys. Just dump those bees out somewhere.
Fucking gas them.
Just dump them over by the toxic waste plant.
What's the Go dump them behind Ace Chemical.
Go dump them behind Ace Chemicals, boys.
That's from Batman, right?
I know, yeah, it is. It's
right,
the
good.
one where Joker gets his powers or whatever.
Hey, go dump these into one of the vats at Ace Chemicals. Nobody will ever find it.
Go dump this in the runoff behind Ace Chemicals. It'll be good. I trust me. Killer bees attack Gotham next week.
Very funny bees.
Very funny bees. All right, the next one is An American Werewolf in London.
Because it's a werewolf movie?
Well, this is like the werewolf movie. I would consider this, besides the Wolfman, I would consider this the epitome of werewolf movies. I wouldn't go out on a limb and say that.
Just can you talk about this for like 5 minutes?
I was just gonna give a quick thing about it. I mean, it's about a guy
tell
that
me
goes.
Why it's a Tell me, hold on, because I'm gonna mute myself. Tell me why it's a Halloween movie. Tell me why you love it. Tell me why it's great for Halloween time.
Not all of these movies are movies that I love. I was trying to be objective with a lot of these.
You don't have to talk about why you love it. I'm just saying, like, talk about it for a minute so I can chop on some chips.
No, I gotcha. This is to me one of the like classic movies that I would say that you watch around Halloween. I think it's one of the best movies for special effects of its time. I mean, I think it even got an award for that, and I think it actually mentions that in this trivia fact. But it's one of, I think, probably the best werewolf movies of all time. Second only, as I said, for probably The Wolfman. But I think only The Wolfman is considered the best because of nostalgia and because it is like the first of its kind. But I don't know. I think this is a great movie. I think this is worth a watch on Halloween for anybody that is really into werewolves. I think it's one of the best werewolf movies of all time. Here's a little trivia fact about it. Due to the controversial lack of recognition for the Elephant Man in 1980, makeup and industry technological contributions became recognized by the Academy Awards in 1981. Makeup artist Rick Baker was the first to receive an Oscar in the new category. William Tuttle was the first makeup effects artist to receive an honorary Oscar for his work on Seven Faces of Dr. Lao. And at 31, Baker was also the youngest person to win the award, a record that was later tied by Tammy Lane for The Chronicles of Narnia. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Whoa. That's pretty cool. Good little fact right there. Normally we would have gone into Hellraiser, but let's skip over that to the next one. Probably my favorite horror series of all time. I think we're both going to agree that it's one of the best horror series of all time. Is it a Halloween movie to you? I don't know. I would consider this to be my Halloween movie, is The Evil Dead 2, but I wrote the Evil Dead series in general, like the franchise in general, as the entry here. So the Evil Dead franchise, where do we stand on it as Halloween movies?
I think that because we both love it, that we can allow this to happen. And we can say this is a great Halloween movie. I've definitely seen plenty of people with plastic chainsaw hands and all that, and yeah, it's one of the few horror movies where the protagonist, or like the person who's not the evil villain, is the famous thing that we all remember and idolize and like dress up as.
Yeah, I think it's
not that anybody idolizes Freddy Krueger, but you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. I was gonna say, like, he's one of the big horror icons of all time. Like, he took
Yeah.
he took a place of like amongst the greatest horror icons of all time. And I think there's, like you said, there's not really that many heroes that like,
What's the Ripley? Ripley's pretty good, but she's not
yeah,
as people dress up as Ripley, but and she is badass, but like fucking Ashley became something else.
yeah. I would argue though, honestly, that if I was gonna make a collage of like horror icons, I would put the Xenomorph before I would put Ripley. And that's
Exactly.
nothing to Ripley, but yeah,
The alien
that's
overshadows Ripley, whereas
exactly.
Ash shines.
Exactly. Ash is basically the reason why you watch most of the Evil Dead movies. I mean, not the later Evil Dead movies, obviously, because they don't have him, but I would argue that like half of the charm of the original Evil Dead movies and the TV show is having Ash as the guy. You know what I
I
mean?
feel like part of the way it almost feels like while you're watching the movie, like especially because I've told you before I like Evil Dead 1, like the original more than Evil Dead 2. But
Mhm.
regardless, like starting like knowing the whole series and where it began, and it just starts pretty normal for him as a character in this movie, and him like when you're following the series, it's like you're following it with him, and he's like reacting to it in the same way that you would, where it's like so insane
Exactly.
and like you're just it's not even like he's a stand-in for you, like it's like he's your buddy who's watching the movie with you, but he's oh shit, he's actually in the movie, and he's like oh Jesus.
Yeah, that's a great way to explain it. Before we I want to say like the trivia, but I also want to say a kind of a what I would consider an honorable mention, but who's also I would consider a benevolent horror icon, because like we were saying, there's not that many benevolent horror icons, but I would say
Yeah.
like one of the other ones that I can think of would be and I love this movie a lot, and that's why I'm mentioning it also. But Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, Elvira, I would say would be like
She is she not evil?
I wouldn't say she's evil. She's not evil in the movie. She's
I don't know what
seems to
happens in the
be.
movie.
I forgot what happens in the movie. It was a pretty good movie, but
That's something that Trump would say. He's like, I forgot what happens in the movie, but it's a pretty good movie. And just moves on.
All right, so here's the plot. When a chauvinist millionaire buys the television network where Elvira is the horror host of a late show, she quits her job with the intention of producing her own show in Vegas. However, the producers demand $50,000 from her, and Elvira does not have the money. Out of the blue, she receives a telegram informing her that her great aunt Morgana died and that she has an inheritance to receive. Elvira drives to the uptight town of Falwell, Massachusetts, where her convertible breaks down. While repairing her convertible, Elvira inherits an archaic mansion, a recipe book, and a poodle. Her great uncle Vincent Talbot proposes to buy her book, but the poodle hides it in the sofa. Meanwhile, the conservative council of Falwell feels uncomfortable with Elvira's clothes and behavior and does not let her find a job. But the cinema owner Bob Redding and the local teenagers help Elvira. When she decides to cook dinner to impress Bob, she uses Morgana's recipe and finds that it is indeed a spell book that belonged to her mother, Divana. Further, Morgana has protested her from the warlock Vincent that wants the book, protected her from the warlock Vincent that wants the book to take over the world and destroy Elvira, who is a powerful witch. When Elvira refuses to sell the spellbook to Vincent, he convinces the council that she is a witch that must be burned at the stake. How will Elvira stop the evil warlock Vincent? See, I love that movie. It's I watched it a few
Sounds
years ago for
campy,
the first time.
fun.
Why? See, I love campy movies. That's like,
I know.
yeah, I was gonna say we were just talking about Evil Dead. I think that was actually a good companion to Evil Dead. Honestly, like I said, features like a malevolent character who's also a horror icon. Let me just give a few trivia facts about the Evil Dead series. Mostly, I think about Evil Dead 1. The last one is the Evil Dead 2. The cabin used as the first film set was also the lodging for the 13 crew members, with several people sleeping in the same room. Living conditions were terrible, and the crews frequently argued. The cabin didn't have plumbing, so the actors went days without showering and fell ill frequently in the freezing weather. By the end of production, they were burning the furniture to stay warm. That was
What?
crazy. Isn't that wild? Number 2, Stephen King was such a huge fan of The Evil Dead that he convinced producer Dino De Laurentiis over dinner, who was producing King's Maximum Overdrive, which we will get to in our lesser-known horror movies, to have his production company, De Laurentiis Entertainment Group, finance The Evil Dead 2. And we know that that worked out, because in our next trivia, we have Bruce Campbell completely improvise a scene in Evil Dead 2 where he fights his possessed hand in the kitchen of the cabin. Sam Raimi praised his performance and used the first take for the film. So that's awesome.
That's amazing.
It is. All right, here's a movie that you and I have seen. I know we've both seen this movie. And I guess this one is also arguably a Halloween movie, but I would consider this to be a Halloween time movie, even if it doesn't have anything to do with Halloween. Can you guess what movie this is?
No.
Take one guess.
I don't know.
Here's The Thing.
Oh, it's The Thing.
Yeah. So I would argue that that's a Halloween movie, even though nobody's going to dress up like The Thing.
And it's all snowy.
And it's all snowy. Yeah. I wouldn't
That's not
consider it a
very
Christmas
Halloween.
movie.
No. Does Christmas happen during it?
No, not at all. I
Yeah,
don't think
then
there's anything to do with
It's
Christmas.
just a horror. It's just a good horror movie. But if you think
Yeah.
if you like watching it on Halloween, then power to you.
You know what? The song Superstitious by Stevie Wonder plays, and that I hear all the time on Halloween. So I'm going to
True.
say it is a Halloween movie.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a weird point, but that's a good one.
I like that.
Here's some trivia about The Thing. Amazing movie. Just want to give a quick synopsis, I guess. 'cause
Here's
I
another
think-
thing about The Thing.
Here's another thing about The Thing. I mean, I think we all know the synopsis of it, but just in case anyone doesn't know, it's about a research facility out in the middle of Antarctica somewhere. Like, they find a dog, and it turns out the dog might be something from another world, pun intended. And they find out that some random Norwegians, I think it was, basically thawed a alien creature out of the ice, and it started shape-shifting and attacking them. And now they have to deal with that. These other guys, like Kurt Russell, the actor Kurt Russell, has to now fight a bunch of things. So that's fun. Here's some trivia things. Unused music composed for this film was later used by Ennio Morricone in Quentin Tarantino's The Hateful Eight. Ironically, Morricone's theme score was nominated for a Razzie for Worst Score, while his score for The Hateful Eight won him an Oscar. I always thought that was a fun little tidbit right there. I don't know why it won him a Razzie, because I think that the score is really good for The Thing, the original one. It kind of reminds me of The Shining a little bit, because it's very suspenseful. The film is considered a benchmark in special effects. The effects were created by Rob.
Can I just say that is
Yeah.
that is insane that he got a Razzie. But do you think it's because it's so silent, the movie? Like, there's so much just ambient noise.
Well, I think that's what it is, because
They're just making fun of the movie, but they ended up like really kind of shitting on the guy who made the music for the movie.
Well, I guess if you're looking at it from a composer standpoint, it's an incredibly simple movie. Or sorry, it's an incredibly simple soundtrack. Like, when you listen to it, it's a lot of like bum 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 bum. You know what I mean? It's a
But
lot
it's
of just like
it's not bad at all.
no,
just simple.
yeah, exactly. You know what? It reminds me of what Ennio Morricone did in his original stuff, which was westerns. You know what I mean? He did a lot of westerns and ambient western sounds, and I felt like he just took that same kind of sound and brought
Maybe
it.
that's
to
kind of
The
what it
Thing.
is too. It's a standoff between Kurt Russell and this thing.
Oh, I never thought of it like that. Well,
You know? And
it's supposed to be like a
instead of the
paranoid-filled
desert-
movie.
Instead of the desert and like this just open vast wasteland of desert, it's an open vast wasteland of snow and ice.
Yeah, I never really thought of the thing as a Western, but that kind of brings a new flavor to it.
Just the fact that they use some of the music for a Western just highlighted that for me.
Yeah,
Not
that's a
that
good
those two
point.
things are related, but
Yeah, but that
what
makes
allows me to
sense.
see that.
Yeah. Um, the film is considered a benchmark in special makeup effects. The effects were created by Rob Bottin, who was only 22 when he started the project.
That's
To
cool.
give it is to give the illusion of icy Antarctic conditions, interior sets on the Los Angeles sound stages were refrigerated down to 40 degrees Fahrenheit, while it was well over 100 degrees outside. And then Kurt Russell took a drag on a cigarette at the beginning of certain shots in order to make the breath appear more visible.
What?
Isn't that cool?
That's
All right.
crazy.
This next movie is definitely a Halloween movie. The next two movies I would argue are Halloween movies. Even though I would argue the second one doesn't take place on Halloween, I would say you would think it's a Halloween movie. But am positive that this right here is a Halloween movie. And this I like this movie a lot. I actually just watched this recently, and I still I to this day I think I even like this more than when I was a kid, which I watched a lot as a kid. And shout out to Tim Burton again. But this movie, Sleepy Hollow, is fantastic, I would say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You are right about that.
A great, great, great movie. Classic, I think at this point in the horror and I think Halloween genre. Would you say it's a Halloween movie? I think it's a Halloween movie.
I think so too.
Yeah, and I don't know if Halloween's ever stayed in the movie. I just watched it the other day and I still don't even remember if Halloween's ever, but it has the most Halloween feel of like many, many movies.
Yeah.
It's pretty Halloween through and through,
Yeah. Well, it's because it's like emo and goth.
Yeah, and it's got the jack-o'-lantern like head, like the headless
Yeah.
horseman.
True.
You know what I mean? So it works.
Got to give you that. Yeah.
Yeah. Christopher Walken, it's got a tree that bleeds. You know what I mean? Christopher
Tree that
Walken
bleeds is awesome.
It is. It's pretty crazy. It's got a witch, I think, at one part, so that's fun.
Yeah.
It's a good movie. It's a really
It's
good
got enough of the
movie.
things that make it Halloween.
Exactly. Couple of trivia facts. Johnny Depp adopted Goldeneye, the horse that played Gunpowder, Ichabod Crane's
Beautiful.
horse in this film. Yep.
I think I've heard that before.
And
you heard it was going to get put down, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
And here's a little bit of folklore for you. The idea of the headless horseman actually dates back to the Middle Ages in Europe, largely in the Celtic and German folklore. While Washington Irving's horsemen can be considered the most famous, most areas of the United States during the time of the stories publishing had their own stories of headless horsemen. Irving is said to be inspired by the headless body of the Hessian Jaggers, renowned sharpshooters and horsemen, who was found in Sleepy Hollow. The real Van Tassels buried him in the old Dutch burying ground in an unmarked grave. Interesting.
Yeah.
And this next movie, I think we both like this movie a lot. I actually, when I first watched this, or when I first heard about this movie, I should say, like I had the opportunity to go see this in theaters, and I was like, nah, I don't feel like seeing that, because I don't know. I don't know. Well, let me tell you, The Cabin in the Woods.
Oh, great movie.
But yes, it is an amazing movie. I watched this later on, and I instantly was like, "This is why did I not watch this?"
I would put Cabin in the Woods up there with Trick or Treat in terms of like the type of horror movie it is and how fun it is. It's just so fucking fun.
It is.
It's not like a similar movie really, other than like it's silly and scary.
I kind of want to throw in a movie too, and I don't know if it fits, but I want to throw it into these movies as kind of an honorable mention. I was gonna put it in here, but honestly, I just want to do an honorable mention. But it's one of my personal favorites to watch for like modern horror movies. It's Ready or Not. I think I've told you
Never
about
seen
this
it.
one before. It's about a bride to be that like gets hunted down by her satanic newlywed like husband's family,
Yeah, I think
and
you've told me about this.
it's really good. It's with Samara Weaving. It's one of my personal favorite like modern like horror thriller kind of movies. But they're like Satanists. It's pretty good. They have to practice this as like a ritual or something. But that's a good
It's just
one.
their culture. Leave them alone.
It's just their culture. Yeah, you know. All right, but the Cabin in the Woods is great. It's basically like a doomsday cult. They're trying to prevent the end of the world by sacrificing these people in like with horror movie tropes so they can make it kind of entertaining for like elites and shit. And they basically have these lab created monsters of nightmares that are all like basically like off-brand monsters. Like they have them like a mermaid man, like a merman. They have like a unicorn. They have like a whole bunch of like random monsters, like werewolves and
Oh,
all
I
kinds
have
of
a
shit.
question about this movie.
Yeah.
When does it take place?
Uh,
Because it's a ritual. Spoilers. It's a ritual that apparently happens like once a year. No.
yeah. Uh, it is not explicitly set during Halloween though.
No. It's just like they don't tell you what day it is, but like it just happens.
Yeah. Yeah,
And they tell you
exactly.
it's like this big ritual that they do. Interesting. It's
Yeah.
not trying to be a Halloween movie, but I'll tell you what. The way it has like all those little horror monsters and like references to horror icons that we would call horror movies, Halloween movies. It could be that. It could be a Halloween. It could be a Halloween movie for that alone. But like, it's like candy, that movie. For that reason, it's a Halloween movie.
Yeah. It encapsulates, it's kind of like Scream. For what Scream did with slashers is what this movie I feel like did with like sacrificial and like deep state kind of like horror movies. You know what I'm saying?
What else is like that?
I don't know. There's not many movies that are like good horror movies that deconstruct
I'd say it's just
their
trying to be.
genres.
It's like it's just deconstructing Cabin in the Woods, but also all horror movies at the same time.
That's what I'm saying about that and like Scream. Scream like does like slashers, but Cabin in the Woods does like all horror movies. There's not that many movies that like deconstruct horror movies like that. I would argue that this might be a honorable mention for the lesser known, but I would argue Behind the Mask: Rise of Leslie Vernon is another movie that also kind of deconstructs the horror genre.
Who's Leslie Vernon?
So what this movie is it's a guy that like goes around with a camera crew as he's like trying to emulate like Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees and like Freddy Krueger and shit, because they're all like real people in this universe. So he's trying to like emulate all the greats, and he's trying to like make his own like horror. So that's like
his own horror.
Yeah. I would say
He's
that's
just making horror. He's making the idea of horror in real life.
like a horror, like he's making his own like slasher series basically is what he's trying to do.
Oh, he's
Well,
okay.
yeah. But so that let's go over the trivia for Cabin in the Woods. The thermal coffee mug bong was a fully functional mug and bong as portrayed in the film, the prototype of which cost $5,000 to make. And much of Drew Goddard's inspiration for this movie came from his own upbringing in Los Alamos, New Mexico, a place filled with scientists and coworkers all going about their business and living seemingly routine and ordinary lives, even though they were building nuclear weapons that could potentially destroy the entire world. He talks about this in the DVD special features, interviews, and commentary.
What did that guy make next? Like, what was his next movie?
Drew Goddard made like a bunch of movies. He I think helped make the first season of Daredevil. He made the Martian movie with what's his face? Yeah, Matt Damon. He makes a lot of random weird stuff.
Has he made another great horror movie?
I forgot. He makes Drew Goddard. When you hear what he makes, you're gonna be like, what? He made The Bad Times at the El Royale. I like that one. He made
Never saw it.
Cloverfield.
Cloverfield. There you go. I
Yeah.
don't like Cloverfield, but hey, there you go, man.
I think he was a producer on those, The Cloverfield Paradox and 10 Cloverfield Lane. I don't really like Cloverfield either, but that's a good honorable mention for this.
Sure.
I guess he was he had something to do with World War Z. And he was originally going to be the one who was going to make the Sinister Six movie and the X-Force movie. So
I gotta say,
there
I'm
you
really
go.
not like impressed by this guy outside of Cabin in the
think-
Woods.
I was going to say The Martian's a good movie. I thought that was a good movie. It's not anything like anything else he did, but I think it's just genuinely a good movie.
What's this guy doing?
I don't know.
Why isn't he making another great movie like Cabin
I
in the
don't know.
Woods?
All right, next movie. I would argue
every
this
time
is
they just want me to talk about Cabin in the Woods. Oh my god! Everybody just wants me to do another Cabin in the Woods, but
everyone just
I
wants
really
me to
just-
do Cabin.
I really just want to work with Matt Damon.
I really just want to work with Matt Damon. No more Chris Hemsworth.
Yeah.
All right. Next movie. I would argue this is a Halloween movie. It might even take place on one of the segments during Halloween, but I could be wrong about that. Creepshow. I think this is a fantastic movie.
Yes.
I think all the sequels are eh.
No,
and I
they're
think
all the same shit. They're all the same sloppy, fun time, goosebumps for adults.
Yeah, but I would argue that they just got progressively worse after
Yeah.
the first one. Like the second one was
Like,
okay,
I actually
and
really
the third
like.
one was just awful.
I really like the sequels.
I'm gonna have to watch them again. But yeah, Creepshow's great. It's about like 4 segments. It's got Leslie Nielsen in it, where he like murders like his wife and her lover, I think, right? And he's got another one. There's another segment which is one of my personal favorite horror stories of all time, and it's based on The Color Out of Space by H.P. Lovecraft. It's starring Stephen King as a yokel in like a small town that gets like a meteorite on his lawn that just starts turning everything into like a green grassy like wasteland, as
Like
weird
moss.
as that is. Yeah, like moss, exactly.
It's like a
And
moss
he just
monster.
becomes like a moss monster, exactly. And there's also another segment that was directed by Stephen King, also that segment. There's another segment directed by, if I'm not mistaken, John Carpenter, which is starring his wife. And people may know her from the Swamp Thing movie. She was also I'm pretty sure, the wife in the Swamp Thing movie. Or people probably would know her more from Creepshow than the Swamp Thing movie in hindsight. But yeah. She's in the segment, and John Carpenter, I think, directed the segment called The Crate, where it's about like some kind of like monstrous thing that's found in like this crate in a university. Really great movie. Highly recommend everyone to watch it. I think I'm missing one other segment, right? Am I? There's the cockroach one. Does that happen in the first one?
I don't remember.
But great movie either way. It's the only George Romero film to open at #1 at the box office. That's crazy. And it's Fluffy, the creature from the crate, was the first fully animatronic creature Tom Savini had created. He spent over an hour and a half on the phone with Rob Bottin and the artists from The Thing, The Howling, and Total Recall, getting advice on how to build this. So that's cool. And the next one I've got is actually related to George Romero as well. Night of the Living Dead. Classic. I think this is just a classic horror movie. I'll try to get more Halloween movies, but every time I tried to find like Halloween movies, They were usually either kids movies or they were like Halloween.
Yeah, it's okay if there's kids movies, dude. Some of the most popular Halloween movies are kids movies. Halloween
I was gonna
is
rope
mostly for kids.
the movie Halloween. I would argue that's not for kids.
No,
Oh, you mean
were just saying the
Halloween
list.
Yeah. I gotcha. Yeah. I understand what you're saying. No, I
So
know.
like you should
but
have
I-
kids movies on this list.
I think, yeah, I wanted
Nightmare
to
Before
make like,
Christmas.
well, I was gonna say I wanted to make a whole segment of just like more like kids movies.
What do you
know
mean?
what I'm saying?
But like, there's no other episode for this, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna make a really long episode. We weren't because we
Oh
don't
yeah,
have
yeah,
enough,
yeah.
you know.
No, you're right. Well,
So
I mean, if you want to just keep kids movies separate, you can, but you don't have to. Because like we could be talking about Goosebumps after talking about Creepshow.
yeah, well, I was thinking we do kids movies, the in between of the well known and the lesser known, as like a what do you call that? Like a palate cleanser.
Halloween Town.
Yeah, Halloween Town.
Halloween
That-
Town High.
Well, we'd have to mention those under wraps, all that. But
Yeah.
let's. I've only got a couple more for what I have for stuff written down, and then it's all like improv, basically. Well, I have a whole bunch of names, but I don't have any like trivia or like the plot summary. What do you think of Night of the Living Dead, though?
Yeah, it's just like a classic. It's not bad at all. I would definitely call it a Halloween movie. Because zombies, like you kind of need zombies for Halloween. Zombies are now, like, even though it's not a one specific character, and there's always like a bunch of zombies, it's as iconic as any other Halloween character.
Yeah, as any other like horror movie monster. It's pretty
It's-
much like
there's-
on the tier below like
Vampires.
mummies. Well, exactly.
No, it's
like,
above. It's above mummies now.
well, I was gonna say
Mummies are
it's
essentially
on.
like a form of zombie.
Well, I was meaning more of like in regards to like the horror movie monsters, the ones that like the Universal monsters, like you
No,
know what I mean.
it's
Those
definitely
classics.
bigger than mummies now. It's definitely bigger than mummies.
I guess so.
It's definitely bigger than mummies, dude. Come on. Like nobody gives a shit about mummies anymore.
Yeah, I do think that's true.
Mummies are cool. They just need like a like the Mummy series was never really like a great mummy series, if you ask me. Like I love the Mummy with Brendan Fraser. Never watched the new one. But like if you want to
Yeah, I
make
never
mummies
watched it either.
cool and scary again, you need to make a cool, scary mummy movie.
I will say I do have those on this list later on, but yeah.
The mummy movies aren't scary, they're just cool.
They are. I think they're kind of. There's some movies on here that I have as kind of like a palate cleanser to like offset like a lot of the crazy ones. But I will say the Grindhouse ones just get crazier and crazier.
Well, all I meant to say though about that is that they need to make mummies cool again.
Oh yeah,
Because it's probably easy. You could probably make a scary mummy pretty easily. Make a whole horror movie set within a pyramid. And like this like group of people are stuck inside this like forbidden part of the pyramid and like a trap kept them in there. And like let's just have this scary ass fucking mummy just hunt them, and it's like spooky because there's like it's like kind of mystical and like a cult in there. And maybe even at one point there is a cult. They're just like all wearing robes in there.
that's kind of the vibe of a lot of like Grindhouse movies. You'd probably like a lot of Grindhouse movies, honestly.
Like what?
I mean,
What would be a movie like that?
there's probably some kind of mummy like attacks type movie like that.
Which one?
All right, let's find one.
Grindhouse mummy movie.
Yeah, a lot of them are mostly about taking it back to England.
What? Taking what back to England?
The mummy.
Grindhouse mummy movies?
Yeah, there weren't that many Grindhouse mummy movies apparently.
Yeah, I don't think that sounds familiar to me. But yeah, classic classic mummy movies always involve them like having a sarcophagus with a mummy in it, and the mummy wakes up because of the curse of King Tut or curse of whatever the fuck.
All right, so there's
I
Dawn
think
of the Mummy.
I think the best location for a scary mummy movie is in the pyramid, and that's one thing that like the mummy movies do. You know, they actually go into these temples that can be spooky, but it's always played like
Hey, wait.
it's always played like cool.
Here's a grindhouse movie from the 80s called from 1981 called Dawn of the Mummy. It's a group of fashion models disturb the tomb of a mummy and revive an ancient curse. Along with the mummy rising, slaves who were buried in the desert thousands of years before also rise with a craving for human flesh.
Oh, so like zombies.
Yeah,
That's cool. See, that's
that
cool.
makes
Mummies-
sense as like a mummy grindhouse
Mummies-
movie.
Yeah, like you got to embrace the fact that like you're essentially a mystical zombie,
You gotta embrace the fact you're essentially a mystical zombie.
and the mummy
Yeah.
is like the alpha.
Mhm.
It's like it's like one of the zombies, but it's also like the witch commanding the zombies.
Exactly.
But it should still be it should be terrifying. You know how I feel like this is probably something they've done, but like mummies probably want to like come back to life in a way. So they're also vampiric.
That is, didn't they kind of do that in
I believe so.
the
Yeah.
Mummy movie? Yeah, exactly.
But
He
these
kept
you
like
can
taking
make
everybody's life force.
but you can make this way scarier. You know, like what's it called? Like in Hellraiser. You know what I'm talking about?
No, what part in Hellraiser?
The fucking dude who's like dead pretty much but alive because he like escaped hell, and they're like killing people and like just to bring him back to life.
Oh, yeah, I gotcha. It's been like forever since I seen that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, the next one is a pretty Halloween movie.
What is it?
The Exorcist. Exorcist is the namesake of what the movie is. It's like the first like legit like popular movie based on like an exorcism or based on an exorcism story. I think it's from the book of The Exorcist. I think that's what it was. And then yeah, it's one of the original like demon possession movies of like one of the most famous demon possession movies of all time. I think
Maybe
it won
it's like the demon possession movie.
That's what I mean. It's like, exactly like I mean, you could argue like Evil Dead is up there too. That the whole
Didn't this
shtick
come
with
out
that
first?
is all right. If we're talking about what came out first, yeah, The Exorcist
It's not just that
definitely
it
has
came out first though. It's also like I think it's bigger than Evil Dead.
Yeah. I think for cultural reasons, I think you're right. But I do love the Evil Dead more. That's my only saving grace with that.
My experience with Exorcist is that my whole childhood, I heard how fucking like it's the most terrifying movie. That's how it was portrayed to me. So everybody would explain it. Like, you haven't seen this? Oh my god, it's the scariest horror movie. People would tell me that. I would know people were like, that's the one horror movie I won't watch because it's so scary. It freaks me out too much. And I'm like, wow, that's terrifying. I'm never gonna watch that. And then when I was finally like just going through all these horror movies I never saw, I finally saw Exorcist, and I was
It bored you, huh?
I wasn't bored. It was just very underwhelming.
See, I was kind of bored with it when I watched it for the first time, and I watched it when I was like in middle school. But I had just watched Evil Dead 2, and I wanted to watch that one. This was like the first time I had ever watched Evil Dead 2.
I don't get bored easily. I love The Social Network.
I don't get bored easily. I love The Social Network. Is that supposed to be a super boring film?
Not to me.
I was gonna say we should come up with a list of movies that you would love because you don't get bored easily. How about all of the Pirates of the Caribbean movies?
You get bored to those?
Yeah, incredibly.
What? Those are just
But-
pure action movies.
The last one, I really.
Well, I haven't. I've only seen the 3.
I'll watch the 5th one. It's bad.
I bet.
On Stranger Tides, watch it. It's very boring. But all right, let's finish up The Exorcist. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I felt like The Exorcist was underwhelming as well. I don't know. I thought it was boring.
Which wasn't
though.
as scary as I expected. I get that. Like, it aired to a generation that wasn't ready for it.
Yeah. Exactly. That's all it really is.
I'll never feel the way that they felt.
There's a lot of movies like that.
You ever
though,
think about that? That like we'll never feel that level of innocence.
Here's the trivia facts for The Exorcist.
I'm ready.
On the first day of rehearsing the exorcism sequence, Linda Blair's delivery of her foul-mouthed dialogue so disturbed the gentlemanly Max von Sydow that he actually forgot his lines.
Yeah, she says some awful things.
Yeah, she does. She says some crazy stuff. Due to the death threats against Linda Blair from religious zealots who believed the film glorified Satan, quote, Warner Brothers had bodyguards protecting her for 6 months after the film's release.
People are stupid.
Interesting. Yeah. And you tell me if this is a Halloween movie. Little Shop of Horrors.
I don't know. I've never even seen it.
See, I would consider
no
this
idea.
a Halloween movie.
If you say so.
So I guess, yeah, it's not a Halloween movie, but it's a really good movie. It's about a guy who finds a killer plant, and he just starts feeding it people. So that's always fun. The only thing that sucks about it, because I'm not a huge fan of these types of movies, is that it's a musical. But if you don't mind musicals, Jeepers Creepers. Justin Long's first leading role, and he was only 22 at the time of filming, and Justin Long pointed out in several interviews that the film did not even have an official premiere since the MGM studio did not expect much from it. So that's pretty fun. Jeepers Creepers, made by a well-known terrible person, but pretty good horror movie. Jeepers Creepers is a good one. I'll be honest with you, that was never my favorite movie growing up, like for the horror genre, but I always saw what people liked in it. It was, it was an interesting movie. It's kind of like an urban legend movie, right?
Yeah, he's like an urban legend.
Yeah. All right. I guess we'll power through these two movies because I feel like neither of us are too like glued to these two movies. That Jeepers Creepers and then this one, House of a Thousand Corpses. I respect Rob Zombie for, the movies and the music, but it's not one of my favorite movies, but it's still pretty good, all things considered. It's a really dirty movie. I think that's the thing that I'm not into about it, but that's what the appeal is, right? Because it feels grimy from every frame and every second. Like everything about it feels like a tetanus shot,
Yeah. Why it feels like a tetanus shot? You mean like it feels like getting shot with a syringe full of rusty water?
Yeah, but I don't know. It's a crazy movie. Here's some facts about it. There's more than one instance when you see a poster for 2 missing young boys. Those boys are actually pictures of Rob Zombie and his brother, the lead singer of Power Man 5000, as children. In 2014, Rob Zombie acknowledged the movie's cult following, but admitted that he himself is not fond of it. Zombie called the film a calamitous mess. All I see is flaw upon flaw upon flaw. So I guess even he wasn't that into it. But you know what? There's a lot of people who they're, not objectively, but subjectively one of their better movies. They actually, a lot of the artists hate. So it makes sense that he would feel some type of way about it. It's also one of his more experimental movies because that was one of his first. But I like White Zombie. I almost went and saw. I almost went to see White Zombie either this year or last year. Play with Alice Cooper because I wanted to go see Alice Cooper. So that would have been a sick show.
That would have been crazy.
Yeah. I was mostly going for Alice Cooper, but to see Rob Zombie play live would have been fucking awesome. Thunder Kissing 65. I love it. Next up, arguably, I think one of the more famous movies to watch around Halloween time. I would say this is a Halloween movie, but maybe it depends on your mileage. Another by the famous director Tobe Hooper, Poltergeist. What do you think about Poltergeist? And yes, we are going to...
Never seen
You've never seen Poltergeist?
Never seen it.
No way, dude. That's a classic. That's literally a classic.
I know.
Dude, when I was a kid, there's a scene where a dude, have you ever seen any clips from Poltergeist besides the one where the girl touches the TV?
You know, maybe not.
This dude is having a dream in the house, and he goes to the bathroom and he sees like a weird thing on his face, and he starts peeling it, and all of a sudden he starts peeling apart his entire face until like you see underneath his face, and he's ripped off like all of his skin on his face. It's crazy.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, check this out. Go to the stream in a second right now.
In a second right now.
Yeah. Here we go. For the viewers at home, watch the face peeling scene in Poltergeist.
Nice.
That shit's crazy. But yeah, that right there is, I think, a classic in horror, in supernatural movies. It's basically about a family that buys a new home, and they suddenly have to deal with a poltergeist because I guess it was built on an ancient Indian burial ground.
Like, what the fuck, guys? I didn't build it.
What the fuck, guys? I didn't build it. Here's the thing about Poltergeist, and a lot of people may or may not know this listening to this. I think this is actually one of the most famous things about Poltergeist is there's apparently a curse that went along with the movie, and it's one of the only movies that has ever had a curse attributed to it. I mean, it's not the only. There have been a few, but it's one of the few, I guess you could say. Here's the alleged reason why. From my perspective, what I've heard growing up is that when they were making the first movie, they actually were supposed to get skeletons, like fake skeletons, for a scene where one of them is drowning in like the basement or something like that, and some skeletons pop up out of the water. And what ended up happening was they had actually gotten a hold of real skeletons for that scene, and apparently from then on, there had been like bad luck and like crazy stuff happening with this movie. A few people that were involved in it ended up dying. The little girl ended up dying, which is crazy.
That sucks.
Yeah, and I think the older sister in the movie, who I think actually, if I'm not mistaken, was with the skeletons in the scene, ended up dying too, but I could be wrong about that. Let's read this quick article, though. It's about the Poltergeist curse, just in case I missed any things. This is a horror movie with an even more horrifying backstory, the Poltergeist curse. The Steven Spielberg written and Tobe Hooper directed film has to be the scariest PG-rated film ever made. Granted, the rating...
It's PG?
Yes, it is.
How is that scene PG?
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I almost want to throw out an explicit warning for people going to that.
That's like Airplane being PG, and then there's just like a lady's tits in like the first half of the movie.
Yeah, or Weird Science, I think, is PG or PG-13, and it has nudity too. They really didn't really care in the 80s. In the 80s.
Yeah, but PG-13, but then there's PG-13, and then there's PG.
Yeah.
When I think of PG, I think of like, I don't know, what should be PG? Like, Hey Arnold should be PG.
Yeah, Hey Arnold should be PG.
That one should be PG.
Poltergeist should not be PG. No, Hey Arnold should be rated G. What are we talking about?
G?
Yeah.
G's a little much.
G's a little much? That's general audiences.
Yeah, it's a little bit more advanced than that.
I don't know. I mean, what was the Hey Arnold movie?
Dude, don't even get me started.
Hey Arnold movie rating.
There's a Watergate reference.
Oh yeah, it was PG. All right, so maybe. Okay. Let's not get too deep into this, though. Let's get back into the Poltergeist curse.
Now that I'm right, let's not get too deep into it.
Yes, you are right. Great. One of the most interesting things about the film is the infamous curse that has followed it. Many people believe that the Poltergeist films are cursed because of the string of deaths that took place in all 3 Poltergeist films. However, it isn't just the people dying that has convinced people of this curse. There's also been many incidents that have occurred during filming. Starting with the first film, JoBeth Williams, who plays the role of the mother, was a bit nervous about the shooting in the pool scene because there was a lot of electrical hazards surrounding the water. To calm her nerves, Spielberg jumped into the pool with her to show her everything was all right. The scene went totally fine except for the fact that those freaky as shit skeletons you see in the pool were not plastic movie props that you would expect. No, they were real human skeletons. The reason they used real skeletons was simple. They were cheaper than the plastic ones. That's hilarious.
That's insane.
Yeah. This is where the superstitious people start to believe the curse. Not only did they use real skeletons in the first film, but they also used them in the sequel as well. The man who played the shaman in the second film was played by Will Sampson. Sampson, a medicine man of sorts in real life, attempted an exorcism one night following a shoot in hopes to get rid of the curse. He died less than a year later after complications from a kidney transplant. Before his role in Poltergeist, Richard Lawson's curse can be traced way back before the first film. Apparently, this man is impossible to kill because he has come face to face with death on 5 separate occasions, and that isn't even including his premature birth. Lawson served in Vietnam, although there is no doubt that every day was laden with danger. On his 21st birthday, he was involved in a violent firefight and just barely avoided a bullet. Only a few years later, he was extremely close to being hit by a car while crossing the street. His next brush with death came when he was in a car accident where his body was bent in half, and it wasn't for his window being rolled down, he would have likely died. Shortly after the release of Poltergeist, Lawson almost killed himself in an overdose with cocaine because of yet another near-death experience. Soon after the drug incident. Okay, so where are we? Number 5, and this one is absolutely ridiculous. In 92, Lawson was on a commercial plane that crashed just minutes after takeoff into a lake. How did he survive? Well, before getting on the flight, the ticket agent noticed that Lawson was an actor, so they graciously upgraded his ticket to the first-class cabin. The man who ended up in Lawson's original seat died. But the origins of the true myth of this curse started with the tragic fates that came over the young actors that played the children in Poltergeist. The oldest daughter in the film was played by Dominique Dune, who was strangled to death by her abusive boyfriend only months after the release of the film, and she was only 22 years old at the time of her death. Yeah, that's fucked up. The boyfriend only served 3 years in prison. Yeah, that's really fucked up.
What?
That's crazy.
Dude, what is going on here, man?
Yeah. Poltergeist curse, dude.
How do those people fucking sleep at night?
Heather O'Rourke's character was easily the most important in the film as the young Carol Ann. Everyone can remember her cries coming through the television, which was truly creepy even to this day. O'Rourke suddenly became extremely ill in 1988. What started as stomach cramps soon took a turn for the worse, and she went into cardiac arrest where she was immediately rushed into surgery. She suffered from septic shock and died on the operating table. She was only 12 years old. All right, so she didn't die of the thing. It was septic shock. That's crazy. The middle child in the film, Robbie, played by Oliver Robbins, is still alive today despite many people claiming that he died an untimely death as well. That's funny. Hey, everybody thinks this guy died, but he's actually alive.
Yeah.
He did, however...
Is that like, yeah, he was in nothing else after that.
Oh, he must be dead then. He must poltergeist curse. He did, however, have a near-fatal accident on the set. While filming the scene where he gets attacked by the clown, there was a malfunction with the mechanical clown and it nearly choked the boy to death. Everyone on the set just thought he was doing a great performance, and it wasn't until he began turning blue that they realized something was wrong. Had they waited much longer, the boy could have been strangled to death. He suffered no damage after being freed from the clown. There you have it.
Steven Spielberg made this movie?
Toby Hooper directed it. He's the one who did Texas Chainsaw Massacre and a movie called Life Force.
Gotcha.
He's done
They said something about Spielberg.
Well, he wrote it.
Gotcha.
Let me just grab a lighter real quick. Yeah, Toby Hooper's a great director, though. I gotta say, he did a few bangers. I think I have him on the list more than just those two movies, but I could be mistaken. All right, next movie. This is a movie that I have not seen, but I've been wanting to see it for the longest time, and I know you like this movie. I'm pretty sure. The Witch, with the V.
Yes.
Let me just give a quick. From here on, we're just going to give quick summaries about the movies in case anyone doesn't know. For the most part, I think I skimped out on a couple of
Keep
them.
up.
New England, 1630. William and Catherine try to lead a devout Christian life, homesteading on the edge of an impassable wilderness with 5 children. When their newborn son mysteriously vanishes and their crops fail, the family.
Wait, can I just also add that
Yep.
don't they get ostracized and that's why they live there?
I haven't seen this, so maybe.
I'm pretty sure they get like ostracized to the edge of town
All
or
right.
to these outskirts.
The family begins turning on one another, and The Witch is a chilling portrait of a family unraveling within their own sins, leaving them prey for an inconceivable evil. I think I know the twist here is that she kind of like there is a witch, right? And it's kind of making the family go crazy, but then
I think the first scene of the movie, or like one of the first scenes you'll see, is a witch mashing up a baby in a soup bowl, or like some sort of mortar and pestle bowl that's like
Jesus.
full of baby soup.
that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, so it's like right out the gate, you're like, oh, that's a witch.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is like doesn't. All right, spoilers for The Witch. Skip ahead maybe 30 seconds if you don't want to hear spoilers. Tell me real quick.
Already spoiled a little bit.
I know, but that's just the first part. Tell me real quick. She gives herself up to the woods at the end, right? And becomes one with the evil, basically. Isn't that like? I feel like that's a
Sorta.
twist.
Yeah,
All right.
in a way. You want me to tell you?
All right. If you're back now, he said I had sort of gotten it, and he's going to tell me real quick. So give us another minute of spoilers if you skip ahead another minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's like this witch you keep seeing. But bear, like all the problems that they have are like just on their own property. And there's some other creepy omens that happen.
Yeah.
Like the goat on the cover of the poster, or like the image for the movie. She ends up like just like after her whole family is just like destroyed because of this, she just starts walking into the woods in like a daze, and then she finds a coven of witches having a good old time, kind of like Trick or Treat.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and then she just joins them, and then they like float up in the sky.
All right, I'm gonna have to watch it.
It's a beautiful end to a movie. I love that shot actually.
That is pretty cool. All right, a lot of these movies do have relations to each other too. I will say, like the next movie is sort of related to this one, but not really. But that is a beautiful end scene, and I'll give you a couple of trivia about a little bit of trivia about the Vitch or the Witch, however you want to say it. It's the Witch, but you know I still like saying.
Yeah,
it
I think the poster just if you look at an image of the title, it has 2 V's instead of.
And the
I wonder what
reason
the
being,
significance of that is.
the reason being is trivia number 1. The spelling of the title, The Witch, is how the word was written in the story's period because the letter W was not yet in common use at the time.
Oh,
So there you go. For anybody wondering, I was when I saw that, I was like, nailed it.
that's amazing.
That is a great one. And for the second trivia fact, a hare appears frequently in the film. In colonial New England, hares were considered magical creatures in their own right. They're often associated with witches, either as a milk hare, which stole or spoiled milk from farm animals, or the witch themselves, who were thought to be able to turn into a hare in order to spy on and influence people. You know, I have a lot of rabbits outside of my house. The film was shot in only 25 days. That's pretty cool.
That's impressive.
Yeah. All right. Next movie. I think we both have watched this movie. Maybe not. I wasn't a huge fan of this movie when I was a kid, but I when I first watched it, I actually hated this movie because I didn't like movies like this, and I still don't really like movies like this, but
Suspense is killing me. What fucking movie?
Well, the Blair Witch Project. I have really
Oh.
grown fond of this movie. It's genuinely a great movie,
Yeah.
and
It's one of those movies where like Exorcist, people hyped it up way too much for me. So when I finally saw it, I was like, oh.
Well, that's how I felt about it too. I watched it in high school when I was really getting into like a lot of horror movies, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be the shit." Blair Witch Project, everybody talks about, and I'm watching. I'm seeing people run through the woods and then like creep over into corners, and I'm just like, "What the fuck is this?" And then I watched it that time. I was like, not for me. I ended up getting really into like studying film, and I ended up reading a lot of people talking about how that is like a masterclass in filmmaking. So I watched it again with like that mindset, and I started to notice like, wow, they were genius with what they were doing. Like they truly did a lot of cool, crazy shit in that movie. I think that's what it is too. Like once people started like respecting the craft of filmmaking more, they started respecting movies like that more, and even like more like B movies and stuff like that. That's what I get out of it too. But in case anyone doesn't know what the Blair Witch Project is about, it's a found footage film where 3 film students travel to Maryland to make a student film about a local urban legend, the Blair Witch. The 3 went into the woods on a 2-day hike to find the Blair Witch and never came back. 1 year later, the students' film and video were found in the woods, and the footage was compiled and made into a movie, the Blair Witch Project. Trivia number 1. The 3 leads believed the Blair Witch was a real legend during filming, though of course they knew the film was going to be fake. Only after the film's release did they discover that the entire mythology was made up by the film's creators. That's funny.
That's cool. That's how you do it. To get real fear out of them when they're in the woods.
Literally. Just telling everybody that the witch is really watching you. That's genius. That's basically the Tropic Thunder school of filmmaking.
Yeah.
Heather Donahue's mother received sympathy cards from people who believed that her daughter was actually dead or missing. That's number 2.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's a similar thing to what happened with Cannibal Holocaust, which we are going to be talking about again.
Not good for Halloween, I'll just say
Not
right
good.
now.
I don't know I think I might have taken it off, but maybe I kept it in. I don't remember. But maybe Cannibal Holocaust will pop up on the list far down the line I have Halloween movies, and then I have a section called H2, which is all the low budget and crazy movies that I consider Halloween movies. Again, that I consider Halloween movies.
The host considers all of these movies he's naming Halloween movies, and it's up to me to really
put them down and
to
tear
between these things.
To tear all of them down and make them not feel like Halloween movies at all.
No, just kind of shine a cold light
on the lack of Halloween movies around Halloween.
Yeah.
That's a good, yeah. All right. The next movie, it's most of the movies that I have in here, I would say are the originals, but there's a couple of remakes, and this to me was the remake, one of the remakes that I chose. Also, The Thing is a remake, for anyone curious. The Blob. The Blob is a remake of the 1958 Steve McQueen film, one of the greatest actors of all time, of the same name, which follows a jelly-like amoebic organism that crashes down to Earth from a meteorite and dissolves anything in its path, thereby growing in size. Military fellas step in to contain the situation, but one rebellious kid knows the secret and will not give in to the commands of the authorities. Great movie. Highly recommend the remake of The Blob. I recommend the old Blob too, but if old movies aren't really your thing, then don't even worry about it. Watch the remake because it's so good. It's amazing. It's kind of like what they did with the remake of Night of the Living Dead. It's pretty much just given a new coat of paint and spruced up a little bit, and you've got a great movie. It's fantastic. I think it has Patrick Dillon too in one of his first roles. He's the main character, so that's pretty cool. Patrick Dillon is one of the Dillon brothers. I think Patrick Dillon was in There's Something About Mary. He's like the douchey private eye guy. But that might be Matt Dillon, his brother, also. They're both.
I think that's Matt Dillon.
Is it Matt Dillon? I know Patrick Dillon's done. Patrick Dillon, was he in The Outsiders? I don't know. So they were in the Dillon brothers were in some movies. Patrick Dillon is like the bad boy.
I didn't know there was another Dillon.
Oh yeah, there's I think there's 3 Dillons, but I could be wrong. There might just be 2. They're kind of like the Baldwins. They just kind of just popped up everywhere. But yeah, Patrick Dillon, great actor, and Matt Dillon is a great actor as well.
When I look up Patrick Dillon,
yep,
there's no actor that pops up.
Well, who is it then? What was
I think
who's?
you're just thinking of Matt Dillon.
Ah, man, am I just thinking of Matt Dillon? The Blob.
Unless, hold on.
Kevin Dillon. No, it's Kevin Dillon. That's who it is.
Redo it. You gotta redo it.
No, I want to keep it in.
Oh yeah, this is Matt Dillon's brother?
Yeah, dude. He looks just
What?
like him. He's from Entourage.
Oh, he's so rough looking. That's amazing.
Yeah. All right. And he was in The Doors. He played one of the I think he played one of the band members. And yeah, was he in Entourage? I think he was. He was in Trip Tank for some reason. Yeah, he was in Entourage. He's Johnny Drama, dude.
Those.
So Kevin Dillon is the
There are
one.
a lot of Dillons, but I think there's only 2 famous ones.
Oh, all right. All right. Well, that, that's still, there's still a lot
They
of
have a
fame.
famous. Maybe their father's famous.
I don't know. They're just,
Not really a painter.
they look the same, so I don't really understand. You know what I mean?
If you look up Matt Dillon's mother, her description is Matt Dillon's mother.
Matt Dillon's mother, not Kevin Dillon and Matt Dillon's mother.
How that's gotta suck.
That's gotta suck.
Google's his mom. Matt Dillon's mother. You know what's also weird? When I look up Matt Dillon's mother, I see 3 images that all look like different women.
That's hilarious. Chuck Russell, the director, is a big advocate. This is about the Blob again. Is a big advocate of storyboarding shots in advance. He said, "When I first came to California, I gate crashed Universal when Hitchcock was still working. Went into Hitchcock's office, said, 'I'm here to see Mr. Hitchcock,' and I could see him working with a storyboard artist." So I guess he became like really into storyboarding after that. Chuck Russell and Frank Darabont didn't have a lot of rules for the Blob, but they agreed to the general concept of the creature basically being an inside-out stomach, meaning the acid is burning, melting, and devouring almost everything it touches. It's a monster in its simplest form. There must be something about this thing that can slide under your door or squeeze through an air vent, or quietly dissolve somebody in the next room. That's very elemental. It just makes monstery sense. It's a fear of the worst death, being eaten. Yeah, I would agree with that. Just want to throw out there that what do you call it? A lot of these movies are probably also going to be Treehouse of Horror episodes, and there's probably a connection there. I love Treehouse of Horror, and I love a lot of these movies, and I also think a lot of these movies influence pop culture to the extent where they became
The
parodied.
Simpsons' Treehouse of Horror is the lens through which the host sees the world.
That is true. It's that and They Live. Those are my 2 lenses of how I see the world. They Live is how I see history, and then the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror is how I see pop culture. I think that's I think we just nailed it. Holy shit. That's too accurate. All right, the next movie is actually a really amazing newer movie, and I highly recommend everyone that hasn't seen it. I mean, I think there's a lot of people that have seen this movie, so I don't think many people have to be recommended this, but it is kind of a cult classic now. I mean, it's not really a classic yet, maybe, but it's a fantastic movie. Either way. Has nothing to do with the last one and the next one, but either way, I just wanted to throw this in here because this is a great movie. Jennifer's Body. A newly possessed high school cheerleader turns into a succubus who specializes in killing her male classmates. Can her best friend put an end to the horror? Amazing movie. Highly recommend Jennifer's Body to everybody who likes horror movies, who likes fantastic, really. I would say that's a very Halloween type movie, but I don't know if it takes place around Halloween, but the witchy Halloween devilly vibes kind of go through that movie so much. Like the scene where
Yeah, it's
right?
It's a fun watch.
It is.
And I know like a lot of other movies, I'm sure, like I don't want to argue with anybody who says that Cannibal Holocaust is a fun watch.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that like this one's really fun to watch, and you might have fun on Halloween watching it.
Hey.
But I will say it's not a Halloween movie at all. It's one of those summer horror movies, you know?
I think it leads to Halloween. I think this is like a leading to Halloween movie. Yeah. Like how we have like a leading to Christmas movie.
Late summer horror.
Yeah. Yeah, this definitely comes into like Halloween time though. I don't know. But great movie though. Amazing. It's Megan Fox. Number one trivia is Megan Fox has said this is one of her favorite of her own movies.
Wait. Does Halloween happen in the movie?
I don't know.
Look that up.
No,
Okay.
it happens on a regular night. However, the film has become popular as a Halloween movie due to its cult status as a horror comedy about a teen succubus. All right, there you go. It has made it a favorite for yearly Halloween viewings, and costumes inspired by the movie are also popular for Halloween. There you go. I don't really see many people doing a Jennifer's Body costume, though. But
Yeah, it's just like a girl with blood all over her mouth.
well, I'm sure somebody would also try to do like a party trick where they try to light their tongue on fire and it backfires incredibly. And I want to look that up too. If somebody wants to comment a video, if they find that of somebody doing that, drop it in the comments. We'd appreciate it. Also, comment and like for Man from Kentucky. Thoughts and prayers on his recovery. In 2024, Diablo Cody, which I thought it was crazy that Diablo Cody wrote this movie, but she makes some pretty good movies sometimes. Diablo Cody expressed interest in a sequel. I'm not done with Jennifer's Body. I need to find a partner with people who believe in it as much as I do. And that hasn't really happened yet. I need someone to believe in it who has $1 billion. That's a direct quote from Diablo Cody. I need someone to believe in it who has $1 billion is like the best statement ever.
Yeah.
All right. Following Jennifer's Body, how can we top Jennifer? The follow of Jennifer's Body. Do you know how we can top that?
How?
We can top that with the original horror movie, I think, or thriller, or whatever you want to call it, Psycho. Now, this I will say is not not really that much of a Halloween movie, but I think it's kind of been inducted into the Halloween Hall of Fame due to its status as being like one of the OGs of the thriller and horror genre.
Doesn't he wear a costume of his own mother?
Dude, you just spoiled the 80-year-old twist.
Oh no.
Or no, sorry, you just spoiled the 70-year-old twist.
Fuck.
That's actually what the twist of the movie is, though. It's funny that you say that because so here's what happened with Psycho. Director Sir Alfred Hitchcock was so pleased with the score written by this one doesn't really have to do with that, but this is kind of interesting. Alfred Hitchcock was so pleased with the score written by Bernard Herrmann that he doubled the composer's salary to $34,501. Hitchcock later said that 33% of the effect of Psycho was due to the music. Ironically, he was originally adamant that there should be no music in the shower scene, but he was persuaded by his wife to give it a try. The screeching violins and the dire strings, which would inspire the music for Jaws, ended up selling the scene and driving theatrical audiences beyond anything they had ever experienced. Interesting. Another fact, trivia here. Director Alfred Hitchcock bought the rights to the novel anonymously from Robert Bloch for only $9,000.
What?
Yep. He then bought up as many copies of the novel as he could in order to keep the ending a secret. When the cast and crew began work on the first day, isn't that funny? And I just realized because he bought the rights to it, that would mean that every time he was buying that novel, he was paying himself. So it was kind of like, what did they call it? It was kind of like laundering in a way, but not really. When the cast and crew began work on the first day, they had to raise their right hands and swear an oath not to divulge one word of the story. Alfred Hitchcock also withheld the ending part of the script from his cast until he needed to shoot it. Kind of like the Marvel method a little bit, like the modern day Marvel Studios method.
Marvel movies are just like Alfred Hitchcock movies.
Yep. You heard it here. I mean, I'm sure everyone believes that deep down inside. Just look in yourself. You'll find it. The next movie. How can we top Psycho? Let me tell you. We'll go back down the list to a movie that's a great movie, but Still not quite psycho level. I love the saying psycho level. That's pretty funny. Let's go to Zombieland. So Zombieland is, everybody knows about Zombieland. A shy student trying to reach his family in Ohio, a gun-toting bruiser in search of the last Twinkie, and a pair of sisters striving to get an amusement park join forces in a trek across zombie-filled America. I love it. Road trip zombie movie. Zombie movies are great as road trip movies. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that, but honestly, I don't think there's that many people that would disagree. I think for the most part, that's where a lot of charm comes from, like zombie movies is road trip movies, because you get to see how the land is affected by the zombies, like attacking everybody. Even movies that aren't road trip movies, like about zombies, I would say maybe 7 or 8 times out of 10, they take place in a town and the people go across the town. Even if it's not a road trip, they just they go from place to place. Like, it's not like, you know what I mean? You need different sets for a zombie movie, which is ironic because Night of the Living Dead was filmed in one spot, so that completely dismantles my entire argument. But I digress. Here's a couple of interesting facts for Zombieland. Woody Harrelson was arrested for marijuana possession during filming, which delayed shooting for exactly a day. The zombie kill of the week, quote unquote, was a leftover from the script's origin as a television. Every weekly episode would have a zombie kill of the week performance by characters on the show. Which, if you watch the pilot of the Amazon TV show they did a few years back, after the first movie and way before the second movie, they actually did something exactly like that. They did a zombie kill of the week.
So, well, that's fun.
Yeah, that TV show pilot is awful, though. It's not even worth a watch.
What makes it so bad?
It's just they don't use any of the same actors. They're all like cheap knockoffs of the original. It's not even that bad, but it's like it felt like such a waste of time, especially given that they made a sequel eventually. So if they hadn't made a sequel, I would say, hey, check it out. But now that they actually made a Zombieland whatever 2, whatever the movie is, Zombieland also, now that they've also done that, I would say don't watch the pilot. The puppy that Woody Harrelson is seen playing with in a flashback belongs to Abigail Breslin. True story. Here's another interesting one. Last of the trivia. Patrick Swayze was offered a cameo role as a zombie before his cancer diagnosis. His scene would have parodied other Swayze movies like Ghost and Dirty Dancing. Zombie cameo roles were also offered to Joe Pesci, Mark Hamill, Dwayne Johnson, Kevin Bacon, Jean-Claude Van Damme, and Matthew McConaughey. I think the funniest one would have been the Dwayne Johnson or the Joe Pesci. I think those would have worked. Even Kevin Bacon. Kevin Bacon would have been good, but that would have been just like kind of funny. Next up on the list, I threw in as some fun Marvel comic book movies to watch on Halloween, and you can feel free to add your own flavor to this too if you can think of any also besides Mortal Kombat that we can add.
Let's see.
So the first one is about Blade. A half vampire, half mortal man becomes a protector of the mortal race while slaying evil vampires. I mean, everybody knows the story of Blade. We probably are never going to get the Mahershala Ali one ever, but it's worth noting that they have been trying to make that movie for the past 5 years. Yeah. And he also popped up in Marvel Zombies recently as a Moon Knight, like a Khonshu avatar, so that's pretty cool. Spoiler alert. I think that was a little late for the spoiler alert, but hey. When David, so here are the trivia for Blade, because I think we all know about Blade. It's also where Ryan Reynolds kind of got his start as a character. We kind of talked about that in our start of our Marvel Zombies and comic book line that we were doing, but when David S. Goyer first pitched the idea of doing a Blade movie, the executives of New Line felt there was only 3 actors who could possibly do the role: Wesley Snipes, Denzel Washington, and Lawrence Fishburne. But in Goyer's mind, Snipes was always the perfect choice for the character of Blade. And here's a little tidbit of information that I actually just remembered right now that I knew prior to this, is that, if I'm not mistaken, he was also up to do T'Chaka in or T'Challa. I think it was T'Chaka actually in a Black Panther movie at the time, also Wesley Snipes. But that ended up not like going through. But Stan Lee ended up actually like touting it and going around and saying that like, oh, they're gonna make Black Panther and it's gonna have Wesley Snipes as T'Chaka, in typical Stan Lee fashion. But
They think only those three actors could have played Blade.
well,
I think that's fucked up. I think what?
Well, I think those three actors were the biggest actors in like the 90s at the time.
Exactly. That's the only thing, is that like they were just the biggest ones.
Yeah.
Those are the three guys like that they could think of.
Yeah, like
But we all know that Bernie Mac could have been Blade.
Bernie Mac. How about Will Smith? Blade could have been getting jiggy with it. Nah.
Bernie Mac.
Bernie Mac. You think Bernie Mac would have been a good Blade? Let me think about that for a second. Okay.
Wait, isn't Blade British?
Is he? I think he is in the comics, yeah.
Yeah. They should have found a British guy.
Yeah, but how many like British guys at the time were famous besides like Pierce Brosnan? There weren't that much.
There was a lot of famous British guys.
I don't remember that. There's not that many famous British people. Like I said, the only British person in the 90s I can think of right now is Pierce Brosnan. Everybody else is old.
Yeah, they should get Pierce Brosnan to play Blade.
Dude, Pierce Brosnan as Blade would have been nuts. Dude, imagine that. That would have been crazy.
Bernie Mac.
Bernie Mac would have been awesome as Blade, honestly. As weird as that is to say, if anybody wants to use their AI points to make a Bernie Mac as Blade, feel free. That'd be awesome. Let's create this. Let's put this into the universe. The scene where Quinn, Donald Logue, attacks Karen in the hospital corridor features lots of screaming, but they knew something was wrong when Logue started yelling too. During the tussle, he fell face first onto the hard floor and completely dislodged his jaw. He had broken it in an accident years prior, and opening his mouth too wide and too fast can unhinge it. They were filming in an abandoned hospital but had to rush to a real one. But I've got this guy who's dressed as a third-degree burn victim, essentially naked, running with his jaw hanging down. The room cleared out pretty fast. All right, and the next little Marvel movie is Werewolf by Night. Basically, Man-Thing and Jack Russell, the Werewolf by Night from Marvel Comics, made famous by Marvel Comics. Jack Russell tries to go in and rescue Man-Thing, I guess, from some shit, and then Elsa Bloodstone shows up. So that's a pretty good little Halloween thing that happened. I'm glad Marvel did that. I think that counts as a Halloween movie through and through because it's Marvel's Halloween special base.
Marvel hasn't done anything as fun as that.
Even since, and for the most part, not really that much right before.
Yeah.
At around 16 and 31 minutes marks, the cigarette burn effect appears in the top right corner of the screen. This used to appear in old films, indicating the change between reels on the film projectors. I think that's a well-known fact. I just figured I'd mention it because it's kind of a cool film fact. But I think a lot of people do know that, the cigarette burn thing effect, what that's from and where it comes from. But yeah, real changes. This is the TV special directorial debut of Academy Award-winning composer Michael Giacchino. Giacchino had previously written in the scores for Doctor Strange and the John Watts-directed Spider-Man trilogy for the MCU, and was a co-composer on Thor: Love and Thunder, and he earlier directed one short and one animated series episode. And then longtime director of The Simpsons, David Silverman, cameos as the performer of the Flaming Tuba, a real-life talent he possesses. This next series I'm not a fan of, but I felt like it had to be mentioned because so many people seem to fucking love it. And I like the first movie. I'm not a huge fan of this movie series. And, people seem to love it, but it's The Conjuring. What do you think? What do you think about The Conjuring?
Dude, you dragged that out for so long.
I know. I'm trying to make it, presentable. But I really
You
don't.
said, anyway, I don't like this movie. That's the first thing you said.
I don't like this movie. Yeah, well, it's true. I don't. Do you like The Conjuring?
Never seen it.
Not even the first one?
Nope.
The first one's good. All the other ones I've half watched pretty much because every time I watch them or put it on, I just get bored out of my mind. They turn into the same old shit over and over again. Kind of like what happens to all horror franchises eventually, or for the for the most part, horror. I think Evil Dead didn't do this. I think they stayed innovative. A lot of horror franchises just kind of go, fall on their head a little bit. I think the Conjuring series is one of them, but the first one's great. And I Ed and Lorraine Warren are real people, and they should be talked about. We're probably going to talk about them at some point.
They should be talked about, that's for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of, the story for The Conjuring #1 is paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren work to help a family terrorized by a dark presence in their farmhouse. Same old story. The real Perron family visited the set of the film. There's fact #1 for you. The production team also built a 50-foot tall tree for the film. There's fact #2 for you. And Patrick Wilson and Vera Farmiga traveled to Connecticut to meet with Lorraine Warren prior to filming. There's another fact for you of this movie that I could give or take for. And now on to one of my favorite movies on the entire list. This movie is fantastic. I highly recommend everybody who's listening to this to watch this movie. But again, a very dirty kind of feeling movie, but I would recommend everyone to watch it. Slither. Amazing movie. And I didn't write a synopsis for this because I think we can explain Slither, right? You've seen Slither.
Never seen it.
You've never seen Slither. Come on. Oh my God. That hurts my heart. That's like if you told me you've never seen The Thing. I know you've seen The Thing because we've watched it, but still.
I know, but remember when I told you I never saw The Thing?
I know, and that's how I feel right now. I feel like, you gotta watch Slither, dude. It's one of the best zombie, alien, insect movies of all time.
Here's the thing.
Here's the thing?
Here's the thing.
That's the thing. Do you know what Slither's about?
No. I think I confused it with the movie Splice.
That's crazy, but all right. So the movie Slither, it's one of James Gunn's horror movies that he made. The guy who did Guardians of the Galaxy, The Suicide Squad, and now Superman. And what it is, it's about Elizabeth Banks, the actress Elizabeth Banks, and she's married to Michael Rooker. Clearly, not a match made in heaven there, but, she's trying to tough through like a bad marriage to Michael Rooker. And Nathan Fillion is a sheriff, as he was before becoming an actor. As the sheriff, what ends up happening is he's like madly in love with Elizabeth Banks, which, obviously he is. I guess they were like high school sweethearts or something like that. Something like that. Anyways, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Michael Rooker goes by the name Grant in this movie. His first and last name are both Grant. And so what ends up happening is Michael Rooker is like out in the woods gallivanting with some trailer park chick, and a meteorite falls down, and it basically sends out some kind of weird slug thing that lodges right into Michael Rooker's chest. Spoiler alert for this movie, although this happens like right at the beginning. And Michael Rooker basically starts like getting this weird like urge to like just start eating meat and shit. And he ends up like going back to that trailer chick and gets her to basically be like a containment or for like all these like zombie slug things. So then she ends up becoming this huge mass filled with zombie slug things. And she ends up like all the sheriffs end up banding together because they notice that Grant has turned into like some kind of weird alien thing type monster. They end up finding the shed out in the middle of nowhere, and this huge chick just explodes, and all these slugs go everywhere, and they start going into people's mouths and turning them into zombies. And it forms like a hive mind across everywhere where they all like have Grant's personality. And so they have to like work together, Elizabeth Banks and Nathan Fillion, in order to stop the zombie apocalypse and kill Michael Rooker. That's the gist of Slither. I love that movie so much. It's probably one of my favorite movies of all time. Definitely one of my favorite horror movies. But yeah, I recommend it to everybody that wants to see a crazy zombie alien movie. It's so good. It's so good. What do you think? You gonna watch it now?
Yeah, I'll probably check it out.
Yeah, it's a good one. So a couple of facts about it. In the opening scene, as they pan down the street, you can see R.J. McCready's funeral home. R.J. McCready is the name of the mayor and was also the name of Kurt Russell's character in the movie The Thing. Russell ended up working with James Gunn 11 years later on Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. Rooker dislocated his shoulder while filming the scene where he attacks Starla, which is Elizabeth Banks. They call her Starla in this. And grows a floppy arm. It was a long shooting day with multiple setups, and he didn't tell anyone until the shot was in the can. That's crazy. I mean, that, it's impressive, but that's wild. He didn't tell anyone he dislocated his shoulder until the end of the day. The original title of the film was Wiggle, but producers requested it be changed to Slither because it sounded more threatening. Yeah, I'm really glad they did that. Because Slither, I think, it sells the movie. Slither actually almost anti-sells the movie, because when I first heard the name of Slither, I thought it was going to be like a shitty 2000s horror movie that just felt dirty and grimy. But when you watch it, it's funny, it's freaky, it's crazy, it's a nutty, gory, still dirty, but really good horror movie. It's got an amazing charm. I actually rented this movie from Blockbuster after it came out. True story. But that was the first time I ever watched it. But yeah, on to the next movie. I saw this in the movie theaters too, and I want to know if you've ever seen this movie, because I think you would like this movie. If not, it's a great movie. So watch it if you haven't seen it, Antios. Eight-Legged Freaks.
I think I've seen that. Is fucking what's his face in that?
David Arquette.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, this movie is amazing. This is it's kind of, I feel like this movie is secretly comic book inspired, but nobody picked up on it or realized it. And that also goes into a couple of the facts that I have laid out, but it's amazing because the main character to me, the kid, looks just like comic book Peter Parker at the time, and I think they did that on purpose. But that's just my own little theory about it, but if anybody doesn't know, this movie Eight-Legged Freaks is amazing. It's about a toxic waste dump that happens near a spider farm. Very campy story, obviously. It turns all the spiders into radioactive giant spiders. So you got all these hopping spiders, you got these nesting spiders just attacking people. But it's a great, great movie. I would highly recommend it to everybody that loves creature features and radioactive type horror movies. It's fantastic. And now that I think about it, for the kid to look like Peter Parker at the time, it makes sense because the movie's about spiders. And yeah.
Radioactive spiders?
Yeah. So that makes total sense. But there you go. Here's a couple of interesting facts. The title did not come from the script, the director, or the studio. In one scene, actor David Arquette improvised the phrase "eight-legged freaks," and that became the title. The original title was Iraq Attack, which I think is a terrible title, so I'm so glad they changed it.
Awful title.
Eight-legged freaks is fucking amazing. That's a great title. It's almost, Eight-legged freaks is almost too good of a title, really, because it's it sticks out. The scene can be seen in the movie with the phrase intact. Yeah, I remember that. Pre-production started 7 months before shooting was due to commence. This was mainly to give the visual effects crews time to render spiders as quickly and as accurately as possible. That's cool. It was shot over a period of 40 days. And here's something you'll notice about a lot of these horror movies. They're shot really quick. The film on the TV when Mike Parker tries to convince his mom there are giant spiders is Them, a film about giant irradiated ants from 1954. And then here's a Marvel fact for you. Scarlett Johansson, Scott Terra, and Carrie Werner have all been attached to Marvel projects. Terra played a young Matt Murdock in Daredevil 2003. Werner voiced the character of S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Maria Hill in multiple Marvel animations. And most notably, Johansson has portrayed Natasha Black Widow Romanov in the MCU franchise. Interesting facts there. They all ended up doing Marvel movies either way. And they came from an irradiated spider movie where the main character dresses and looks just like Peter Parker. I love it.
George Lucas was right. He was more right than he ever knew. The world rhymes.
That's true.
Reality rhymes.
That's true.
I'm serious.
No, that's true. I agree. There's Easter eggs in everything. This next movie I kind of wanted to talk about with the man from Kentucky, but maybe we can just get his take on it the next time he's on, and I can.
Hopefully I'm good enough. Let's see.
I mean, I'm not a huge fan of this movie. Are you? Are you a huge fan of The Lost Boys?
Never seen it.
Yeah, I saw this when I was really young, and it didn't really. It wasn't like my favorite movie, but like apparently a lot of people like this movie, and apparently it has like a lot of comic book like imagery
Good
and
call,
stuff.
assuming he would like that movie.
Well, no, he mentioned he liked the movie in the earlier part of this episode.
Oh, got you.
Yeah. Good call.
This is this type of movie.
Yeah, he's still passed out, everybody, just so everybody knows. He's still sleeping. We're doing this all while he's still asleep.
I was hoping it'd be like a light sleep, but he's probably gonna be sleeping for the next couple months.
Yeah, he's probably not. He's gonna be like Rip Van Winkle, the guy from that Headless Horseman author.
He's just gonna be a big bear.
He's just gonna be a big bear. So the Lost Boys, a mother and her two sons move to a small coastal town in California. The town is plagued by bikers and some mysterious deaths. The younger boy makes friends with two other boys who claim to be vampire hunters, while the older boy is drawn into a gang of bikers by a beautiful girl. The older boy starts sleeping days and staying out all night, while the younger boy starts getting into trouble because of his friend's obsession. Yeah, I don't remember any of that. I remember the guy going out with the bikers who are actually vampires, but that's about it.
Kiefer Sutherland's in it, right?
Yeah.
I know that. I know Matt Dillon's in it.
Is he?
No, I don't know.
Don't you mean Patrick Dillon?
Patrick Dillon's in it.
Patrick Dillon, he's the background character.
You mean Kevin Dillon, right?
No, I mean Patrick Dillon, the unsung Dillon brother.
The one that doesn't exist.
Exactly. Yeah, so Patrick Dillon's in that one. But anyways, Santa Cruz is a stand-in for the fictional town of Santa Carla. You know who else is in this movie? Alex Winter. The kid who was he was Bill from Bill and Ted.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's a cool thing. But yeah, Santa Cruz is a stand-in. Santa Cruz, standing in for the fictional town of Santa Carla, was once plagued with the reputation of being the murder capital of the world because of a series of very brutal murders by three different, very disturbed men in the early 70s. Because of John Linley Frazier, Herbert Mullen, and Ed Kemper, which we've actually talked, I think, about Ed Kemper on here. If not, we're definitely going to. He's kind of wild. Santa Cruz endured 28 murders over a 30-month period between 1970 and 1973. All right. And the new location of the Atlantis Fantasy World comic book store, which was featured in the film, is owned by Joe Ferrara II, who still carries the original #1 issue of Vampires Everywhere that Sam reads in the film. The comic was created only for the film, and its opening page is signed by all of the cast members from the movie. The owner, Joe Ferrara, allows any shopper to hold it and take a photo with it free of charge. That's cool. This was Corey Haim and Corey Feldman's first film together, which marked the start of a... Yep. All right, cool. This was Corey Haim and Corey Feldman's first film together, which marked the start of a popular 80s trend, the two Coreys, in which Feldman and Haim starred together in a number of teenage films. I think this list is going to be a really good, like, Culture Burns episode. Even though it's not technically Culture Burns, I think it'll count as, like, a really good Culture Burns.
They can, though. Why can't it be?
Yeah, we can add Culture Burns special into the name or something.
Just put that at the end.
Yeah. Corey Haim jammed with his co-stars between takes and enjoyed the large props room. Excluded from the nightly parties held by the other actors, Haim bonded with Corey Feldman as they stayed in the hotel watching movies and visited the local arcade.
Yeah, right, dude.
I was just gonna say, I hate to say it, I don't want to talk too deeply about a lot of this, but I just want to mention that Corey Feldman has said a lot of things about what happened to him and Corey Haim in the industry, and it's pretty fucked up and awful. And the guy who directed this movie, I don't want to spend too much time on him. I'm not a huge fan of him as a person. He's got a couple of good movies, I would say, but he made the worst Batman movie of all time. It's Joel Schumacher. and supposedly some shit may have happened. I don't want to get too deep into it, but you know, some fucked up shit. But yeah,
He's a PDF file,
he's a PDF file.
allegedly.
Allegedly. And this was the start of a terrible time for both Corey Haim and Corey Feldman in Hollywood.
It's truly crazy how many of those are just scurrying around Hollywood. Like, been hearing it from like every right wing conspiracy theorist for a while now, but like, too true, so true.
Yeah, I agree. I want to say this out there real quick too. For anybody that's interested in a lot of this type of stuff, there's a really good movie about. I think Joel Schumacher is mentioned in it, but it primarily deals with like Bryan Singer and this famous Hollywood talent manager. It's called An Open Secret. If anybody's interested, it's a really fucked up movie, but it's a documentary. But it's very it's eye-opening for a lot of people because you know, there's a lot of these people, like he said, that are running around Hollywood. You know, it's good to find out who it is. I'll throw out a few names right now: Bryan Singer, Brian Peck, Brett Ratner. Anyways,
Who's Brett Ratner? What did he do?
He
That
d-
sounds familiar.
he directed X-Men: The Last Stand and another movie too.
Wait, 2 X-Men directors?
I'm not saying nothing. I'm just saying that I mentioned their names.
What the hell's going on with the X-Men?
I think it's more what the hell was going on with Fox.
Yeah.
Let's not get too deep into that. Insidious is the next movie. A family looks to prevent evil spirits from trapping their comatose child in a realm called the Further. Have you seen this movie? I haven't seen this movie.
No.
This
Isn't this Conjuring related though?
I was just
Isn't this,
gonna
like, what
say.
the Conjuring.
I found out.
Conjuring came from this, right?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe we should find out which came out first. 2013,
I
and
thought
then
Insidious came out first.
oh yeah, Insidious did come out first. All right. So actually, the trivia is related to this. The film was shot in just 3 weeks. There's one fact, but here's the second fact. James Wan, who directed both this film and Insidious Chapter 2, and The Conjuring, and Conjuring 2, had The Conjuring in mind while directing the first Insidious movie. A number of coherent points can be spotted in both the first and second Insidious movie. So maybe I should watch those if I like the first Conjuring movie. Maybe I'd like the first 2 of those. I don't know. I kind of like how it's kind of a true story, somewhat. The first Conjuring movie too.
Not sure.
It's somewhat based on a true
They all were
story.
supposed to be.
Yeah, they are, but they get really exaggerated. Like Annabelle is totally like not like Annabelle at all.
Annabelle's not that scary looking.
No, she's not.
Annabelle's kind of like fun looking. Kind of like
they had to make her look scary.
That's just an old timey cute doll.
Yeah. All right. This was made. This made just over $100 million from a $1.5 million budget, making it one of the most profitable films of 2011. That seems pretty profitable in general. That's crazy. On describing the approach of the film's soundtrack, director James Wan explained, "We wanted a lot of scare sequences to play really silent. But what I like to do with the soundtrack is set you on edge with a really loud, sort of like a tonal, scratchy violin score, mixing some really weird piano bangs and take that away and add all of a sudden you're like, what just happened here?" I love the way he describes that. So my next movies that I have on the list, and we're really getting into I guess we're getting back into more Halloween-y kind of vibes with this movie. Even though these 2 movies, I consider these movies Halloween vibes. You said you don't consider these Halloween movies, especially the other one.
Just say the movie.
It's Van Helsing and The Mummy. Those are the 2 movies that I chose.
So
They're a package deal.
I'll give you the first Mummy movie.
That's what I was saying.
And I would definitely give you Van Helsing. I absolutely think that's a good Halloween.
I think Van Helsing is an amazing Halloween movie. Yeah, the first Mummy is definitely like it's teetering on a Halloween movie, I think, but I think it definitely aligns with the Halloween vibes.
You know what I think is a good Halloween movie on par with that?
What?
Hellboy.
I would say yeah. I would say you're right about that. Hellboy,
mainly just the first one.
And we can mention that too as a good companion to like The Blade and Werewolf by Night, because that's another comic book movie.
Yeah.
So Van Helsing, we all know about Van Helsing. It's Hugh Jackman. He goes by Van Helsing in this. He he starts attacking vampires and werewolves, and they don't give up and they start attacking back. He ends up befriending Frankenstein's monster at some point, and he fights Dracula. He fights a bunch of Draculas, but he fights also the Dracula. And some female Draculas attack him, and he ends up trying to kill a bunch of baby Draculas. So,
Wait, what?
yeah, remember how there's like a massive amount of like baby Draculas that pop out of like eggs and shit, and they start flying around, and he just starts icing
Oh,
them?
I don't remember that.
Yeah, that was like the end of the movie, and he just starts like shooting them all with his like machine gun crossbow.
Hey, that's his choice.
Yeah. Well, then I think what ends up happening is they use like lightning and just like zap them all. But yeah, so that's Van Helsing, and then we got the Mummy with Brendan Fraser. I don't know what he goes by in this movie, so we'll just call him Brendan Fraser. So yeah. So Brendan Fraser goes out into the desert and Brendan Fraser goes out into the desert.
Let's call him Robot Man.
AKA Brendan Fraser, AKA Fighter of the Mummy. He goes out into the desert and he discovers that there's supernatural forces. This is like the 1920s because Brendan Fraser's kind of old. Or no, is this earlier? This is like the early 1900s. This is like 1910s, 1920s, some shit like that. It's a time when you weren't alive probably.
Unless you were lucky.
Unless you were lucky, yeah. If you were alive at that time, comment down below. Also, remember, a comment is a prayer for the man from Kentucky.
It's been all downhill since then.
Yeah, really. For Brendan Fraser or the man from Kentucky?
Just since 1910.
Oh yeah. No, it has been all downhill. And for Brendan Fraser, I mean, look what happened to him. But he did get that Oscar, so that's cool.
Wait, what happened to him?
Didn't he he got all messed up from like this movie? So 1910 was
What
really
movie?
hard for Brendan Fraser. The Mummy.
He got messed up from the movie?
I think he almost like died, dude. Come on.
Didn't he make like 2 more after that?
Yeah, but one of them was like 20 or 10 years later. Yeah. Anyways, so
Any Hauser.
yeah, here's some trivia for those movies. Stephen Sommers, if I'm not mistaken, directed both of those movies. I think that's how they're related, is they have the same director or writer or something like that. We actually talked about this before in an earlier Culture Burns. Stephen Sommers deliberately chose to avoid the style of transformation from other werewolf films for Van Helsing, where the character would usually grow hair as part of the change. Instead, the decision was made to have the character rip his skin off to reveal the werewolf form underneath, going with the idea that the beast comes from within. And I really like that too. I think that that's fantastic. And
that's been common in other Wolfman things since then.
Exactly. I think that was like a good, a lot of the time, like the skin starts like tearing apart and the fur
But also
comes
just
out.
like the idea of the phrase shedding your skin.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Now that doesn't just go for reptilians, that goes for werewolves too.
Oh, dude. Speaking of reptilians, and we can talk about this on a more regular episode, but I've been diving deep into reptilians.
Oh, have you? Nice. So what have you learned? Just give me a quick aside.
So I was reading some reptilian stories. It's nothing David Icke yet, but that one guy who like swears that he was being tormented by these things, and he like shot this guy who he was claiming was one of these reptilians, shot him like 6 times or something, and shot him in the head, and the guy was fine. The guy like healed within like a week.
What the fuck?
And he says that's because he was an alien. He's not a real person.
That's crazy. All right. That's good. We'll definitely talk about that. We'll talk about that again.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. As you write down this note to hand to your handler.
Yeah, exactly. The place where Van Helsing and Anna fight Dracula's 3 brides is the same place where Frankenstein in 1931, Dracula in 1931, and The Wolfman in 1941 were filmed. The set is called The Court of Miracles and is part of the studio tour at Universal Studios Hollywood. I thought that was a pretty cool fact.
That is cool.
During filming, Hugh Jackman accidentally broke an extra's hand. The film was intended to start a series of Van Helsing adventure movies. However, the reviews were bad and box office returns were far below expectations. All plans for a sequel were dropped within several days of the film's opening. That's awful. That movie was awesome.
This wasn't a comic book.
This was a comic book. Ugh. No,
These
they
aren't
didn't even like comic
characters.
books.
What the fuck?
They didn't even like comic books at that time, but you're right. They would have been like, Hugh Jackman's not singing and dancing or has knives out of his hands. What is this?
This isn't the X-Men.
This isn't the X-Men.
This director's not a pedophile. What the hell?
Dr. Frankenstein's lab was equipped with antique medical equipment purchased on eBay. That's pretty cool. And the second to last scene of X-Men United X2 was filmed with Hugh Jackman when he had a day off from this movie. That's cool.
Huh.
There's your X-Men,
Connection.
Yeah. The gray werewolf featured earlier in the film, the one that bites Velkin, was intentionally designed to resemble Rick Baker's werewolf creation from the film An American Werewolf in London. I felt like I noticed that. The movie, it did have like a American Werewolf in London kind of look about it, because he looks like more like rapid and crazy. So now we're just going to give a few facts about The Mummy. Circling back to what we learned earlier 5 minutes ago, Brendan Fraser nearly died during a scene where his character is hanged. Rachel Weisz remembered Fraser stopped breathing and had to be resuscitated. Crazy. In one scene, Benny is shown with a sack full of gold, which he is trying to load onto a camel. Benny pulls the camel by the reins, but the camel doesn't budge. The camels all, for some reason, hated Kevin J. O'Connor, the actor who played Benny. Isn't that hilarious?
That's hilarious. He's a very hateable looking person.
He is. Oh, O'Connor. He has that like real squirmy like voice too.
Yeah, like how could you genetically define that?
How could you genetically define that? He's like, nice camel, O'Connor. He's like, hey Benny, nice horse. And then Benny just laughs, and then he's just like, what the fuck? It was great. I love the Mummy movies. Amazing movies. Highly recommend them. Here's another interesting fact about it. The library disaster was done in one take. It would have taken an entire day to reshoot if a mistake had been made. Isn't that crazy? That's a cool little tidbit. And it's funny because I always forget about that scene. It happens like right off the bat in the movie.
It's definitely a cool feat.
Yeah, it is. The effects team was told no gore when designing the look of the Mummy. They actually did tests for grossness threshold.
What? All right, that's stupid.
Yeah.
They should have leaned in because, like, they're not the greatest movies in the world, but the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, that's one of the best things is how fucking gross the zombies looked. And, like, and then when you get to the,
So I think they leaned into it later.
Even the very first movie has those crazy zombies.
But that's also, you're talking about Disney. This is Universal we're talking about. So this is Jurassic Park.
But Disney's, like, should be even less gory by that logic.
I guess so. But Jurassic Park, think of how gory that was.
Not very at all.
I mean, it was sort of gory, but I think it was more blood splattering.
That's what I'm saying, though, is that, like, why would they want to not be gory?
I don't know. Maybe to differentiate from the Grindhouse horror movies and shit like that did like a lot of like vampires and werewolves and shit. So they wanted to like do more of a family friendly one. That was more like the original Universal monsters.
So stupid.
Yeah. Shaun of the Dead. We all know the tale. Zombie apocalypse happens, and a guy thinks that going to the pub to wait for it to all blow over will be a good idea. So, yeah. Great movie. It's probably one of my favorite zombie movies of all time. And I added the Cornetto trilogy in here in general because I think all those movies you can kind of watch around Halloween time and you can kind of feel it. I think, though, that Hot Fuzz is more of a post-Halloween movie, like a November movie. But I think At World's End and Shaun of the Dead are very, like, Halloween-time movies.
What makes At the World's End a Halloween movie?
Well, it's about an alien invasion. I think alien invasions kind of count as, like, Halloween. And it's about, not only, it's kind of like a They Live kind of movie because the whole town gets taken over and they have to, like, they figure out that things just aren't right. I think that it's got like.
How well did that last one do at the World's End?
Did you ever watch it? It's really good.
I think I've tried to watch it, but like, how well did it do?
You didn't like you critically? Tried to watch it. I don't know. It probably didn't do the best of the three movies.
I don't hear about it. I always hear about that stupid Seth Rogen, and like all those other.
That movie's good too. This Is the End.
That's the only one. Like, that's the only one I hear about.
Yeah, At World's End is good.
Very close to one another too.
At World's End is really good. It's about a group of guys that get together after they're basically like childhood friends, and one of them is like the asshole of the group, and they get back together in order to go like bar hopping, which is something that they did like as kids because it was like a tradition to like go around to this like these different taverns and like get like one or two beers from each like tavern and just get like sloshed as they walked around.
Yeah, bar crawl.
Yeah, exactly. And what they ended up doing was they found out as they were doing this bar crawl that like all the other people that they were drinking with were all like the same people, and it was all like the same scenarios and shit. And they eventually figured out that that all these people were like fake, like weird, like I don't even know how you describe it, like they almost look like toy plasticky people when like they get busted open. But they're turns out they're like avatars or like clones of like humans made by like aliens that are taking over people, like an invasion of the body snatchers type thing. And they have to basically fight to get to the very last of the bars, which is called At World's End. And you know what I mean, complete their bar crawl, but also try to survive. So I love that movie. I think it's really good. I think all of the Shaun of the Dead, all the Cornetto trilogy movies are really good. Obviously everybody loves Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, but I think At World's End is an underdog in that respect. I would even maybe say that I don't know if I would say I like it more than Shaun of the Dead. I think Shaun of the Dead is the best of the trilogy, but I could probably rewatch At World's End more than Hot Fuzz, and I like Hot Fuzz a lot.
I love Hot Fuzz.
Hot
so I
Fuzz
don't
is
know.
awesome. Hot Fuzz, I would say Hot Fuzz has the better story, but I think At World's End has like a lot of like funny moments and a lot of really good shit. Like I think the first two have definitely the better story of the three, but there's a lot of charming moments about At World's End, and it's still a part of the trilogy, so I still recommend it.
There's a good show, and they never made another season. I don't think. I think it's like an Amazon show that has Nick Frost and Simon Pegg in it, and it's about like ghost hunters. I think you would like it.
Oh, that does sound cool.
It's got a very similar vibe to it.
All right, yeah, I definitely want to
it's
check
new.
that out.
Well, new. It's like new within the last 10 years.
Yeah. All right, I'm down for that. It's probably something to do with Edgar Wright. He did the all those movies with them.
Maybe it's a TV show.
So here's the a few quick facts about the Shaun of the Dead and the Cornetto trilogy. I think I mostly just got Shaun of the Dead facts because that's more of like the Halloween movie of the three. George Romero, creator of the movies to which this movie pays homage and lampoons, was so impressed with Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright's work that he asked them to cameo in Land of the Dead as zombies. That's cool. When asked by an interviewer why they chose to have slow-moving zombies instead of running zombies, Simon Pegg simply replied, "Because death is not an energy drink." That's funny. Simon Pegg and Edgar Wright considered a sequel that would replace zombies with another monster, but decided against it as that they were pleased with this movie as a standalone product, and thought too many characters died to continue the story. The proposed title was From Dusk Till Shaun. However, this idea did have an afterlife. A mocked up.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. That's a great name, though. However, this idea did have an afterlife. A mocked up poster can be seen for the film in Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. That's cool.
What?
Yeah, that's cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Next movie is 13 Ghosts. It's the remake of the movie, but fantastic movie with Matthew Lillard. It was one of my favorite movies to watch growing up, like just to throw on as like my horror movie that I would just throw on. It was crazy, always had a great poster with person screaming and shit. Anyways, just to give a quick plot summary of 13 Ghosts though, Arthur and his two children, Kathy and Bobby, inherit his uncle Cyrus' estate, a glass house that serves as a prison to 12 ghosts. When the family, accompanied by Bobby's nanny and an attorney, enter the house, they find themselves trapped inside an evil machine designed by the devil and powered by the dead to open the eye of hell. Aided by Dennis, a ghost hunter, and his rival Kalina, a ghost rights activist, out to set the ghosts free. The group must do what they can to get out of the house alive. Amazing movie. Always freaked me out too. A lot of the stuff in there. There's that dude with a saw blade in his head and shit. They always kind of reminded me of Hellraiser type characters, but a little more of a witchy vibe, a ghostly vibe than like a demonic vibe. I think the guy actually with the thing in his head might be the Hammer. And a quick fact about the Hammer. Herbert Duncanson, who plays the Hammer, was not originally hired as an actor for the film, but as a stand-in for reference and test shots. When the original actor cast for the role never showed up, he was given the role of that ghost as a last-minute replacement, as there was no time to hold auditions for a recast. And also, in the movie, the characters need special glasses to see the ghost. In the original 13 Ghosts, viewers needed special glasses to see the ghost. This is one of the few details from the original that was kept. This movie also kind of played into the Scary Movie 2
I
a
was
little bit.
just gonna ask about that. That sounds like Scary Movie too.
Yeah, this was that random
interesting.
part in Scary Movie, yeah. There was a few movies that like popped up in Scary Movie 2
They all put on the
that
glasses and they see the ectoplasm all over his face and pants.
exactly.
It's not ectoplasm.
Yeah, exactly. So wait, did you watch 13 Ghosts growing up or no?
Never seen it, but I have
Oh
seen
my
every single
gosh.
Scary Movie.
13 Ghosts is fantastic. I highly recommend it. It's got Matthew Lillard. It's good. Here's the last little trivia fact. And I never realized this guy directed these two movies, but it makes sense because they got a similar vibe. Steve Beck's directorial debut. After this film, Beck would only direct one more, the similarly themed Ghost Ship. I always thought that was going to be like a shitty movie, so I never watched it, but who knows? Maybe I'll watch it. All right. Should we do Drag Me to Hell? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think we already did talk about Drag Me to Hell. I thought we did.
No, I asked you if we should.
Like I said, like we can cover all of these. We just gotta do it fast, so it's fine to cover.
All right.
Just make it quick.
All right.
Actually,
Next one is Drag Me to Hell, another Sam Raimi movie unrelated to the Evil Dead series, but still belongs on this list, I think, in its own right. Christine Brown is a loan officer at a bank, but is worried about her lot in life. She's in competition with a competent colleague for an assistant manager position and isn't too sure about her status with a boyfriend. Worried that her boss will think less if she shows weakness, she refuses a time extension on a loan to an old woman, Mrs. Ganush, who now faces foreclosure and the loss of her house. In retaliation, the old woman places a curse on her, which she subsequently learns will result in her being taken to hell in a few days' time. With the help of a psychic, she tries to rid herself of the demon, but faces several hurdles in the attempt. So, yeah. Actress Alison Lohman did almost all of her own stunts. A Lamia is actually a boogie woman from the Greek mythology who stalks the countryside looking for children to devour. It was a story used to get young children into their beds at bedtime, and the script was written after Sam Raimi and Ivan Raimi completed Army of Darkness in 1992, but Sam pursued other projects before returning to this. In preparation for her role in this film, Alison Lohman watched many horror films. Lohman states, "I watch horror classics every day," she goes on to say. "I would just sit there, turn off the lights, and watch films like The Shining." I'm not a huge fan of this movie, but you like this movie, right?
Yeah.
What do you think? Give your thoughts on it.
It's a good movie. Yeah, no, I want to admit, like, I'm not super passionate about it, but it's definitely a good movie.
Yeah. All right. That's good. That's a good answer. I wanted to mention The Hills Have Eyes. That's also a really good movie. Nice cannibal movie for you. Again, another cannibal movie, much like Cannibal Holocaust, which I recommend to everyone around Halloween time because it's the ultimate Halloween movie. Even the soundtrack is very Halloween oriented, right? Wouldn't you say?
Never seen it.
Oh, dude. But you would say it's a complete Halloween movie, right?
Stop it.
Wes Craven was in part inspired by an incident that happened to him while taking a motorcycle trip with his wife. When they stopped in a small Nevada town, a trio of locals shot an arrow past his head and insulted him. When Craven threatened to sue them, they replied they could easily kill him, leave his corpse in a nearby salt mine, and no one would ever know. Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah. The similarities to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre were intentional. Wes Craven was a huge fan of Tobe Hooper's film. He considered this film in part a homage to it. Wes Craven's original title for the film was Blood Relations. Producer Peter Locke, however, disliked the title. Numerous titles were often considered, and the film tested best under the title The Hills Have Eyes. I like that title, though Craven himself initially disliked the title. Oof. All right, next up, Idle Hands. I would consider this a true Halloween movie. Anton would like very much to go about his daily routine of smoking weed, watching TV, and going after the girl next door. The only thing stopping him is his demon-possessed right hand, which seems determined to kill anyone it encounters. After dropping his parents and his best friends, the hand sets its sight on Molly, the punk rock girl of Anton's affection. Luckily for him, Nub and Mick, his recently deceased buddies, are back from below ground to help get the problem solved. Only they better get cracking because the hand is out for more than just a killing spree. If it gets its fingers on Molly before midnight on prom night, her soul is hellbound. So yeah, I forgot all that happened, but that's a really crazy story and really great movie, especially if you like that scene in Evil Dead where the hand gets cut off.
This is an amazing, funny, just fully entertaining movie that deserves more.
It is. Seth Green is great in it. Possibly a bad guy. Don't look it up, or do look it up if you're listening to ATWB.
Don't look it up. Listen, Seth Green is a great guy. He's done nothing wrong. I know him.
I know him.
Listen, I know he's a great guy. He used to watch me when I was a kid, and my parents would drop me off at his house, and sometimes I'd forget what we did that day, but I was always happy when I left.
You know what's another really good Seth Green movie? I highly recommend the movie The Tit. If anybody wants to check out a really, really fucked up horror movie from the 80s, The Tick is really good. It was like late 80s, early 90s, something like that. That's a really good one. There was one other movie, too, with Seth Green. Austin Powers, yeah, that's also a really good horror movie to watch. Jack Noseworthy, Randy, and Katie Wright Tanya did not know that they were half siblings until they met on the set of this movie. That's funny.
Wait, what?
I guess so. Two of the characters didn't know that they were half siblings until they met on the set of the movie.
How'd they find out? Like, did they just be like, oh yeah, my dad's so-and-so, and they're like, wait, that's my dad.
Oh, maybe. That's crazy that you know, that's how you find out.
That's how Bill Burr and fucking Billy Corgan found out. They're like, fucking dad named two kids Billy? What an asshole.
I love how Bill Burr even mentions that fact. He's like he named his both his kids Bill. Like, what the fuck? All
George
right.
Foreman did that, but you know, it's just
That's
eccentric.
weird. That's weird. I don't like that. I almost get it more for Billy Corgan and Bill Burr because like it almost seems like he was trying to start over. For George Foreman, for a guy that's famous to do that, that's wild.
I think also maybe it's like you said, like starting over, but also like he knows their different last names. You know, he's like Bill and
so.
Bill and Billy.
Bill and Billy. Well, that's what I'm saying exactly. But the George Foreman, like you're only Foreman at that point, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think he named his daughter like Georgina or something. It's crazy.
Oh, all right. So it's like a Jaden and a Jada and like a Willow
there's
kind of
like
situation.
there's like 5 sons named George, and then like one daughter who's like George something.
Well, you know what I mean, though, right? Because like when Willow is Will Smith, and Jada or Jaden is Jada. They got their names from their names. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I never thought about that.
Yeah, they literally, that's like kind of a narcissistic thing to do, because it's trying to be creative and give them their own thing, but trying to influence them with their own thing. So like you're almost better off just giving them a junior title at that point.
Yeah.
That's why Jaden is so weird.
I like Willow though. I like that for a name.
Yeah, Willow seems well adjusted. All right, let's get back to this. This was filmed in the same neighborhood as Halloween 1978, and this is also the same hand that appears in the Addams Family 1991 as Thing, played by magician Christopher Hart.
That's interesting.
That is cool, right? The school gym where the Halloween dance is held is the same gym used for the high school gym in Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Jawbreaker. I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
It's all just one town in California.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably some famous town in California. I want to just say another movie that's on. We're gonna do the lesser known list. I think another time instead of adding it later on. So unfortunately, you won't get Cannibal Holocaust yet. There's a movie I want to say is I think the vibe, even though it's kind of a different vibe than this movie, it came out around the same time, and I feel like it does have like a similar kind of vibe to it, and I think it's a good companion piece to watching Idle Hands. I don't think you've seen it, but it's a really fantastic movie. It's called My Boyfriend's Back, and it's about this kid who he's like a greaser or something like that, and he ends up like dying and like from some bullies or something like that, and he ends up like coming back as a zombie and like taking revenge on the bullies. It's a really good movie. I highly recommend it, and it's a movie I like a lot.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's really good. That's the kind of flavor that you're gonna get with the lesser known Halloween / horror movies section, because those are kind of more
Dragging
of the
Me to
movies.
Hell and the lesser known.
No, this is all more of the well known.
Just that one, the one that you just referenced.
Yeah, that one was. There's a couple more that I'm gonna.
I would put Idle Hands in there because it's not like very
I
popular.
think Idle Hands is pretty well known, especially compared to that one. My Boyfriend's Back. I've never heard anyone talk about that other than like one other person that's super into movies. So it's like,
heard that in my life.
Yeah, it's a great movie though. Fantastic movie. I highly recommend it.
My Boyfriend's Back.
Oh, that song. It goes, my boyfriend's back and you're gonna be in trouble. Hey now. You know, that one. That old gem. All right. We'll talk about some of the other ones on the lesser known list because there are some that I want to mention, but that last one was filmed with the gym that they filmed in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the dance there or something like that. Well, guess what's next on my list? Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I love this movie, and I'll be honest with you, I wasn't a huge fan of the TV series, even though I think Sarah Michelle Gellar is fantastic. In general, I think great actor. She does a fantastic job with everything she does, like Scooby-Doo. She's one of the voices for Robot Chicken a lot. So there's a reference to Seth Green right there, because Seth Green also created Robot Chicken and does most of the voices, kind of like a Seth MacFarlane situation. And there's the connection there because they're both named Seth, and one was on Family Guy, and both were on Family Guy. There's connections everywhere. Like George Lucas said, life rhymes. Anyways.
He didn't say that.
Buffy Summers, played by Christy Swanson, has the lifestyle any young woman could want: cheerleading, dating the captain of the basketball team, and copious amounts of time spent shopping with friends. She had no idea of her true calling until a mysterious man named Merrick, played by Donald Sutherland, approached her and told her that she is the Slayer, one woman called to defend the world from vampires. Reluctant to concede to the fact, Buffy soon learns that Merrick speaks the truth and so begins to take her new life seriously while trying to maintain the sense of normality her life had once been. With her best friend slowly abandoning her, Buffy finds solace in the town outcast, Pike, played by Luke Perry, who knows very well the terrors that have arisen. Together they combat the forces of the old and powerful vampire Lothos, played by Rutger Hauer, who has his eyes set on Buffy. Amazing movie, highly recommend it. When I was watching this movie, I thought this movie scared the shit out of me, but it's a great campy movie. I highly recommend it. And in another thing related to Seth Green is, despite claiming that he was cut from the movie, Seth Green does appear in it, although it is just for 3 seconds, and for 2 of them he is seen from behind. He's the short, red-haired vampire that gets kicked by Buffy outside the gym when a group of vampires, including him, are taunting her. You can recognize him by his haircut alone. So that's pretty cool. Seth Green must have showed up at the gym and been like, man, I've been here so many times. How many times have I filmed at this gym?
We're in the Seth Green corner of this episode.
We are in the Seth Green corner. Screenwriter Joss Whedon was so frustrated by how much of his vision was being mishandled and how much of it was being rewritten that he eventually left the set during the production and never came back.
Wait, what? Joss
Yeah.
Whedon did that?
Yeah, and then he went on to do Buffy the Vampire Hunter, the TV series instead, because he thought that they like just fumbled the movie so bad.
Is it bad, the end?
I don't know. I like the movie. I like the movie a lot, but a lot of people don't like it. A lot of people hate on it.
Because they love the show, probably.
Well, that too, but even Joss Whedon like hates on the movie too. So it's one of those things. He created Buffy, and he hates on the original movie. Joss Whedon's original vision of the script was eventually released in comic form as, quote, The Origin. And then David Bowie McJagger and Carrie Elways were set to make cameos as vampires, but these were cut due to time and budgetary constraints. All right. Here's a movie I put on the original on the list, but I'll be honest with you, I prefer the remake, but the original is real spooky and crazy, but I like the remake a lot too. It's just it's a crazy movie either way, and it's really good. It's called Fright Night. Welcome to Fright Night. For young Charlie Brewster, nothing could be better than an old horror movie late at night. Two men move in next door, and for Charlie, with his horror movie experience, there can be no doubt that they are a vampire. They are a vampires, not they are vampires. And his day guardian, the only one who can help him hunt them down, is a washed-up actor, Peter Vincent, who hosts Charlie's favorite TV show, Fright. But Vincent doesn't really believe that vampires exist. Amazing movie, both of them. Again, I really like, maybe it's just because it's a product of more of my time, but I really like the remake of Fright Night with Colin Farrell and Antoine Yelchin.
That's a great movie.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's so fucking good. It's Antoine Yelchin's in it, dude. Like, oh my God. As Charlie Brewster, he's fantastic. R.I.P. Antoine Yelchin.
I want to say something about this. So I never saw the original Fright Night. I got to see it. I know.
It's good.
I'm going to watch it.
Don't watch the sequel, though.
I didn't even know there was a sequel.
Yeah, it sucks.
So I have seen the new one, the newer one. Colin Farrell. What's his face is in it? Anton Yelchin? Yelkin?
Yeah. And David Tennant plays Peter Vincent, which is awesome.
So that movie is great. And I loved it like a lot when I first saw it. And I think a lot of the reason why, because it felt like I'd seen it before. It felt like something I had forgotten about almost. But I think that's because I was thinking of that Disney movie where it's like their mom goes on a date with a vampire.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's a great movie. It does have those vibes.
Which is also going to be on the list.
Yeah, that's gonna probably be on like a small family
Forgot
section.
about that one.
Yeah. We can just like rattle off some family movies later. Let's give the trivia for Fright Night. This is for the original Fright Night, but there's some good trivia in here. I should also say that this was directed by the original guy who did the Chucky movies, who did all of the Chucky movies actually. Tom Holland. You know, Tom Holland, Spider-Man. Because of his theatrical roots and long hours spent in the makeup chair, Chris Sarandon helped apply his own vampire makeup and often worked on finger extensions while the makeup artists were putting appliances on his face. I also want to say that the original, like, Evil Ed from the first Fright Night movie was really fucked up and crazy. Like, it was like, he was, like, so, like, evil even when he wasn't evil, that it was just nuts. Like he was definitely, I think, the better of the evil Eds in the two movies. Like I really like the super bad kid as Evil Ed, but that original one, he kind of reminded me of when the Green Goblin goes fucked up in the Amazing Spider-Man movie. He actually reminds me a lot of that. It was Chris Sarandon's idea to have Jerry eating apples throughout the film. While researching vampire lore, Sarandon looked at information about bats and concluded Jerry had a lot of fruit bat in his DNA. That's funny. The film's genesis came in Tom Holland wanting to do a vampire story crossbred with The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Avoiding using special effects at the expense of good act, Holland included plenty of humor, warmth, and relationships. He also wanted to make it valid to a modern audience by rooting it in reality. hence the suburbia setting, and one of the life masks of Roddy McDowell taken for the Planet of the Apes franchise is visible in Peter Vincent's apartment. These next movies, I would say they're very arguably Halloween movies, but I've always watched these around Halloween time. I think they might be even considered a Halloween time movie, but I will argue that one of them does take place at or around Halloween, so I guess it counts. It was actually the newest one, or not the newest one, but one of the newest ones. And this is the Alien and Predator franchise, kind of roped into one package deal. We're going to be talking about Alien first, though. First Alien movie classic. Basically, stumble upon some crazy alien fucked up things that attach to people's faces, and it grows inside them and it bursts out. You know the whole story. Aliens was a step up in another direction with James Cameron, who basically took that original idea and made it less of a horror movie and more of like an action-packed thriller. Made it more like a hoorah, like army crazy, like Predator kind of movie, if that makes sense. Like the movie The Predator.
Yeah, more of an action movie.
Yeah, exactly. So then, you still had Sigourney Weaver in it, and ended up being really good. The movie ended up phasing out a little bit. I don't really have any facts about 3 and 4, but they're all right. I think one of them was written by Joss Whedon again, so there's a connection right there to what we were just talking about. But yeah, they're pretty good. And my personal favorites though were the Predator movies. I really like the original Predator movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jesse Ventura and Shane Black and Carl Weathers. Oh my God. There's like so many good actors and just famous people, really, because Shane Black ended up being just more of a famous writer. And he ended up writing and directing the one that I was just talking about, the Halloween Predator movie called The Predator. So it all comes like full circle, which kind of sucks because that movie ended up kind of sucking a little bit. And, it sucks if you were on the original Predator cast and helped write the original Predator movie, and then you end up making one of the worst Predator movies. So that sucks. But hey, I digress. I love these movies. The first one's about a team of action heroes going into the jungle, not prepared for what's happening. Like they just get taken out one by this alien who just like values the hunt basically. And then in the second one, it's a 90s gangland LA where everything's just crazy, and Danny Glover is just going around still too old for that shit, just getting attacked by aliens in LA. That's pretty cool. And then you got the combination of the two, AVP, which is the one that I always liked a lot, even though people hate on it. It's got Lovecraftian themes. It takes place on Bouvet Island, which is a conspiracy in and of itself. And yeah, it's pretty cool. I like Alien versus
Alien
Predator.
versus Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, great.
100%.
Unfortunately, I've never seen the second one.
The second Predator or the second AVP?
Second AVP.
Yeah, the second AVP is really, really fantastic. I love that movie so
Really?
much, but I don't think anyone's ever really
watch it.
seen it because it's the darkest movie in existence.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, I'm definitely gonna watch it. I gotta watch that. I gotta watch Alien Covenant. I can't believe I haven't.
Yeah, I still got to watch Alien Covenant too. I wasn't too impressed by Prometheus though.
I love Prometheus. It's just a different kind of movie in the Alien universe.
That's true. That's true.
Like every other Alien movie, obviously, like they make them a little bit different. Like
I liked Romulus a lot.
I loved Romulus.
Yeah, Romulus was probably one of my favorite ones out of all of them, honestly.
Fede Alvarez.
Yeah, I would say it's my third favorite. Yeah,
He's made.
I say I love Aliens, then Alien, and then that one.
I know we're probably going to talk about it, but just because we're talking about him, the Evil Dead remake is amazing.
Yeah, it is. That's what got me really into horror movies again when I watched the Evil Dead remake when it came out. That ended up like skyrocketing it.
I watched that with a friend's family, and it would mainly like it wouldn't have been that crazy if it wasn't for his mom being there. And his mom watched that movie, and the whole time she was just like, "Oh my god!" Like genuinely, totally disturbed and horrified by this movie. And I couldn't believe that they put on something this mess. I couldn't believe that this movie was so messed up.
What has such a sick and twisted humor.
This is like such a true, because it's like obviously like there's crazy things that happens in a lot of movies, but this was like demons on meth, just fucking like doing the worst things possible at a high speed, and like I don't mean like they're running around, but like the action, like everything happens at like such a fast
Yeah.
pace. Like it's either really slow and then shit just gets fucked up and stays fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
It is 100%. And those are the parts that I like that Sam Raimi brought to like Drag Me to Hell and Multiverse of Madness. Wish he would have done it a little more with Multiverse of Madness, but still.
Spoilers. Something about the like process of the ritual and the spell they're trying to follow, that he's trying to, or that she's trying to follow. I forgot, like he does it, and like, but like she's the one who survives. I gotta rewatch that movie.
What? So you can bury the person, but that doesn't mean that you have to kill them by burying them. So that's what happened. So it was either you bury them, you burn them, or I think like you cut off their head. And what he ends up doing is, I think the brother ends up burying her, and then like re-digging her back up, and she ends up being like free from the curse, but like the curse is like still on everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah. Fantastic movie.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. All right, so here's some stuff about the first Alien movie. According to Yaphet Kotto, Sir Ridley Scott told him to annoy Sigourney Weaver off camera so that there would be genuine tension between their characters. Kotto regretted this because he really liked Weaver. That's funny. Sir Ridley Scott did all of the handheld camera work himself. I like how they put Sir Ridley Scott for all of these. Sir Ridley Scott stated that in casting the role of Ripley, it ultimately came down to Sigourney Weaver and Meryl Streep. The two actresses had been college mates at Yale. Ultimately, Weaver was offered the job because Streep was mourning the death of her partner, John Cazale, at the time of casting. I could not picture Meryl Streep as Ripley. I couldn't picture that at all.
She would have had a totally different career, and by now you would be able to see that.
I'd be like, holy shit, Meryl Streep, action hero, final girl, scream queen. I guess she would have had more of like a Jamie Lee Curtis vibe if they went that route.
Yeah.
The first day that she shot a scene involving Jones the cat, Sigourney Weaver's skin started reacting badly. Horrified, the young actress immediately thought she might be allergic to cats, and that would be easier for the production to recast her instead of trying to find 4 more identical cats. That sounds like she just tried to get out of the role real quick. As it transpired, Weaver was reacting to glycerin sprayed on her skin to make her look hot and sweaty. Director Sir Ridley Scott originally wanted to use animatronics, remote-operated puppets, to operate the alien, thereby hoping to avoid the sight of a monster being obviously played by a man in a suit. Unfortunately, the special effects techniques at the time weren't sophisticated enough for what he had in mind, but he agreed to an actor playing the part after being introduced to Balaj Badeo. Badeo was a graphic artist who was discovered at a pub by one of the casting directors. He was 208 centimeters, 6 feet, almost 10 inches, tall with very thin arms, about what they needed to make the alien look less human and more insect-like. He was sent for Tai Chi and mime classes to learn how to slow down his movements, and a special swing was constructed for him to rest on during filming, as he couldn't sit on a regular chair, once suited up because of the alien's tail. A suit was also made for a stuntman for more complex movements, but nevertheless, Scott kept the screen time of the alien limited to hide its human configuration. That's pretty cool. And here's the last trivia for the first one. Harrison Ford turned down the role of Captain Dallas. He ended up working with Sir Ridley Scott on his next film, Blade Runner. As a good little tidbit. Here's Aliens.
I'd say good move.
I agree with that.
Because you really wouldn't have like shined, I feel.
I don't even like Dallas's character to me is just like I get why he's famous, but like the actor is just like whatever. So
Yeah.
It would have just been a whatever role, I feel like.
Yeah.
This is Aliens, directed by James Cameron. James Cameron. Like most films, the movie wasn't shot in sequence, but for added realism, James Cameron filmed the scene where we first meet the colonial Marines, one of the earliest scenes, the last. This was so that the camaraderie of the Marines was realistic because the actors had spent months filming together. I think that's a cool little detail. It does feel like that in the movie, like they all have like a relationship and they're all like coming in like hoorah and like they've all like known each other. Bill Paxton continuously apologized to Carrie Henn throughout filming every time Hudson had to swear in front of her. Henn later admitted that she didn't mind, mainly because she really didn't know what any of the words meant. Years later, during cast reunions, Henn had grown up so much that Paxton didn't recognize her at first. Lance Henriksen had privately pledged to quit acting if the part didn't work out for him. After years of journeyman roles, it proved to be one of his most successful films. The alien nest set was kept intact after filming. It was later used as the Axis Chemicals set for Batman in 1989. When Batman crew first entered the set, they found most of the alien nest still intact. None of the models of the that's pretty cool about the alien nest thing. None of the models of the original designs of the Narcissus are, the Nostromo's shuttle from Alien 1979 could be found, so set designers and model makers had to reconstruct the model of the ship and the interior set from watching the first Alien. That's funny. And I want to just throw out a quick thing about that guy, Lance Henriksen. He was the inspiration for the movie The Terminator. James Cameron originally wanted him to be cast as the Terminator before he settled on Arnold Schwarzenegger after they also looked at O.J. Simpson. True story.
O.J. Simpson would have been crazy too.
We might have even already talked about this even in this episode. I forgot. They passed on O.J. because they thought that he was too nice for the role. Like they thought that nobody could see him as like a crazed like killer robot.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. This film was never shown to test audiences. Editing and scoring was not completed until the week before its theatrical release. Only a studio screening was performed for 20th Century Fox executives, which was enthusiastically received. Marketing experts later said the aliens probably helped save Fox, which was in desperate need for a hit at the time. Cool. All right, here's some Predator facts. And no, Jeffrey Epstein is not in here.
Can I just say real quick, and this isn't about movies, but it's about Alien. I'm never gonna make this game, so somebody please make a video game, an Alien video game, that's like Returnal. Have you ever played Returnal?
No.
So it's a PlayStation 5 game. It's about this woman who's on a spaceship and hears a signal on this planet and goes to investigate it. But she's like haunted by her past, and something about this planet and like the ecosystem and the creatures are like affecting her mind and making her like have these crazy memory relapses while tripping out and like fighting off crazy hordes of alien demon things. Not really demons, but like horrific alien creatures that are like mysterious and strange, and like there's different kinds. But imagine a game like that, and it's the world of Alien. But the key is like the type of game it is, where like you like there's different ways to go through it, different like levels of enemies that you unlock, and different weapons you can unlock. And every time you play it, it's a little bit different because you can like pick up different things every time you play through it. That would be fantastic, but also make it like have other characters.
Yeah, that would be sick.
You can play as like different characters that have different guns, or like start with different guns, where you just have different abilities.
Yeah, they do too many shooters with the Alien franchise. They need to do more explorers because it's a whole universe.
Well, it'll still be kind of a shooter. I'm thinking third person.
Yeah, that's cool.
Returnal's
like, you know what?
a shooter in a way.
You could add aspects of Blade Runner because it's all the Blade Runner universe is also the Alien universe. You could put Blade Runner shit into it.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
That would work.
You could have like a synth as one of the characters you can play as.
Exactly.
That'd be amazing.
Let's get into Predator facts. Several directors were approached to direct this film, including Ridley Scott, James Cameron, Brian De Palma, Richard Donner, John Milius, John Carpenter, and Rennie Harlan. All amazing directors. I don't know John Milius and Rennie Harlan. Well, Rennie Harlan is good, yeah. But all those other ones, fantastic directors. However, they would all pass stating they didn't want to shoot an alien monster movie in the jungle. John McTiernan would eventually be chosen to direct this film instead. Jesse Ventura was delighted. This is a really funny fact. Check this out. And I love this fact because I love Jesse Ventura is one of the cooler I feel like dudes in wrestling and in the acting world. At this time, I should say. Jesse Ventura was delighted to find out from the wardrobe department that his arms were 1 inch bigger than Arnold Schwarzenegger's. He suggested to Schwarzenegger that they measure arms, with the winner getting a bottle of champagne. Ventura lost because Schwarzenegger had told the wardrobe department to tell Ventura that his arms were bigger. That's hilarious.
That's amazing.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
The Predator's blood, a goopy substance with the color of Mountain Dew, was made on set using a mixture of liquid from inside glow sticks and KY jelly. The helicopter pilot seen at the end of the movie is Kevin Peter Hall, the actor who plays the Predator. John McTiernan gave him the brief on-screen role because his work as Predator was so exhausting. The original plot had Dutch Arnold Schwarzenegger pitted against the Predator alone. Schwarzenegger thought this was a bad idea, though, and the script was rewritten to include a crack team of commandos, which I think is hilarious because like you wouldn't think Arnold Schwarzenegger would be like a team player like that. The guy that got top billing on the Batman and Robin movie, who wasn't even Batman or Robin, was like, hey, we need more people than just me in this movie. So I think that's pretty cool. Here's some facts about Predator 2. Filming of the alley scene was very troublesome for the filmmakers due to the rough neighborhood. The alley was littered with garbage, and most of which was used in the film and plagued with large rats. Local residents, angered by the noise created by the film crew, would throw bottles and paper bags filled with feces from windows at the crew in the alley below. Worst of all, the film crew found a dead body hidden among the garbage. The most horrible places I've ever had to film in were the alleys in downtown Los Angeles, Shane Mahan commented, and Predator 2 was shot in a lot of those disgusting alleys. They were dirty and depressing and gross with people peeing on walls. We'd be rigging something and there would be rats there. After being offered the lead, Danny Glover was quick to jump aboard the movie, as he knew of few movies that had a black man fighting a supernatural being. Director Stephen Hopkins, quote, as he knew of few movies that had, quote, a black man fighting a supernatural being, director Stephen Hopkins said that the studio's only concerns was that an Afro-American leading man would limit the film's profitability in some countries, e.g. South Africa. But they eventually agreed, given Glover's popularity from the Lethal Weapon movies. Again, he was getting too old for this shit. Hopkins also stated that Glover's presence worked as a magnet on several other actors who were keen to work with him. Several of the hunting party members were played by players of the Los Angeles Lakers, and Glover was a big fan. And when the production needed several very tall people to play the background predators, he asked them to help out. That's pretty awesome. Stephen Hopkins was given the task of directing Predator 2 after greatly impressing the studio in directing A Nightmare on Elm Street, The Dream Child. He had been given just 4 weeks to shoot and a further 4 weeks to edit the film while also overseeing special effects work. This meant that he had to shoot on one stage while the crew dressed the other, allowing them to shoot almost continually. Hopkins said that he managed because he was 28 at the time and required very little sleep. The spear weapon was used in the film, disappeared, and was reported stolen after the filming was completed. And the original storyline of the film was to have taken place in New York City, but Jim Thomas and John Thomas quickly changed it to LA because of the budget concerns. The scene where the Predator raised the skull during the lightning storm was to have taken place atop the Chrysler Building. And Arnold Schwarzenegger said no to Predator 2 because of a dispute over money. There we go. So it was the 90s where he got into it. According to producer John Davis, it was over an additional $250,000, which the studio refused to pay him. However, the director later stated that Schwarzenegger couldn't commit due to scheduling conflicts. And last but not least, some of the Predator sounds were recycled from the Tremors movie in 1990. All right, and here's just a quick rundown of some AVP lists. The Antarctic setting on Bouvet Island is based on the unexplained Vela incident of September 22nd, 1979, where a satellite recorded a flash of light near the island. It was first speculated to have been a man-made nuclear explosion or a natural event, such a meteor strike, but this has never been resolved. And we talk about Bouvet Island a few times on this podcast. There's a few spots that we've talked about Bouvet Island. It might be where Harp is located over in that area or something like that. There's a lot of theories of Bouvet Island. In an interview, the director, Paul W.S. Anderson, said that Arnold Schwarzenegger offered to reprise his role as Dutch at the end of this movie as a cameo, but only if he lost the election for California governor. Schwarzenegger famously won the election, so he was unavailable to appear. The Alien Queen was the most sophisticated animatronic ever built at the time. It had twice as many moving parts as the T-Rex from Jurassic Park. Wild. It was rumored to be in development ever since a skull from the title characters in the Alien film series appeared in the spaceship trophy room in Predator 2, even though that was only meant as a nod to the popular AVP comic book series. While this film languished in development hell for years, 20th Century Fox considered producing a fifth film in the Alien franchise instead. James Cameron, who wrote and directed Aliens 1986, had written a script and even approached Sigourney Weaver to star and Sir Ridley Scott to direct, both of whom expressed interest. When the studio decided to use the Alien and Predator crossover story instead, Cameron, Weaver, and Scott all distanced themselves from the project, and later declared that they would never work on either franchise again. Several years later, though, Scott ended up reworking his pitch into the Alien prequel Prometheus.
I think people gotta lighten up when it comes to crossovers.
I totally 100% agree with you.
It's the next big thing that's going to be happening because we're getting sick of multiverse stuff. It's
Well,
gonna
all
all
those-
be actual different different fictional worlds cross different companies. They're all going to agree on this because they're all going to make money together.
All those old heads didn't like them for some reason, but I always loved crossovers in movies and shit, like Freddy versus Jason, fucking AVP, any movie where you can take all these different franchises and just even Ridley Scott did a fucking crossover with Blade Runner. He literally it's the same universe. So
That's different to me.
that is different. It's lighter, but it's still a thing. It's not the thing, but it's a thing. This next movie, I don't know if you've seen it. It's one of my personal favorite horror movies of all time, and I recommend everyone to watch it. I think it's one of the best horror movies of the 2010s, and I would say it's probably one of the best horror comedies of the 2010s, and I think that a lot of decent horror comedy movies came out in that decade, but I think this is one of the better ones. It's The Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse. Have you ever seen this movie?
No.
It's so funny, it's so good. It's got it's got a zombie singing Britney Spears. It's got really good crafting with zombie kills and shit like that. It's got a lot of really classic zombie shit. They it's got zombie strippers. It's got the whole classic zombie setup. Basically about these group of scouts who live in this town, and the town has an old research facility that is messing around with zombie viruses or some shit like that. And one of the zombies just gets out. This is the first 5 minutes, so this isn't much of a spoiler, but one of the zombies gets out, and it basically starts creating a zombie plague throughout the town that they start noticing as it gets darker. Everybody in the town just starts turning into zombies, and the scouts have to basically fight their way through town, and one of them has to get his sister back, and they end up going along with this other woman who shows up and just helps them fight off all the zombies. So it's pretty cool. It's a pretty great movie. It's one of my favorites, like I said. A mile marker can be seen during the movie shows Haddonfield as a nearby city, and Haddonfield is the setting for the Halloween movie. The screenplay for this film was featured in the 2010 Blacklist, a list of the most liked unmade scripts of the year. Ty Sheridan was director Christopher Landon's first choice for the role of Ben after seeing him in the film Mud. I forgot to mention Ty Sheridan and Logan Miller are both in this movie. Fantastic actors of the 2010s. The animated credit shows the main actors in an unusual order considering the type of movie and status of the actors. While Ty Sheridan gets credited first, his three co-stars, Logan Miller, Joey Morgan, and Sarah Dumont, get credited last. That's weird. I feel like I noticed that too when watching the credits. The next one I highly recommend. I watch it around Halloween time. I wouldn't consider this a Halloween movie, but it's definitely a horror movie. It's a Nazi zombies movie. You know it. I know it. Overlord. I'm pretty sure it was directed by J.J. Abrams, where it had Wyatt Russell in one of the lead roles. It's a fantastic movie. I highly recommend people watch it. It's a great war movie, too. We always talk about, like, our favorite war movies on here. Overlord is a fantastic war movie. I would say it's like From Dusk Till Dawn is to heist movies in general. Overlord is to war movie.
Well, I think Overlord is like a normie war movie, but like a really really great horror movie.
It is. It's a fantastic horror movie, but it feels like how From Dusk Till Dawn starts off in the first half. You're like, oh, this is just a regular crime movie, and then you watch it, and it just suddenly just like takes a drastic turn. It kind of feels like that. Like you watch it, you're like, oh, this is a pretty good war movie. This is going along, and then it's just somewhere it just goes, whoa, okay, shit just got crazy.
If you want a good war movie, we're talking like Mulan.
Oh yeah, that's
Troy.
true. Troy. I thought of a good war movie recently, but I forgot it. Star Wars, that has war in the title. We never mentioned that.
That's like the Elmo of war movies.
Yeah, it's one of the best war movies, you know? Lord of the Rings, great war movie. Return of the King. Actually, what's some
TMNT?
TMNT, great war movie. Daredevil, the TV show, and the movie. The Daredevil Elektra, the movie was a great war movie. Marvel's first foray into war movies. Daredevil, the film.
Ghost Rider. At War with the Devil.
Yeah, At War with Hell.
At war with those who need vengeance committed on them.
Vengeance committed on them. Blade, At War with vampires. Howard the Duck, another movie at war with itself. All right, let's get back into this. Overlord, the movie featured more practical effects rather than the standard CGI effects movies use. This was done to get a better reaction from the actors involved in the scenes where something gruesome would happen. And this was the first movie from Bad Robot to be rated R by the MPAA. And the climax of this film is set in real time, from the point that Ford says he's setting the timer for 18 minutes and explodes. It's almost exactly 18 minutes. Are you a fan of The Omen?
No, I've never seen it.
I watched The Omen a little bit as a kid. It was all right.
People are gonna hate me after this.
I feel like nobody's gonna watch this because this is such a long episode.
I haven't seen half the list. I haven't seen most of the list. Way more than half.
This is the well-known list.
Yeah, and this is the well-known one.
People are gonna hate you. I mean, I haven't seen some of these movies. I haven't seen some of the bigger ones like The Conjuring and Insidious and shit.
People are gonna fucking hate me.
People are gonna fucking hate me. They're just gonna be like, okay, this guy doesn't know horror movies. This other guy kind of knows horror movies. I feel like I know. See, all of these movies, I'm like saying like, oh, I don't know this one. I don't know. But I feel like when we go through the not well-known ones, I'm gonna be like, oh, this movie's crazy. This movie's nuts. Like, there's a lot that I actually, but they're also just movies that I watch around Halloween that are just crazy like that. So that, I guess, makes sense. Here's a movie that I like a lot that's from that list is Night of the Creeps. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's kind of up there with Evil Dead. It's a zombie movie kind of similar to Slither because it's about an alien ship that sends out this canister that crashes in like the 1950s. and it releases a slug that attaches to some dude's brain. This cop ends up having to kill this dude and burying him underneath like a sorority house. And he ends up like getting like unthawed or like unburied like years later. The slug ends up going around and breeding more slugs and like attaching itself to people, basically turning everybody like around like the college campus into zombies in like the 80s, which was the modern day for the time. It's great. Tom Atkins is in it. It's a fantastic movie. I may as well just give the things about it real quick too. All the names of the main characters are based on famous horror and sci-fi directors George Romero, John Carpenter, and Tobe Hooper, David Cronenberg, James Cameron, John Landis, Sam Raimi, and Steve Miner. Let me just say, Chris Romero, James Carpenter Hooper, Cynthia Cronenberg, Detective Ray Cameron, Detective Landis, Sergeant Raimi, and Mr. Miner, the janitor. And Fred Decker included every B-movie cliche he could think of and insisted on directing the script himself. And a favorite of Tom Atkins' movies he starred in. I love this movie. All right, The Omen's pretty good. The Omen is about a kid who is a devil child who gets born, and they don't know what to do with him. So what they decide to do is they end up raising him, and he ends up having like a little bit of psychic powers and shit. And he ends up trying to take over the world because he's really the Antichrist. And it was directed by Richard Donner, the guy who directed Superman, which is kind of crazy. But here's a fun fact about the Omen that I thought was kind of funny. When the fishbowl falls to the ground dead, sardines painted orange were used in place of actual goldfish, since director Richard Donner refused to kill goldfish for the sake of making a movie.
That's amazing. What an amazing man. Now that you mentioned that's who directed that movie, I find it interesting that isn't it James Gunn who made that Superman horror movie, Superboy horror movie?
Yeah, Brightburn. Well, he produced it. He presented.
Isn't that like Superman crossed with Omen?
Yeah, kind of. It's very Omenish. So it is funny that he'd be doing a Superman movie too, and
Yeah.
And Richard Donner did The Omen originally.
There's a very like strong connection where they probably saw that, and everybody praises that movie. I'm sure that that's kind of part of the reason why he's working with DC. Obviously, Guardians of the Galaxy and other things are why he's in charge at DC. Well, of that branch of what they're doing.
That and Suicide Squad.
Yeah, that too.
I think he just gave them a pitch, like to quote The Godfather. I think he gave them an offer they couldn't refuse.
I love that. Kind of like how they had with Iron Man, how they nailed it. Or like he wasn't super popular, but they made him popular. And how like that's what he's openly said he's trying to do with Peacemaker.
That's funny. That makes sense. John Cena does a great job with it.
He's trying to like highlight all of these characters that are beloved, while also like making these other characters that aren't as well known just as beloved as those other characters.
I think Peacemaker works because he's kind of like the comedian.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind him on a Justice League team.
I wouldn't either. It would be wild. It would be after he kind of like cleans up his act. Also, I saw the Peacemaker season finale.
You did.
It was really good.
Dude, people hate it because there was no like huge cameo, but I'm pretty sure
I loved it.
I almost feel like they fucked up because like he was saying there's gonna be a big cameo at the end, but I think it was supposed to kind of like changed the location of like maybe I got that wrong, but like people are also saying that the cameo is the end, like both that play in the end.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like to me, but who knows?
That is cool, but
yeah, it's not what we wanted though. But I get it.
It like pissed off a lot of people. It didn't piss me off, but it pissed off a lot of people.
Did piss me off. I liked it.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah, let's run through the rest though, because we've got just a few more left, but I want to just like get them done.
Yeah,
I do want to talk Peacemaker again though. From Dusk Till Dawn. We were just talking about that earlier. Very good movie. Starts off like a heist movie and then in the midway transforms into a vampire movie. It was originally going to be a Quentin Tarantino one. He actually wrote it. He ended up giving the script to Robert Kurtzman to direct, but when he couldn't commit, Tarantino showed the script to Robert Rodriguez, who just signed on like eagerly. which it's a Robert Rodriguez movie through and through. Salma Hayek has a real fear of snakes and had always refused to be near them. Naturally, when she read the script, she knew of her phobia would prevent her from taking the part. But Robert Rodriguez conned her into thinking that Madonna was ready to nab the part instead, so Hayek spent 2 months with therapists to overcome her fear. That's pretty funny.
That's amazing. Directors like really are just people who fuck with people. Like it's crazy.
Oh yeah, they have to get the raw energy out of people. That's why Salma Hayek did not have a choreographer for her dance because, according to her, you can't choreograph the live snake she wore around her neck. So director Robert Rodriguez just told her to feel the music and dance to it. Rodriguez used the same tactic with Jessica Alba in Sin City. Green blood was used for the vampires to get the movie past the censor. That's funny. And the name of the movie is taken from the signs found outside on drive-ins. These signs indicate the length of the shows, which ran from dusk till dawn. The movie is full of references to midnight movies and films which were often intended for teenagers to watch late at night from their cars. And before Clooney was cast, numerous actors were considered for the role of Seth Gecko, including Antonio Banderas, Steve Buscemi, Michael Madsen. Steve Buscemi's hilarious. Tim Roth, John Travolta, Christopher Walken, Jeff Goldblum, James Woods, and Robert De Niro. I can literally picture all of those guys except for Steve Buscemi. All right, guys, we gotta fight these vampires. You ready to go?
Well, he could have played Quentin Tarantino's character for sure.
This is George Clooney's character.
Oh, he was going for George Clooney?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think so.
yeah, no.
The only one to outright decline the role was Travolta, who said he had no interest in doing a vampire movie and instead chose to do Pulp Fiction. That was a good choice. The next movie, House on Haunted Hill, about when an eccentric millionaire offers a group of opposites $1 million to spend the night in a so-called haunted house with a murderous past. They figure it's a quick way to get quick money and leave. All of them are sure it is some made-up story just to mess with their heads a little and test their courage. But once they stay in the house, they start to think about the mistake they made in coming there when the mysterious things start to happen. Very classic movie. This is the remake, though. This is the shitty one that I put facts about. I honestly wish I had just done the original because the new one is just so terrible. It has the chick who plays Jean Grey as like one of the bad guys or one of the main people. It's got the guy from Corky Romano. What's his name? The SNL guy.
Dude, when I imagine that guy, the guy from that movie that you can't think of his name, whenever I see that guy or think about him, I just think he should be Rob Schneider's cousin.
He should be Rob Schneider's cousin. Rocky Horror Picture Show. On a wild and rain-swept late November evening, somewhere at an empty stretch of road outside Ohio's Merry Denton, blissfully affianced, prudish, boringly innocent young pair Brad Majors, played by Barry Bostwick, and Janet Weiss, played by Susan Sarandon, find themselves stranded on their way to visit an ex-tutor. Instead, the couple will inadvertently unearth the cross-dressing Dr. Frankenfurter, played by Tim, spooky lair of inexhaustible oddities, just in time to partake in the out-of-this-world mad scientist's proud unveiling of his latest, delightfully extravagant, most daring creation, the ultimate male and the perfect sex symbol, the flaxen-haired Rocky Horror, played by Peter Hinwood. But little by little, as the effervescent, transgressive force gobbles up whole the unsuspecting visitors of the night, Brad and Janet slowly begin to embrace the potent fascinations of seduction while an idolized Rocky roams free, and who can interrupt man's union with absolute pleasure. Such a wild movie. I watched this movie recently for the first time. It was pretty good. It was the theatrical movie debut of Tim Curry, and when this movie first opened, it had a traditional release with afternoon and early evening screenings. It bombed. Meatloaf said he attended an opening week performance with writer and director Jim Sharman in the Midwest, and the theater was empty except for them. Midnight screenings became popular in the mid-'70s, and word of mouth began to spread, and the midnight audience might enjoy this movie. It began showing at midnight in a few cities, and became so popular that it has been shown continuously in movie theaters since 1975, making it the longest theatrical run in history. The Museum Lippspiel Cinema in Munich, Germany, has screened this has screened the movie every week since June 24th, 1977, offering special RHPS kits to enable celebrations during the show. The kits contain a biscuit for the toast, rice, a whistle, a candle for There's a Light, and a sheet of paper with instructions for the time warp. In an interview with Terry Gross on a radio program, Fresh Air, Tim Curry said that he got to meet King Charles III and Princess Diana because she loved Curry in the movie. She requested the meeting while he was in production for Love, that they attended. Curry recalled that he was placed at the end of the receiving line, and while Prince Charles only vaguely recognized Curry from seeing him on television, Princess Diana told Curry with a wicked smile that Rocky Horror had quite completed my education. That's funny. And Tim Curry was reluctant to talk about this movie for years due to some bad memories about overzealous fans. He told VH1 that he grew chubby and plain to try escaping the role of Frank. These days, more open to talk about this movie and even sees it as a rite of passage for teenagers. Great movie. Another good movie. Mentioned EHS, very good. Not going to get too deep into it. Very awesome movie. And The Abyss, we're going to have the man from Kentucky mention that one soon. We're going to try to have him back on. We're going to have him talk about The Abyss. All right, so the last two movies that we got going to be Scary Movie and Young Frankenstein. The original Scary Movie, everybody knows. It's pretty fantastic. It's the first of its kind. Well, it's not really the first of its kind because there were movies like it before. You have Saturday the 14th. You have that movie Shriek, if you know what I did last summer, although I think that came out afterwards. But Saturday
I think those all came out after that.
Well, no, Saturday the 14th came out in the 80s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then there was Dracula Dead and Loving It, which is one of my favorites. It's with Leslie Nielsen. That's kind of a classic. So those are like the two those are the two old parody horror films that kind of came out back in the day. I highly recommend Dracula Dead and Loving It. But there was one other one too that we're going to be talking about that's really, really good. But until Scary Movie came along, there weren't that.
I'm surprised that Family hasn't been on the list yet.
Addams Family, I wouldn't consider that like a spoof. Oh, you mean just in general? I don't know. Growing up, I didn't really watch Addams Family too much, but I did like it, but it wasn't like a movie that was on too much. But I would have probably put that one on the list if we had gotten to the family friendly like movies list, which we're kind of about to do in a way. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, Addams Family shit. Addams Family is really good, but I think I made myself too loud and my computer's about to die. Hold on. Anyways, yeah, no, if I had more time to do like the family friendly one, I probably would have included Addams Family. It is included on the small list that I just made earlier.
Cool.
Yeah, because that one actually does take place on Halloween. But Scary Movie 1 was fantastic. A lot of really classic shit in it. I really like when they're interviewing Shorty. Oh shit, I forgot to plug it in. Hold on. I'm batting 1,000 right now.
One of the best quotes from that movie. I hope I get the quote right. I said $1, bitch.
I said $1, bitch. Yeah, when she goes to give him a sandwich. I really like the scene that I was talking about was the one where they're interviewing Shorty, and she's like, if you had any last words for Drew, what would it be? And he goes, run, bitch, run.
Yeah. That movie is so good.
It is. It's fantastic. I think the first two are really excellent.
Yeah.
I think as a kid, my favorites were the first and the third.
Yeah, I like the third one. The fourth one's the worst.
Oh no, the fifth one's the worst.
Oh, you know what? I never saw the fifth one. I forgot there was a fifth one.
Yeah, that one's bad.
Does that have Lindsay Lohan in it?
No, it has Ashley Tisdale in it.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's not good. Ashley Tisdale is great, but the movie was just not good. It's got Mac Miller in it.
That's crazy.
You know, there's a lot of good things about it, but it's not a good movie.
It came out like 20 years after the originals, right? Or
Well, it
15
came out
years later.
Yeah, it came out like 5 years after it should have. Really,
Yeah.
10 years after it really should have, but 5 years after.
Hey, shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's a bad movie. You know what else sucks about it is it didn't. I don't think it had the Wayans brothers involved in it, and I don't
Yeah.
think it had David Zucker. I don't think David Zucker was involved in it either, but I could be wrong about that.
Did David Zucker do a superhero movie?
I think that might have been the guys that did Epic Movie and all that, but I could be wrong. David Zucker might have done superhero movie. Let me check.
Superhero movie is also like one of the last good spoof movies like that.
Yeah,
I
was
told you
gonna
I think Epic Movie's the last good one.
I actually watched superhero movie like a couple months ago. I still like it.
It's funny.
It is. It's a good one. Yeah, I agree. I think superhero movie, date movie, and epic movie are the last of the really good ones.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't remember date movie, but I remember there were some funny things in it. It's got what's her name? Allison Hannigan, I think it is.
Well, so for anyone who's curious, David Zucker's the writer for Airplane, The Naked Gun, Top Secret.
Wow.
He did Scary Movie 4, Scary Movie 3, if I'm not mistaken. He did a movie I really like a lot called High School High. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but that's a really good movie.
Is that with Wiz Khalifa?
No, that's just that's Mac and Devin Go to High School. That's a really good one too. But he did all the Naked Gun movies. He did High School High, which that's the one with John what is his name? The dude John Lovitz. Yes, exactly.
I think I vaguely remember that movie exists.
He's a teacher. I love that movie. It's so funny. It's so stupid, but it's so funny.
Yeah.
Apparently this dude also wrote Scary Movie 5, so that sucks.
Yeah.
Maybe he kind of lost it at the end there.
Maybe it was a good script and a bad director. Who knows?
Yeah, that could have been it. Let's see what he's directed. He directed additional scenes uncredited for Scary Movie 5. He directed Scary Movie 3 and 4. He did My Boss's Daughter. I like that movie a lot too. I highly recommend that. It's with Ashton Kutcher. And he did the movie Ruthless People, that's another good movie. Top Secret, and he directed the Police Squad series, one episode, which I'm surprised he didn't do more because Police Squad is just where Naked Gun came from. But yeah, this dude seems to be pretty involved. He had some shit to do with later on scary movies, but the first two movies.
Let's try to. I know why I asked, but let's try to go through it a little faster.
I know, sorry.
No, it's okay. Because I know, I was interested in what else does this guy do, but we can move on now.
Yeah. Young Frankenstein, last movie I wanted to talk about on the well-known list. Just to wrap this all up, classic Frankenstein story, but instead it's with Gene Wilder, and it's fantastic. It's one of the funniest horror movies of all time, if you could even call it that. It's a horror comedy. It's probably the original horror comedy. I would say it's one of the first. And it's amazing. It's a great movie. Here's a couple of facts about it. When Mel Brooks was preparing for this film, he discovered that Ken Strickfaden, who'd made the elaborate electrical machinery for the lab sequences in Frankenstein and its sequels, was still alive and living in the Los Angeles area. Brooks visited Strickfaden and found that he had stored all the equipment in his garage. Brooks made a deal to rent the equipment and gave Strickfaden the screen credit he didn't receive for the original films. That's cool.
That's awesome. Wow.
Gene Wilder has stated that this is his favorite of all the films he's made. And Gene Wilder and Mel Brooks got into only one fight during the production, but it was a big one, with Brooks throwing a huge temper tantrum, yelling and raging, and eventually storming out of Wilder's apartment. where the men
Why?
had been working on the script. I don't know.
They're not going to say what about.
They don't really mention what it's about. What they say is roughly 10 minutes later, Wilder's phone rang. It was Brooks who had this to say. Who was that madman you had in your house? I could hear the yelling all the way over here. You should never let crazy people into your house. Don't you know that they could be dangerous? That, as Wilder later put it, was Mel's way of apologizing. That's funny. Gene Wilder would only make the film if Mel Brooks promised not to appear in it. Brooks usually appeared in his own films, but Wilder felt that Brooks' appearance would ruin the illusion. Brooks made off-camera appearances as the Howling Wolf, Frederick's grandfather, and the Shrieking Cat. So, that's pretty funny. And then, just to throw
Like
in
Gene Wilder wouldn't pull people out of it. They're like, oh, it's Gene Wilder.
well, he's Dr. Frankenstein, dude. He gets into his character. Just to throw in there as an honorable mention, a couple of honorable mentions. What We Do in the Shadows, fantastic movie. A couple of
Yes.
movies that people might not even know. The Thing from Another World, which The Thing is based on. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, which the saying Kleptu Tharada Nikto came from. And the last two movies, one of the first horror movies of all time, Faust, famous movie. And a movie I like, a movie I actually like watching sometimes because it's really wild. It's called Haxan, Witchcraft Throughout the Ages. It was from the 1920s. It's like one of the first famous movies about witchcraft and the occult, and it's in black and white. Nosferatu's also good, and yeah, The Goonies is good for after Halloween. Here's a quick list of family-friendly movies that take place on Halloween. I tried to grab movies that I was more familiar with. If there's movies out there that I'm missing, then it's just because I wasn't familiar with it.
Number 1, Halloween.
No, I tried to stay away from movies that were already on the list.
Hubie Halloween was on the list?
Oh no, Hubie Halloween, you said?
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't know. I don't even know if I kept that one when I saw it, but who knows? If it's not on here, then that's one. But I haven't seen that, and I don't plan on seeing it.
Yeah.
Here's the family-friendly list of movies that take place on Halloween. We're just gonna run right through it. We got number 1, The Addams Family. Number 2, well, I'm not even gonna say number 1 or number 2. I'm just gonna run through it. Alvin and the Chipmunks meet Frankenstein. Alvin and the Chipmunks meet the Wolfman. The Batman vs. Dracula, 2005. The Batman Unlimited, Monster Mayhem. Bewitched, 2005. Boo to You, Winnie the Pooh. Broomstick Bunny from 1956. Bugs Bunny's Howl-O-Ween special. That's a good one. Casper from 1995. Casper Meets Wendy. Those are really good. Casper's Halloween special from 1979. The movie Coco. Coraline. Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Double Double Toil and Trouble. Ernest Scared Stupid. E.T. The Fantastic Four First Steps. I didn't even realize that movie took place on Halloween. Like, what? What? Why? How did that movie take place on Halloween? The Flintstones meet Rockula and Frankenstone. Frankenweenie, Garfield's Halloween Adventure. Goosebumps, Goosebumps 2, Haunted Halloween. Halloween is Grinch Night. Halloween That Almost Wasn't. Halloween with the New Addams Family from 1977. And we got the whole Halloween Town franchise. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, apparently. I didn't know that one was the Halloween one. What'd you say?
We spoke about this already.
We did, but I didn't know that was the exact Halloween one.
That's the Halloween one, they think?
I guess so. That's what they're saying, the Philosopher's Stone.
I think all Harry Potter movies are simultaneously Halloween and Christmas.
Yeah.
It's a movie you can watch from the Halloween season to the Christmas season and for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it doesn't really say anything about Halloween in the plot, so
if you try to watch it outside of that time frame, it's going to give you hives.
it's gonna give you hives. It's still good. I think it's good in the early spring, late winter too. Hocus Pocus is also really good.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Amazing movie.
The House with a Clock in Its Walls, never saw it. It's The Great Pumpkin, Charlie Brown. That's a good one.
Classic.
Yeah, that's totally a classic. The Karate Kid. I didn't realize the Karate Kid took place
Yeah,
on
because there's a
Halloween.
Halloween like party, I think, or like, remember he gets into a fight on Halloween.
I don't know. I haven't seen the Karate Kid in like 20 years.
I wouldn't call it a Halloween movie though, even though it takes place on like it has a moment that takes place on Halloween.
Yeah, it
That's
seems
it.
like it's more of like a November movie.
Yeah, or maybe more of like just a summer movie.
Yeah, it could be more of a summer movie.
Even though like Halloween happens, it's just a summer movie.
Just a summer movie. All right, so we got The Legend of Sleepy Hollow from 1980, not the same thing as the one we talked about earlier this episode. Monster House, classic, amazing, probably my favorite on this list.
That's such a good.
It is. It's fantastic. The Monster Squad, that's next. That's a good one. Monsters Inc. Monster Squad's really
Fantastic.
good. Yeah.
Monsters Inc. I would say is barely Halloween, because like
Yeah.
you're in
It's
this world
Halloween
of
adjacent, I
monsters. It
think.
doesn't feel like spooky. It just feels normal. Everything feels very normal.
Yeah. I want to just say though, for the Monster Squad movie, I highly recommend it to you. And it's basically if you took like the Goonies, added like the Universal monster characters, that's basically what it is. Instead of like the creepy like gangsters.
I thought that was the one that had Seth Rogen as the Blob thing.
No, that's Aliens versus Monsters or something.
Oh,
Monsters versus Aliens. That's actually coming up.
they're all very.
Yeah, but the Monster Squad's really good. Like I said, it's made by the guy who made Night of the Creeps, and I think he also wrote RoboCop 2, Fred Decker. Monsters University, Monsters versus Aliens, Mutant Pumpkins from Outer Space. I still haven't seen Monsters University. That's funny.
I haven't seen it. I think I've seen parts of it.
Yeah, same. I think
Has there been a sequel yet?
I don't think so. I think that's as far as they've gone.
They should do a sequel with Boo,
What are they gonna call it? Monsters Apartments?
and it's 20 years later, and she's just like a 20-something-year-old woman.
All right, Mr. Megorium's Wonder Emporium.
That's a Halloween movie?
Evidently it takes place on Halloween. Here's a movie that we should have probably talked about a lot more, but we can talk about this more a little more closer to Christmas time. The Nightmare Before Christmas. We
Yeah,
could really just
obviously. That doesn't need to
Yeah.
be on the family friendly. Like the fact that we made a family friendly side to this is truly for no reason. I would have put these all together, and that would be like one of the most important Halloween movies there is.
Yeah, exactly. I would say this deserved to go in the well-known Halloween movie section, and I should have put it in there, but it was more of just like an oversight. I just had so many like movies on my mind.
You kept saying that this is going to be the lesser known ones, but this is really just the ones for families.
Yeah, for anybody that thinks that this is the lesser known that we're getting into, it's not. This is just all.
Why were you calling it?
I wasn't.
You were in the first part of this. You kept saying that, like, oh yeah, we're going to do a lesser known one.
Yeah, but then I explained in the last in the third part of this that we're not gonna do that. We're gonna just do
Okay.
a
You should
yeah.
cut out the parts where you say we're going to do a lesser known list.
I already edited it all. So
All right.
everybody's going to be with me on the journey. And if they don't listen, they're going to figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if we had like 3 people unsubscribe because they're like, I've been waiting for this unpopular Halloween movie list. I wanted to see the deep cuts.
This unpopular Halloween movie, dude. I'm gonna make, I want us to make it literally like as soon as the 13 days of Halloween thing is over.
Okay.
And I'm also going to,
We'll do it as soon as we have everything recorded for that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Exactly. I'm gonna, and as soon as we because I want that to be like literally the first thing that we do after all this. Nightmare Before Christmas is amazing. Tim Burton is awesome. I think one day we should have an episode where we go over like our favorite writers and directors of movies and shit like that. And I think Tim Burton would be a good one to just, put on the list for the both of us, really, because I wouldn't say he's one of my favorites, but I would say that a few of his movies are some of my favorite movies, like Mars Attacks, Sleepy Hollow. I really love those movies. Nightmare Before Christmas is fantastic as well. Next movie, Paranorman. Never watched it. Couldn't tell you. Couple of R.L. Stein movies that I don't really know anything about, so it is what it is. Something Wicked This Way Comes. I haven't seen this movie, but I know it's a Stephen King. It's based on a Stephen King short story. I really actually want to see it a lot after watching the Rick and Morty episode where the devil sells Rick all that shit, because apparently that's what this is based on, or this is what that's based on. It would be interesting to watch. Spaced Invaders, that's a interesting movie. I haven't really heard much about this movie, but I feel like it's kind of a wacky grindhousey kind of movie. Armada from Mars fight an interstellar war against their longtime enemy, the Arcturans. The Martian Armada is sent into battle by enforcer drones tasked to keep the Martian soldiers in line.
Where have we heard that before?
Arcturans, that's one of the species that we know and love. Remember? Aren't the Arcturians or whatever Arcturans?
I feel like they're the Arcturians are chill, I thought.
Yeah, they're the chill ones. No pun intended.
Are they the chill ones in this?
I don't know. They're at war with the Martians, apparently.
Let's see where this goes.
The Martian Armada is sent into battle by the enforcer drones tasked to keep the Martian soldiers in line despite objections by some that won't work. Meanwhile, the incompetent crew of a small spaceship from the Martian civilian asteroid patrol intercepts a distress signal from the fleet. Said signal is followed by a Halloween rebroadcast of Orson Welles' 1938 The War of the Worlds radio dramatization. Mistaking this for a real invasion and not wanting to miss out on the glory of kicking some earthling butt, the CAP crew lands their ship in the tiny community of Big Bean, Illinois, where they proceed with their invasion of the planet. This movie sounds fucking amazing already. I love the plot of this already. Spaced Invaders. This sounds amazing. I think this is one of the things that inspired Destroy All Humans, and that's why I love it already.
I've never heard of this.
There's literally somebody in one of the civilians in the game Destroy All Humans that goes Spaced Invaders. So I'm guessing this movie must have inspired the game. It sounds awesome though. Where they proceed with their invasion of the planet, the ship's smart-mouthed pilot Blasny, who has more common sense than others, doesn't think it's a good idea. He is ignored by the rest of the crew. Captain Bipto and an overzealous... I'm going to watch this tonight, by the way. Optimus Lieutenant Giggywig and an ambitious and hot-headed know-it-all Dr. Ziploc. That's hilarious. The careful and calculating science officer and the alternately overeager and timid Corporal Pez. The Cap crew searches for the non-existent Martian invasion fleet, which they believe has already landed because it's Halloween. Everyone assumes the Martians are kids in exceptionally well-made costumes. Eventually, though, a few locals realize the truth. Among them is Town Sheriff Barr, his daughter Kathy, and an elderly farmer named Wrenchmuller Royal Dano, on whose farm the Martians have crash-landed. The sheriff finds out about the aliens when his deputy records their ship doing 3,000 miles per hour. That's funny. The deputy tracks down the ship in order to give the occupants tickets for having no license, registration, headlights, taillights, or wheels, and going 2,945 miles over the posted limit.
I wonder what the ticket would be on that.
It would probably be somewhere. It kind of, tickets go up like kind of exponentially, so it would probably be like millions
I thought,
of
there was
dollars.
a certain dollar amount per 5 miles over the speed limit.
Isn't it like $20 over this, like?
That doesn't sound like enough.
Oh, maybe let's say it's $100 every five
Maybe
over
it
the
is
speed
exponential,
limit.
though. Maybe like once you hit like 80, they're like, all right, now you're really pissing us off.
Now you're really pissed at. Well, I think that's kind of how it is. When you hit 80, that's when they start to take notice a little bit. I'm not trying to get too real right now, but
Cops only care if you're going 80 plus.
I mean,
So go wild. Just kidding.
Kathy discovers the aliens when they join a group of trick-or-treating kids. She befriends the Martian Scout in a can, a small robot which folds up into a sphere. Mr. Wrenchmoller tries to cash in on the Martian's existence in order to save his farm, and Captain Bipto gets hit by a truck and turns a gas station attendant named Vern into his robotic slave. I love this. This movie's great. This definitely is what inspired Destroy All Humans. I'm not even going to read the rest of it.
Don't spoil yourself anymore.
I
You go
literally-
watch it, give us a review.
Literally, dude. I was literally just thinking that. I'm like, I gotta actually watch this movie. All right. Next, Spooky Buddies. A movie that sounds amazing, followed by a
Oh, is this
movie that
Air Bud?
I was just gonna say
Air Bud Babies?
no, I didn't finish. Followed by a movie that sounds awful that I never want to watch in my entire life. But it's got dogs.
Yeah.
Tower of Terror. I seem to remember
Air-
that was
Hold on. It's an Air Bud spinoff.
yeah, it's Spooky Buddies.
All right, now keep going.
Oh yeah, we had to mention that's an Air Bud spinoff, just in case anybody doesn't realize what Spooky Buddies is.
You just said there's spooky buddies and there's dogs. It's like just give it a little more context than that.
Just give it a little more Yeah, I wasn't giving that at all any context. That's funny. I just assumed that everybody knew what Air Bud is.
We'll treat the connection to Air Bud as the random trivia.
I mean, I haven't given like any of these trivia, but yeah, besides Space Invaders and the Nightmare Before Christmas and the Monster Squad, I've given barely any of them. All right. And here's a Tower of Terror. This feels like a movie that I saw when I was a kid, and I don't remember, but I feel like I remember watching it. Do you remember Tower of Terror?
I think I do.
I feel like I do too. I feel like it was good too.
And that's a Disney ride, Disneyland ride.
Yeah, I think it was a Disney movie. Also, honorable mention, the movie The Haunted Mansion with Eddie Murphy was really great.
Yeah.
Fantastic movie.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I was going to
And the
put that
remake-
on the list, but I wanted to
Come on.
save that for a family-friendly list.
Remake not so good.
Yeah, I mean, technically that's a remake too, I thought. Or is it the first? I think that's the second Haunted Mansion they ever made.
I think there's like a really old one.
That's what I mean.
Maybe that one's good too. And I'm sorry that I don't know about it if it's real.
And I'm sorry if I don't know about if it's real. All right, moving on. Tower of Terror. Maybe watch that. Sounds interesting. Sounds good. I'm gonna watch that one too, and I'll let everybody know if it's any good. By the time this episode comes out, I'll let you know. I'll tell everybody out of context in a different episode, and you can all just figure it out. Toy Story of Terror. Interesting. Toy Story. You know. Last but not least, the Under Wraps trilogy, which I didn't know that they made or no, sorry.
Really?
I sorry. Let me rephrase that. Under Wraps. It looks like they made one in 1997 and then they remade it in 2021 and then 22 they made a sequel. I don't know if those would be any good. The remakes. I would just want to
I thought there was two old Under Wrap movies.
Disney 365. You remember that?
No.
You don't remember Disney 365?
No.
They used to say that and then they would like show like behind the scenes shit for movies and shit that came out or whatever.
I don't remember that.
Dude.
I remember when they would say, I'm this person and you're watching Disney Channel. Or something like that.
I'm Chris Hemsworth and you're watching Disney Channel.
This is Disney Channel.
This is Disney Channel. I'm Thor.
Would be more like, my name's so and so. You're watching Disney Channel.
That's Tom Holland and I'm Chris Hemsworth. You're watching Disney Channel. Yeah, I don't see anything about a sequel to this movie, but I'm not looking that hard. but I don't see anything.
Moving on.
Yeah, there is no sequel.
Moving on.
So that was it for the family-friendly ones. Here's just a list of movies that take place on Halloween in general, not family-friendly, all horror-oriented. 3 from Hell. That's the House of a Thousand Corpses sequel. All
Wait,
Hallows.
we're already done with the kids list, with the family friendly list. That can't be true.
That was all the ones that that we pretty much would know. Like a
So
lot of
Adam's
them. Well, who be Halloween? I didn't put on there because
Family Halloween is a really good example.
Okay,
Hotel Transylvania.
Okay, you can keep those. Oh, Halloween Town too. We forgot the Halloween Town franchise.
Don't look
Yeah.
under the bed. Obviously, it's not Halloween related, but spooky as fuck.
Yeah. Mom's Dating a Vampire.
Yes.
My Best Friend's a Vampire.
The Little Vampire.
Oh, that's the one I was talking about. The Little Vampire. Under Wraps. Yeah. What else?
What else, man? Oh, Over the Garden Wall. It's a limited series, cartoon series. Amazing for Halloween.
I don't know that one, but
Look it up.
that's cool. Over the Garden Wall.
Give a brief description of Over the Garden Wall.
On an adventure, brothers Wirt and Greg get lost in the unknown, a strange forest adrift in time. As they attempt to find a way out of the unknown, they cross paths with the mysterious old woodsman and a bluebird named Beatrice. Okay, that's cool. Another good TV show that I think people should watch for horror-related stuff would be Gravity Falls, right?
I'll give you that.
That's
I'll
a
give you that.
that's a pretty good Halloween time show. I feel like that's a November show
fall.
too. Yeah, that's
Late summer fall show.
Yeah. What else?
Oh,
Simpsons Treehouse of
probably-
Horror.
Probably the greatest Halloween series out there. Cult classic, devoted fan base, Scary Godmother.
I'd never heard of that.
Look it up.
Oh, I thought of this movie and I hate this movie. I hate this movie so much. It's not even that I hate it. Like, it's whatever, but it's like the animation is just so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so bad. Like it like gives me a headache to look at it.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
Moving
no.
on.
All right. Thanks for that. Here's a really, really fantastic TV show to watch around Halloween time, and we should really talk about it much more often. The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
Good point.
Right? I was gonna say if you were gonna tell me you've never watched that, I was gonna flip.
We'll throw Courage the Cowardly Dog in there too.
Courage the Cowardly Dog, amazing. Scooby Doo, Where Are You? And the New Adventures of Scooby Doo.
Scooby-Doo is a great Halloween time thing.
It is. The New Adventures of Scooby Doo are really good too because those are the ones that they had all the famous people like Batman and Robin and shit on in like the 80s. Yeah, those are really good to watch. And the 4 Scooby Doo movies, Scooby Doo on Zombie Island, the Scooby Doo the Aliens, I forgot what it's called, the alien one that they do. The one that takes place in Salem, the witch one, that one's really good. And then the Cyber Chase one, the one where they go into the cyber world.
Love Cyber Chase.
Yeah. Those are all really good. And Scooby-Doo Ghoul School and Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf.
Oh, Scooby-Doo Ghoul School has to be the best Halloween Scooby-Doo movie.
All right. I would say yes, but my personal favorite is the I think it's a tie between the zombie one and the witch one. I think Ghoul School is definitely one of the best, but I really like the zombie, and I just love that era of Scooby-Doo, the 90s when they they kind of did like those cool movies. They were just kind of branching out and like really getting into like movies for the first time again.
Zombie Island is definitely way better, but I mean, in terms of what's a better Halloween,
I still think so. I don't know. I think I don't know. I love the Salem one so much. See, and it's got Tim Curry as the bad guy too. Like that's
you
good.
think anybody sits down for like the whole week of Halloween and watches every single Scooby Doo movie?
I'm sure there's people that love Scooby Doo that are obsessed with it that would do that.
You think there's anybody who has Scooby Doo on repeat all the time?
Scooby Doo on probably.
They just go through the whole series and all the movies, and then they're like, "All right, start it over," and they just go back. Like they just have it on Netflix, and as soon as it ends, they just go back to the first episode, keep going.
Well, what do you mean though? Are they watching all of the series? Because you got a pup named Scooby Doo, you've got the New
Oh,
Adventures of Scooby Doo, you've got What's New Scooby Doo.
Scooby Doo,
Yeah, a pup named Scooby Doo.
so goddamn amazing.
Yeah,
and vital.
it was amazing. It was great. I completely agree with you. Let me ask you something on the subject of Billy and Mandy. Did you ever watch?
I model my entire life and personality around Red Herring.
I don't remember Red Herring. What was that?
He's
I haven't watched Pup Named Scooby Doo in a long time.
he's me.
He's you? All right. I'm gonna watch What's New Scooby Doo tonight since I actually do have it, and I'm going to find out what Red Herring is. Danny Phantom is another great show to watch around the this time. You could argue Jimmy Neutron would be, I feel like, a good fall show. Invader Zim, that's a good one. But hey,
That's a good one.
you never answered me though. Did you ever watch Evil Con Carne as a kid?
That sounds familiar.
It was that show that came out with the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, where
I definitely watched that.
you know what I'm talking about? It was the brain that was in the bear head.
Yes.
I love that. That was awesome. He was like a supervillain type. That was good. Yeah. I think Billy and Mandy though was one of the best. Those are some honorable mentions for stuff that would be really good to watch around this time. And again,
feel like we're missing plenty of family-friendly Halloween movies.
oh, I'm sure we are, but I think we're getting to a lot of our core like horror and Halloween like stuff that we watched as a kid.
Yeah.
This is a lot of core stuff. Let's finish up the list though of the we didn't finish the famous horror movies though. We just went back to the Disney and shit. All right. Well, I meant the list of the ones that take place on Halloween. Like
you just said the famous horror movie list, the one we were already doing. The one we were doing the last time.
No, this is I'm talking about the one that we were just doing with like naming Disney like ones and shit. Like the ones that take place on Halloween Day and shit.
We talked about so many movies that take place on Halloween Day. This whole list.
Yeah, but that was part of the thing that you had a problem with it is that there was a lot that
we're not going to cover all of those movies again.
We're not. There's a lot of these aren't.
Just don't repeat any movies we already talked about.
All right. 3 from Hell.
You already repeated that.
Well, I just mentioned that like 5 minutes ago.
But we talked about it in tandem with the other one.
No, we didn't. I didn't talk about that one at all. I mentioned that there was a movie that was that. All right, fine then. The Coven, Donnie Darko, Flatliners, Ginger Snaps, House 2.
I've heard good things about Ginger Snaps, and I'm sure that is a good Halloween movie.
I watched it once and I thought it was all right, but I think I need to watch it again because I kind of feel like I didn't pay too much attention to it.
Hmm.
I Was a Teenage Werewolf. That's one that I should watch. The Invasion 2007. That's if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's Nicole Kidman's Invasion of the Body Snatchers movie. Late Night with the Devil. I don't think we mentioned that one earlier.
Oh, that's an amazing movie to watch on Halloween.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say that was actually in the lesser known. I added that to the lesser known list because I figured that it's a pretty big movie, but it's not huge. So
That's gonna be such a cult classic.
it is. That's what I mean. It's definitely already shaping out to be a cult classic. So that's how I put in the lesser known, but it's definitely a great mention for anybody that really wants like a good Halloween movie. Late Night with the Devil's fantastic. All right. Night of the Demons, 1988. The People Under the Stairs, 1991. I'm only saying that because I've heard they were going to remake it. So in case the remake ever comes out, you know. Pet Cemetery 2, 1992. You've got The Predator, 2018. I know we, talked about that one, but still. The Rage, Carrie 2. So Carrie 1 doesn't take place on Halloween, but Carrie 2 does for some reason.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it came out like 20 years later, 1999. The Return of Count Yorga. The Return of Dracula. The Return of the Living Dead, Rave to the Grave. Santa's Little Helper. I've heard like good things about Santa's Little Helper. I've never seen it, but it looks like a really fucking weird movie. Or no,
Isn't
sorry.
that the
Sa-
Simpsons dog?
sorry, Satan's Little Helper is what I meant.
Yeah,
Satan's Little Helper. That looks like such a weird fucking movie. Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I never watched it, but I've heard okay things. Did you end up watching that one?
No.
Yeah. I was never into the book series too much, so. The Silence of the Lambs. We didn't put that on the list, but that could have gone on the well-known list. Anybody's curious, Silence of the Lambs is a great movie. I don't ever think of that as a Halloween movie, though. Even though it's about a cannibal, I think of Cannibal Holocaust more so than I think of Silence of the Lambs as a Halloween movie.
Dude, this is a dishonorable mention from the family-friendly list.
A dishonorable mention.
The Vampire's Assistant.
I don't remember that one.
It's Cirque du Freak, The Vampire's Assistant. It's based on a kid's book series. Well, like a middle schooler book series.
Was that the one with Nick Cage and Jay Baruchel?
No. This is with John C. Reilly.
Oh, that's even better.
So, I was a kid and I read this book. I read a couple. There's like at least 8 books in that series, and they get pretty dark at times. This movie, it hits a lot of the same things, but just doesn't. The book, like, you should have your young children read this book around Halloween time. Let them know this is a cool Halloween book. Check out this series.
Mm-hmm.
Movie, you can show them the movie if you want.
Okay.
Like I said, it was a dishonorable mention.
I kind of have a slightly dishonorable mention, but
What is it?
it's not too dishonorable, but dishonorable enough. I can't say that word for some reason. Vampires Suck.
That was like a newer spoof movie, right? That came out like way too far after Twilight.
It did, and it came out like too far, like it felt like it came out too far after all the other movies too. The Scary Movie and all those other ones.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, they were like trying to bring it back.
Yeah. But I still feel like there's a certain kind of charm to that movie though. Vampires Suck. But
I've never seen it.
it's all right. I honestly like I've seen it a few times and it's all right.
Interesting.
I would argue that is the last of the okay spoof movies.
Wow.
Yeah, that's like the last one. Next up, last of the list Silver Bullet 1985 werewolf movie. I actually watched that one recently, but I feel like I barely paid attention to it. Sinister. I never watched that movie. I have no idea what it's
Me
about.
neither.
Yeah, I know it's the guy who did the first Doctor Strange movie made that movie. It's about like Ethan Hawke sees the actor Ethan Hawke, he sees like a bunch of like weird sinister like demon shit and like film reels, right?
I have no idea about this movie.
Yeah, that's this movie's like about that or some shit. So then we got Slugs 1988. That sounds really good. That sounds up my alley. Scream 6 apparently. Oh yeah, that does take place on Halloween. That's cool.
There's people wearing the mask, like
Yeah,
it's
there's
commercialized in the Scream world.
yeah. I like the new Scream movies on it. Like the last few Scream movies, I really liked them a lot.
Is that true though? What I said?
Yeah, no, that
Don't isn't that like there's people dressed up as the Ghostface killer?
yeah, sort of. In the Scream universe, there's a movie franchise called Stab, and it's basically the Scream franchise because it's a really meta Ghostface killer franchise within the Scream movie, if that makes sense. Like within the universe, there's a movie series that's based on what happened.
Well, yeah, it's based on what happened in the first movie.
Yeah, but they end up just like going crazy with it like they do with the actual movies and just making like a joke out of it in universe.
Now that I think about it, I'm sure we already agreed that it's a good Halloween movie, but like I said, it became a popular Halloween costume. But isn't the idea that it is a Halloween costume? Like they're wearing ghost Halloween costumes to kill people.
Maybe. I mean, here's a fun fact about the Ghostface Halloween design. Do you know where the mask comes from? I didn't know this until
I just assume it's a ghost costume.
well, no. So I didn't realize this until recently, but the mask is based on the Screaming Man painting.
That's cool.
Yeah, I didn't realize that like until like a year or two ago.
That's really cool.
So I guess that's where they got the idea from is like the Screaming Man. Texas Chainsaw 3D, Trick or Treat 2007, we already know that one. VHS Halloween. 2011's We Need to Talk About Kevin.
What?
Yeah. I have
That's
no interest in seeing that one.
That's
Yeah.
crazy movie to be on this list.
That's a crazy movie to
It's
be
a
honest.
Halloween movie.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.